teams. Let's start digging. Let's start digging. Let's start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Scotland, bitch. Made in hell.
PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. let's dive deeper into all this. The first two regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 Major.
Set up teams and start digging. Start digging. Start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
has softened up the oncoming CTs. Crossfire in, North gets 2, looking for a third, sprays it down.
And it's already, yeah, pressure time, good works, down, needs a double, can't find the final bullet. Tessas hanging on just for a minute longer, the USP will be used. Perfect.
Very well done from
Needed.
there.
Team play.
A second kill for Glaive through the smoke. He's been punching holes in them and now looks to just finally put the foot down and close it in the last 17 seconds. Snacks looking for a frag, but no one wanting to give it to him. It's a 4K from Glaive. He's slicing through them one by one.
Doesn't have any trade potential, but Zywa was loud on his clear there, and Hobbit covered. Nice work from Spinks, takes him down.
Too long. Let's go. One more. Nice, well done.
Nice, boys. Sick on it.
Nice communication. Nice, boys.
And spotted, dropping, and already managing to find the 2 frags necessary to get the bomb down. Has Electronic got anything more to say about Inferno? Here they come. Worried about that side, dropping in, clearing the site. This is where that MAC-10 can do its best work. Hang on, Electronic has pulled it off!
One tap from Rigon. Sound was already low from the HE. It's overkill, but it's a beautiful look to this round for Rigon, who's got 3, and a 4th as well for Rigon. That's an outrageous round.
Brolan, I'll try and finish the round on his own. He knows that someone's back. He was, please come fight me. All right, he's going to get him out the hard way. Molotov into another kill. A 1 versus 3 turned into a 1 versus 1 for the Swede. Trying to punch into digits, and he swings wide. He gets the shot. Brolan, what a clutch!
Last detected towards Secret, so he could have gone back down, or he could have repositioned towards Garage, and now they find out the hard way where Refresh is playing from. So MSN collects the bomb, and Refresh now confirms his position with that shoulder peek, and Refresh saves the round for Preasy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR Group B. We said it was going to be a bloodbath, and it certainly lived up to that description so far. Now it's day 3 of 4, and it's time to find out who's up next in our PGL Coliseum to rise or fall. My name is Parla, and I'm still your desk host. I'm joined on the desk this morning, or should I say this afternoon? Yeah, always feels like the morning.
It's a morning somewhere
and the
else.
Romaniac.
It's morning somewhere else. It's fine.
It's always morning somewhere, but...
Exactly.
Yeah, how you boys doing?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling excited, you know. It's a couple of interesting games yesterday, and of course today we're going to say goodbye to a few teams' drama.
Yes, indeed. We've had some great Counter-Strike. We've had a couple of upsets. I also like that we are trying to confuse the audience. They can never know what temperature is in the studio.
Temperature,
is it a t-shirt temperature? Is it a bomber jacket temperature? We don't know.
Is it a shirt temperature?
Yeah, maybe over there. It's like 3 microclimates. That's what's happening, Paula. We're talking about the weather.
As I said already, we're on day 3 of 4 right now, but day 2 yesterday, things were spicing up, heating up, I should say.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw some results as we expected, but of course we saw some pretty big losses as well. We can take a look at the standings perhaps, and yeah, I mean, we can go into very much detail about some of these results.
I mean, the talking point is what I was going to say, that Vitality and Spirit aren't through 3-0. This would have been one of the strongest predictions. You come in here, the RMRB, you're looking at, of course, the form of Spirit in Katowice, and you're looking at the bounce back from Vitality after day 1, and you're thinking, okay, that's it, they're about to punch their ticket, everybody take a seat, but that's not what happened. Cloud9 picked up Vitality after 3 maps, very strong defenses, and MOUZ with an incredibly well put together result versus Spirit.
Yeah, the little MOUZ that could, 3-0. I mean, I kind of expected these two teams to go on through, but 3-0, the fashion they did, emphatic stuff.
Absolutely, MOUZ and Cloud9. Our 2 teams from Group B right now guaranteed a spot at the PGL CS2 Major. Then you see the rest of the field. Vitality through to Heroic 2-1. They're all one win away as well from guaranteeing a spot.
And Astralis one loss away from missing the third major. We can't deny that as well. As much as we talk about those two big wins of Cloud9 and MOUZ, we have to talk about Astralis and Heroic, and what a tumble that was from the other Danes.
Yeah, the road ahead rather is pretty long for Astralis, right? You're 1-2 now. You have no last chance qualifier guaranteed. A loss would actually de facto eliminate you from the running. And when you know about Astralis and how important it is for them, not only the players but the organization, to have some sort of success in Copenhagen, their home base. It's the first time there's a major over there. You're going to put together that super team. You're finally going to break your spare account at the bank, and then you would actually go out at the RMR. This would be an actual catastrophe.
Unthinkable.
Talking teams, let's focus in on some players and take a look at our tournament leaders. We can see exactly which players have been firing off with all cylinders. Rating 2.0, ADR and KPR. There is one guy at the very top, ZywOo.
I mean, listen, I will temper it just a little bit because day one was just... I don't even think we have a scale to correctly assess what day one was from ZywOo. When you end up with a 2.73 rating over the day, it's completely ludicrous. So day two was a bit more tempered, but he's still, as it works as an average, he is still over there. And I really like that. What we're actually going to do is we're going to say, wow, ZywOo on day two was really bad. This on the right-hand side are his numbers when he's really bad. 1.26.
126 rating is for most people. For most people, it's like, holy hell, I had a great day in the office.
But he's washed now. That's how we look at it.
I mean, ZywOo's washed, Donk's washed. Guess who's not washed? Jacob, 29-year-old young talent, second highest rated so far. I think he's been punching well above his weight and playing at a very, very high caliber as well.
Lucky for us, we actually get to see Jacob in our first match today on this mainstream. Before we go to that, however, yeah, let's go back for a second. Donk, all jokes aside, definitely not washed, but we didn't see him yesterday reaching the heights that potentially he has been showing us over the start of the RMRs and of course at Katowice.
I think people are a little overrating this this performance, the lack of performance, so to speak, from Donk. I feel like, look at the 3 maps he played, right? The last 3 maps he played. Day 1 looking very good. Day 2 really struggling. It was Vertigo. Even on day 1, the second map they played Vertigo, he was kind of very, very quiet, even though it was a 13-11 win. It's a map clearly he's not very comfortable on. I don't think he's very aware of how he wants to play his positions, or Chopper doesn't know how to fit him in. And of course, in the second map, I won't deny it. He did have an off game there.
No, I agree with you. I don't think we should sugarcoat it. I think when he popped off in Katowice and that incredible performance he had, we had to welcome it and we had to emphasize it, rightfully so. Yesterday was a reference game for the negative. It was a very weak performance by his standards. We saw him maybe a darker side that we didn't get to know, but we have to realize we're just getting to know the guy. We're getting to know what he's made of. And we have these incredible expectations on how we should behave or not, whatever. We saw yesterday, maybe overcompensating a little bit, forcing a few duels because he feels like the game isn't coming to him. So I'm going to be out there, I'm going to call my own number, try and duel people. The problem was MOUZ were ready to bounce back, to answer. They took him down a couple times, Zershan did. And now, yes, that was a very tempered donk, but I'm hoping for better than that. This cannot just be where we come back
100%
down. It would break my heart, actually.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Donk and other players can rise to the occasion today. With that being said, let's take a look at our schedule for today, starting off with our secondary stream. Day is going to kick off with Monte versus Astralis, and that is an elimination game. Then we have OG versus GamerLegion, also an elimination game. And then we will have Guild Eagles versus Preasy, third and finally also an elimination.
The final game right there, and the Guild Eagles obviously having to battle it out from the 0-2 position. And for Preasy, Dupree still alive, still keeping the dream awake. But then one of these two teams, I mean, 3 of these teams are going to be heartbroken by the end of the day.
That is going to be rough. Honestly, Monte obviously isn't playing the best Counter-Strike they've ever had. We know the situation, SDY with illness, coming back in,
still a little sick right now, I believe.
Apparently, he individually did okay in the game versus Apeks, but that was still a very clear-cut loss for them. So we don't really know how to assess them. They're probably a little bit far away from their best. But we do know that when you look at Astralis, the pattern is against very good teams, established teams, Astralis will provide a decent Counter-Strike. And when they have to win, when they're the favorites and there's pressure, they can crumble a little bit. So I think it's a slippery matchup as hell for Astralis.
Pressure, a word that we use a lot, but it cannot be overstated just how much pressure is on the shoulders of those teams that are on the brink of elimination.
100%. And even for Astralis yesterday, just to add on to the point you mentioned right there against Heroic, right? You could see it was a mental game. They were crumbling, they were losing individual duels. I even cracked a joke saying, forget the map. If there was like a 5v5 aim map just to decide who comes out on top, it was going to be Heroic. They're way more sharper in the server as well. And I do believe Device also said in an interview or a tweet tweet he made out saying that, you know what, it was just miserable. We just felt really rough in the server as well. So you need to get rid of this pressure. If you look at his team and the sort of individuals you have on the team, you can't allow this. Like, sure, you can have it as an excuse, but really, you should be winning these games.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I try to make sense of the whole situation in my head, and I feel like Astralis might be 1 or 2 reference series away from great Counter-Strike. When I look at them play, I think the roles sort of make sense. When you know how Stair can be malleable, he can fill different positions, you know Stun is supposed to be activated by the roles, you know what Device and Blamef can bring. Like, rationally speaking, this is supposed to be a strong team. Rationally speaking, they're supposed to be a top 8 at the very least. It's supposed to be the floor. But there is something mentally that sort of blocks right now. And sometimes 1 series, 1-2 series where you actually get the best out of yourself in a tough spot is what really puts you on track. I don't think they're as bad as their results currently suggest, but that's just in theory.
I mean, if you look at the Spirit game, which they lost in a heartbreaking fashion for themselves, 13-11 to the final 1v3 from Shiro, that was a great game of Counter-Strike from Astralis. They really pushed Spirit to the limit. So it's all, we've seen some really good CS from Astralis. It's just that when they need to, when it's a game where you're like, yeah, they should take the win, it just disappears.
Well, that's what we have to look forward to on our secondary stream. Why don't we see now what we have to look forward to on here, our main stream. We'll start the day off with Apeks versus excl, a qualification matchup, both teams 2-1. Same boat for Vitality and ENCE at 4 p.m. EET, and then we have Team Spirit versus Heroic at the end of the day. All of the teams here actually 2-1 in our Swiss format.
Yeah, listen, if you are Heroic right now, you are glad to have seen that face of Spirit against MOUZ, because they can bleed. There is something to be done. They're vulnerable. We don't really know what the reaction is going to be coming out of the Spirit camp, right? You have to realize it's like you wake up after a bender of like a week in Las Vegas or whatever, like, wait, wait a minute, did we actually just lose?
One
did we lose
of your
this game?
realms of expertise, of course, man.
I mean, I have some experience in that.
But here's
in my
the thing,
younger
when
years.
you have a bender, you're at least having fun. They weren't having fun yesterday.
No, you missed the point. You're having fun while you're out there having, and then you wake up the next day and you suffer, and that's what happened in their last game.
Fair.
So now we get to discover, okay, Spirit, like, what's the bounce back? How are you made of? Like, how do you handle that loss? And if you're Heroic, we saw how they played against Astralis when they felt there was a little bit of blood in the water. When they felt the weakness and Nurse was just like taking duels left, right, and center, time to kill incredibly low. There might be more of a game that the names suggest.
Guys, we've set the scene. How about we start focusing in on our first matchup of the day here on the mainstream, Apeks versus excl. Blair and Maniac, can I get your general thoughts on each team's performance runs so far here at the RMR?
I mean, if you look at both these two teams, Apeks, it's been a little bit back and forth. They beat OG pretty convincingly initially to open things up. By the way, both these teams have only played best of ones. FYI, Cloud9, a close loss actually, 10-13. They were pretty competitive against Monte yesterday when they had Samda Young coming in. They made just mincemeat of them. And I feel like for me personally, a player like Jacob, you know, someone who's been in majors, deep runs in majors multiple times, he is really stepping up to the plate and kind of, I wouldn't say carrying his team, but being such a very key instrument in the run right now.
Maniac, let's get your thoughts on Jacob, because this is a guy that's been playing for so long and he's remained relevant. There have been some dips, but at the moment it looks like Jacob is finding some of his best form.
I agree with you. There are very few profiles throughout the years of Counter-Strike that have survived tough periods the way Jacob had to and are still relevant, both in terms of results and placings at events, but also just individually in terms of skill. And I think his position is super instrumental. The amount of opening kills he takes, he's their highest T-sided player currently, and that by a very long margin. And I think it's one of the themes that maybe is a little bit overshadowed when it comes to Apeks. They have some degree of experience. You're talking about a semi-final in Paris. You're talking about Stico, multiple majors, Jacob, multiple majors as well. It's only really Sense and Sasanito who are sort of new to this whole world, but when you compare that to excl, it's night and day. They have way more experience. They're more equipped to deal with whatever circumstances they are currently now, one series away from Copenhagen.
Blair, why don't we take a look at Jacob's stats and numbers at the RMR versus his past 3 months. It looks like he's reaching a peak and sort of overperforming.
Look, again, a sample size comes into mind. We have to be true to the numbers. 1.52 rating still across 3 maps, 3 best of ones is
that's pretty good.
It's incredible considering the fashion in which he's getting these kills and how he's controlling the map, so to speak, and over 100 ADR as well. But again, I'm just trying to point out that in the past 3 months, 1.11 is a very respectable rating as well overall, considering his roles and how aggressive he is, and considering this massive sample size you have in the past 3 months where they've been grinding out online, playing all these cups, all these qualifiers. So to see him sustain that level and go above and beyond, this could be the key to see Apeks back in the major again.
If we're talking keys, why don't we turn our attention to excl. What are going to be the keys for victory for this team?
Ooh, quite a few.
I feel like we said pressure too much, so I'm going to try to find a synonym, maybe a thesaurus. I don't exactly know what to say.
Stress.
Stress, maybe, is psychological pressure. No, listen, what we have seen from excl is that they are prone to mistakes. Their game isn't perfect, but the question is, how do you react after having done some of these mistakes, right? In the game that we witnessed against OG, Queenix, and I'm not going to just put the pin on him personally, but in that game that we witnessed, he made a couple of mistakes early on in the half, and it tainted his entire performance. You could see after that he was a little bit lost out of his shoes just a tad. So this is where a team like that will probably suffer a lot from early mistakes, early misclutches and misplays. Salazar that we have on camera sort of kept them alive and afloat in that game, but that's how I want to look at them. I want to see them being able to bounce back from chaotic situations, which are bound to happen.
And this is my thing with Salazar. If you look at the stats in OG, he was a difference maker in what was a very, very close affair. And as a primary operator, these are the sort of numbers, maybe not a 1.47 rating every single game, but a 1.2 thereabouts would be really helpful. My issue is right now is only 1.03 across day 1 and day 2. He really disappeared when they faced off against MOUZ. He was really struggling on Monte as well. And I feel like if you're the primary operator, going up against someone like Nock, who's been putting in the numbers, this is the guy I'm looking forward to step up.
All right, we're going to the map video now. Blade, this is your universe,
my universe? Okay, I'm thinking Ancient and Overpass. I think they're going to play it safe, and I'm completely mistaken. They're going to throw a bit of a curveball here. Ancient from Apeks. It's a confidence pick, and I really liked what I saw from Apeks against OG on day 1. The Overpass pick, this is something you touched upon, by the way.
Yes, I love that you mentioned Overpass, because one of the questions that I had was, is excl ready to roll the dice again after that Overpass pick, or the T-side start, rather I should face the T-side start that was very labored against MOUZ. And you have to realize, in the best of 3 for the viewers at home, if you pick Overpass, you are doomed to start on a T-side. It is going to happen. And I didn't think they had the shoulders for it, so they keep it open. They keep it open on a map that has come a bit more towards the 50-50 currently, although it's losing the favor of the community, and they go for Inferno, which they already had a couple of reps against OGs. I don't mind the pick. I think the pick sort of makes sense.
It's all right. It definitely makes sense. And again, if I'm looking at Apex's results, they really haven't played it a lot, in all honesty, but it's been very 50-50 so far for Apeks. So yeah, it was either Overpass and Inferno. I think this is the best option they could have gone for.
Blair and Maniac, we are going to stick to the clock. This one is pretty much ready to go. Can I push you for official predictions, please?
Jacob, Apeks, they take it.
Jacob and Apeks from Blair. Maniac, what about yourself?
I have to side with Apeks, but I would like it to be a 3-map series. I would like excl to win their map pick, but probably fall short after 3.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home, we've got a big one up next. It's Apeks versus excl, and the winner goes to Copenhagen. Jackie and Vince, over to you.
Ooh, will the Danes make it to the Royal Arena and be able to show up in Copenhagen? It's a big question mark, isn't it, Vince? But a best of 3 ahead of us. Apeks looking to make it back to the Major. First-time appearances for Kakanito and Sense on that roster. A lot of little stories to work our way through. But we start it off here on Inferno, and it's the CT side start for Apeks. Contact towards B, Sense looking to hold the line.
Has to fall back, smoke and flash in his eyes. And he was the only B defender, so as long as he stays alive, it's going to allow the rest of his team to pivot off him and work in conjunction with one another. However, this is 4 players all coming up Banana. They've been heard from a mile away from Salazar, but Kakanito still removes the head of Salazar and goes in for Kraken. 2 of those big heavy hitters already dispatched in the opening few moments of that confrontation. And now Queenix at the back of the site has to try and hold the line, but everyone else around is falling, leaving Patty in a 1-on-4. All 3 of the players facing him are pretty low, but it's Jacob to seal the deal. It was looking good for a few moments there on excl, but then Kakanito showed up and just carved a path through everybody.
He's been explosive as well, isn't he? You know, we've seen a lot of highlights towards Jacob, and rightly so. Man is sporting an unbelievable rating at the RMRs, but Kakanito, in the way that he's been playing, it's really interesting. He's explosive, but he's very intelligent with the peaks that he goes for, Vince, and it's been bailing them out in a lot of situations, and that's a pistol round that comes with pedigree.
It's a hell of a way to kick things off as well. Just when excl were hoping to dial in a fairly straightforward opener on their T-side. You know, the desk was talking about Overpass dooms you to that T-side half. Same for Inferno. Can feel extremely unenjoyable once the CT start to find their footing, especially if they're taking banana control like this with Sense and Jacob. That's a hell of a duo that's already smoked their way down onto lower side of banana. And there is a little bit of utility on the side of excl. They have gone in for a force, but Stico going to be tossing down the smoke and just backing out of there, playing safe.
Take the time off the clock. Don't worry about losing your face. Meanwhile, back down towards Banana. Sense jiggling on the corner, looking for information with a pin pulled on his smoke. As soon as you get contact, you can dash it out. Now begins to double back. Meanwhile, bit of a push, bit of information round towards brackets, seeing if there's any overextension from the CTs and giving them a way in to fight for control here.
See that Nodios is keen to have a peek in, but was waiting for that smoke to plume first. Allows him to focus on the quad side, but Stico double tapping onto Nodius. First bullet takes the head, and the rest finishes him off. Throwing in their last smoke, flash and Molotov, 30 seconds on the timer, and they've got a really good couple of positions to just thwart this push, and Stico with a double spray, but Salazar, and more importantly, Kragan come in, and they clean up the site. Could very well be a post plant, 2-on-3.
Stico lighting it up, going down with the flames, but dealing more than enough damage to soften them up and make it easier on the retake. Apeks, in terms of the utility for this one, it's bone dry. Don't have the util to get you back into the site. Can't flash over the top. So it's got to be down to the gun skill alone. Kragan, he's lurking in the back of the pit. Trying to go for the little face, finds the head of Sense and sets them up into a 2v2. Queen X falls, but Kragan's doing all the work. Now left with 26 HP, peeks round, takes the fight and wins it.
Very impressive round from Kragan in particular, man. A 2-on-3 retake, but they both had those rifles in good post-plant positions. And Kragan showing us again why he is the top performing player coming into this very game, statistically speaking, over the duration of their previous matchups. Nork head in hands. For multiple reasons. I mean, they also have just been broken straight up. You've got your first couple of buys in, you're feeling pretty confident, suddenly you're broken back down to reality. And this buy is going to be like 5-7s maybe, Deagles, if they even want to go for a buy at all.
It's that rough sort of slap in the face immediately, right? You take the pistol, everyone's kind of fired up. You're thinking, all right, boys, we can ease into the flow state, get a grasp on the game. And then you're broken. I thought Stico had done enough defending as well towards quad. Didn't work out for him that way, though. Kragan with a nice round. 1-for-1 at the start. So like you say, back down to just the pistols. More akin to basically just a deco here from Apeks.
Kragan with 4 kills already. Salazar was helping him out as well on the approach of those MAC-10s. Still have the MAC-10 on the hands of Patty, but everybody else feeling pretty strong at this stage with their Premier rifles. Flashbang tailor-made for a peek. The extra Molotov in onto the sandbags, and whereas they've played a lot of Banana aggression so far, Paddy was so quick to turn his back, play the anti-flash position, and Kakanito and Jacob just walk into the barrage of bullets. 2 quick kills. And Apeks struggling once more, looking like a pretty straightforward 2-1 for the Danes.
Stico on the Deagle, looking to at least buy a bit of time and hold back the oncoming assailants, but they bypassed him, found their way into the bomb site. Gives it up now, rotating off and looking to just hold on to what he's got. Of course, a little bit of armor sprinkled in there. You've got the nades as well and those Deagles, so don't throw them into the wind for absolutely nothing.
Definitely. It would be a different ball game if they had the money to afford sort of rifles coming into the next one, but they know that the early stages of this Inferno is wrought with poverty at this stage. And so holding on to anything is worth a huge amount, especially considering, you know, Deagles and the P250 and stuff in the current iteration of CS2 is always going to be possible to bring you into rounds that you have no right in being in. But Nork's not going to be able to hold on to his. Neither will Sense. And then excl, it wasn't just the fast take, it was the fact that they had a good read of the situation. And although Stico's posted up too, it will just be him potentially with any kind of weapon going into the next round. So the Danes off to a fantastic start. There's a lot of Danish players still in contention for Copenhagen. You've got the likes of, you know, Dupree and Preasy and the rest of that squad. It could be still a pretty stacked event. Astralis is still in with this one. They're playing Monte right now on the B stream. So it could be a case, you know, Denmark could be proud come the end of today, but it could also go pear-shaped.
Yeah, there's two timelines, right, of getting an awful lot of representation there off the back of these best of threes, or having an opportunity for that ripped away from you. And suddenly there's a lot less of the hometown heroes. Hang on a minute, though. This could be something a little bit cheeky, couldn't it? Double Zeus brought out. Oh, it's not about the electricity. It's the raw firepower as the Deagle of Stiko continues to deal deathly blows. Nork, he went for it. I mean, confidence, man. Run in with that Zeus, see if you can use it like a shotgun. Not going to work out too well, though.
I was a bit surprised once that smoke came down. He didn't try and play on the periphery of it and maybe shut down a T if they wanted to push through. Maybe trying to funnel the T's back onto the A side, which is stacked by Apeks players, but whichever way you spin it, it's not really worked out for them. However, they do have their hands on a Galil, which would be a nice little buffer to their next buy. Stiko 7-1, by the way. Even though his team are going to be trailing 3-1 come the end of this round, it goes to show he's shown up to the server so far. He's feeling it with that Deke. Thing is, though, for excl to already have 3 rounds on this T half, and to be consistently keeping Apeks in an awkward, uncomfortable position, economically speaking, this about is as good as it gets as far as they're concerned. Like, you lose the pistol, you get a post plant, you break down the CTs. This next round is not going to be fantastic either in terms of money. I mean, you're looking across there at the funds, 4,200 for Nork. Can't really justify an AWP. Like, these are pieces of the puzzle that you really want on the CT half, and it's going to take a while before they get there.
It will. It will slow them down a little bit. For excl, they can keep speeding up. Not a side that really tell you the story of the emotional effects of Counter-Strike on their faces. Usually pretty stone cold, pretty stoic. But if they carry on playing like this, they might give themselves something to smile about here into the first map. Round 5 goes live then. A battle towards Banana, the exchange of utility. He's got a path to play with here around the back of the Flames. And he'll take ahead. Sense slain, Jacob looks to defend and at least goes 1 for 1 to stop the instant take.
That was so aggressive, man. There was like 3 HEs tossed up, multiple Molotovs. And then Patty removes the head of Sense, who's off to a 0-5 start, puts more pressure on the CT defense. They have to trade over a secondary unit from the A side. And Kakanito gets peppered through the smoke alongside Jacob. They have no incendiaries left with 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. So any kind of potential Banana take is off the cards. That's where they're going in for that quite quick peek. But Nork also gets bested. Multiple players are low, and Stiko continues to twist the knife. Another double, but they've lost control over the A side.
Much needed pickups as well there from Stiko. He's feeling it individually, doing a lot for the team. Kakanito on the flank back around towards quad. He'll be repelled. Now you're down to that 2v2. Site is taken, no bomb planted. excl setting themselves up for a 4th. It gets a whole lot worse. Jacob just peering in from the back of the library. Wants to shush them if he can, but it's on Stiko to make the moves.
Can he get double digits already in the early stages of this game? Between the two of them, they have no kits. Smoke down onto Pit, gonna try and draw out Queenix. They may have already missed out on their chance here. I think they're realizing it. Yes, you've got the kill, but there's no kit in play for either of these two. And Queenix is fine if he goes down with the bomb. That's not a problem as far as excl are concerned, because I'm not sure the last CT will survive that bomb blast. It was about to go off. Regardless, though, excl are gonna have the 4-1 lead. And even though Stiko is performing and he is fragging and he is keeping them in these rounds, there doesn't feel like there's a secondary piece that's really following him up. You've got Sense still yet to get off the mark. Jacob has been a phenom throughout this tournament. We were talking about his stats before. It's comparable to Donk and Zaiwu. I mean, that's insane when you think about it. A guy that's 13 and been around the block for so long, and yet he hasn't really had a chance to deliver just yet either. And some of that's been down to this crazy aggressive Banana take from excl. They're so fast, it doesn't really allow any of these pieces to get into place. That's going to have to change, though, Jackie, and that's why they can call a timeout and try and figure out what to do next.
Instantly go back to the drawing board and discuss what needs to be adapted here. It was the heads-up play from Nork as well on the face towards middle. In those sort of situations, you'd normally back him, right? You're kind of thinking, okay, this is one of those where it makes sense. You take the fight, equalize the numbers a little bit, give them something to work with. But as soon as that got ripped away, So much pressure on Stiko's shoulders. He hits the shots, but it doesn't amount to an overall round. At least here, they're able to find themselves a bit of a buy to work with. Fragmented in some places, though. 2 pistols out. One of them a CZ on scent. They switch up the angles. Nork with the AWP. He looks to defend mid, going for the boost from quad side.
I think it's safe to say that this war of Banana has been pretty comprehensively won by excl. Apeks do not have the utility to really justify it. And they may feel a bit more timid about those prospects anyway, because these last few engagements have gone heavily against them, even when they've had rifles. And that is a huge part of the map to win out time after time, round after round. It really makes it so much more claustrophobic on the CT side. Makes it slower for you to rotate and try and wrap around the back if a weak call comes out, and Kakanito actually tanks that smoke to the head. Just going to keep a little bit of a blockade there. I think it was designated towards the arches. Goes to show as well that Stiko is a real team player, man. Like, he's the guy popping off, he's the guy landing kills and spray downs and stuff, but he still buys a weapon, drops it to his teammate, and takes the 5-7.
Thinking about the bigger picture. Not just the individual one. Kakanito towards Arch. Ooh, a lot of damage, but no actual pickup on the frags. At least Stiko continues on with the success he's finding, and that's an upgrade to an AK that could have huge reverberations in the round. He battles back, hits onto another player. Got a rough idea of where they could be towards Boiler as well, but right now Stiko's the one turning up the temperature.
Unfortunate timing. Had the right idea though, pulled out of there, allowed the rest of the CTs to make moves in. But now that Stiko's been found and put down, it allows the Danes to focus their attention over on arches. And you're in a situation where a save is looking more than likely. No kits, lack of utility. And excl showing us that, listen, they may be a fairly unknown team coming into this RMR from a lot of people, especially that watch sort of like the top flight of Counter-Strike, the tier 1, tier 1.5 bracket. These guys are fast on the trigger. When you are out dueling Kakanito, when he has the drop and the perfect angle on you, you must be somebody with some serious mechanical skill, because we were seeing him bully their previous opponents and making it look easy. He was dropping 18 in the first half. Ancient really is his playground, which obviously we'll get to later on, but that is very impressive. These entry frags from excl have been really slick.
Whole roster coming out swinging into their major qualification best of 3. An opportunity to finally grasp a shot at getting that crown jewel of Counter-Strike, making the appearance, immortalizing your name in the game as well. And Kragan, he's been the big dog for the excl roster over the course of the RMR, posting the 1.11. Ooh, Salazar on the contact, though. Not working too well with the AWP to get the opener. And there is 2 frags. Unfortunately, one of them is a bit of a team kill from Jacob slaying Sense.
Oh, he can't catch a break, can he? He's 0-6. He's just been TK'd. Bro, please, let me play the game. I mean, the terrifying thing as well, on Apeks, you're in the 7th round. Stiko has the rest of your team covered by himself. There's 9 kills between the other 4 players, 2 of which have yet to get off the mark, one of which is your AWPer.
Yeah.
We were talking before, like, they don't have the piece of the puzzle, they don't have the open play. Even when they've had it available, it still hasn't had any impact.
You couldn't do anything too risky with it into the previous round, right? You kind of go for the quad setup, hope if they come up middle, but then maybe it will find success there. And into this round, it would need to sing, needs to be a really big piece. These site controls being fought for, though. There's a quick rotate. They've at least got the flank to play with. Oh, Stiko. You see Salazar on the reface. At least getting one. Brings the numbers down into an advantage for the CT team. Switches out to the AWP. Goes back to the M4, but runs into the clothesline of Queenix.
He's keeping position as well, just perched up. It's a nice play smoke for him. Jacob, though, from the Garden is going to try and make the most of this one. Nodius is caught by himself for a few moments, but they line up and Queenix will put 2 down. Low HP on both remaining players. And Jacob will best Queenix, but again, there's no kit, has to stick on here. The full 10-second defuse, it's going to be close, but I think he may very well have it. And so Apeks gets success for only their 2nd time. It's at great cost to their money, great cost to their overall roster, but Jacob showing signs of life with a huge 4K.
I guess that's what it takes. Jacob's been playing lights out, and on this one, he flips the switch. 4 kills. There's a timeline there, though, man. When he comes around the corner, even when he misses the first AWP shot from Pit, I'm thinking that Glock, oh, it's going to be worth its weight in gold. But the brass did not deal the damage. So Apeks get the round. But like you say, it's not clean at all, right? So you're still in the same position in terms of the overall bank. Feeling a bit uncomfortable into this one.
Oh, they're going for banana control, but again, they find themselves on the receiving end. Salazar this time will not miss his shot. Missed a bit of a sitter in the last one. But Apeks they're desperately trying to make something happen. They're almost forcing it. And this ecstatic roster showing that they are very adept at dealing with this part of the map. Sense 07, 22 ADR. Having a rough day at the office so far, but Nork at least has made moves over and is allowing that secondary player of Jacob to move on to the A site. The timing, though, nearly ripping him to shreds. Smoke has been deployed.
Stiko, he's got their number every time out towards the apartments. The landlord. And boy, is he claiming rent money on that play. Nork looking to defend towards B, though. He sees the head, instant snapshot, giving out freebies. Will be overwhelmed by Salazar. Close range angle with the AWP, wields it well, gets the bomb planted. Patty's got the flank covered as well towards Banana. You're slightly outnumbered in this one, though. 2v3, Apeks. Will they find success at the B-bomb site once more?
Problem for me, though, is that the utility they have is centralized on Stiko. He's got a flash and a smoke. They do have a kit this time. But if Patty takes Stiko out of the equation, that should be the round going with it. Because the crossfire now is very deadly. There's not much time left on the clock. Someone has to be proactive. This is where you're looking at Jacob's aggression. But the flick is good from Salazar. An ecstatic bounce right back in. Extend their lead to 6-2 and knock down their adversaries again. Apeks they can't deal with this B-side pressure.
Calling it the Battle of Banana, but it's very one-sided, isn't it? It's basically just for free. They're the potassium punishers right now. Every time they want to take those early fights towards Banana, the Danes are just hitting their shots. Salazar's starting to feel himself as well on that AWP, man.
Oh, yeah, the first kill, he was flashed, but he just took the shot anyways. Like, I've been flashed, to make go for a peek, gets the kill. That second shot on Coffins, the flick was beautiful. And understandably, again, Apeks going to be calling their tactical timeouts thick and fast here because they know the importance of really building a good foundation on the CT side. The T-half is not going to be any easier. Yes, they have very aggressive players that are on form. I mean, Stiko is coming into this game lights out, Jack. He's been fantastic throughout, consistently, really solid, even in the rounds they've been losing. That is terrifying within itself. The problem is this is incredibly top-heavy, and Kakanito hasn't quite found his footing just yet.
No, and every game we've seen, he's always been kind of that second in line where you can rely on him for those clutch rounds where you need a bit of extra oomph for the Apeks squad. They even switch up the play this time, realizing obviously with the weaponry, you've got to try and go for something a bit more aggressive. Ooh, if he makes the jump, there's a potential opening pick for Apeks. Instead, it all gets a little bit uncomfortable. You're grouped up towards the apartment. Salazar in a contact face, clears Boiler, resets Nork. Down a number. Kakanito in the back line could be a big piece of it. Stiko trying to fight from the front, always good for 2, it seems at the minute. But the numbers quickly flip-flopping. Kakanito on the SMG, lights up Kraken. And it's all down to one man.
That's more like it if you're Apeks. You're very happy with how this round has gone, assuming that you can now seal the deal and finalize it. And that's not necessarily a given, because Nodius, already with 1, full HP, has control over the bomb, but Kakanito's making moves through apps, missing that timing of window. Gets a second chance. Triple spray in this round. Apeks up to their 3rd. And they lost the first player again there. The AWP shot into, I think it was Nork who was in Boiler. It was looking like they were just going to spill out onto the site, but Stiko, 2 huge impact kills again on the site from this position in the boxes. The second kill is the really important one. But this guy is so dependable right now, man. Like you said, he's always good for a couple. That's exactly what Apeks need.
14 kills in the space of those first 9 rounds. But Apeks the hot commodity of actually getting those rounds over the finish line, well, they've only been able to achieve 3 of them. Switch up here towards Banana as well. They've been pushing down very aggressively. Instead, you just go for the default nade set. HE's towards the bottom, inflicts a little bit of damage and strips 40 HP, but it doesn't matter if he's got health, Vince, as he hits all the shots in the world. A single point of health, but 2 kills for the price of none.
Bruh. Now 2 AKs into the hands of excl. I don't know how you comprehend that if you're Apeks, but that's a pretty nice way of getting yourself back into focus. A quick fire double. HE opens up the smoke, allowing Nork to repel with the AWP. And now with a lot of utility between the last 3 players, and they know that they're up against a weakened buy here, they have to go for this. They simply have to go for this one. There's still plenty of time left on the bomb. You can't be throwing this round away. They need a 4th. Patty stuck in the smoke, P250 in hand. It's the 1 AK for Kragan, who's been really solid in the RMR so far, and there's one. The spray is good between the 2 of them, and although Nork posts up 1, it's going to be 1 and done. excl with an AK-47 and a bunch of pistols have slapped Apeks again.
2 opening picks on Banana. 1 point of health. A round that, again, they find success in by just battling up, taking claim of the B bomb site, and the retake repelled instantly. The dinks, the damage, and another one taken for the Danes. A 7th on the board right now. This is their T side as well, and they're just playing with such pace, such confidence into each and every one of these fights. Oh, if there was any sort of pressure, that has been firmly alleviated, as they are looking like they're soaring through this game at the start.
Oh, the flashbang hitting both teams. But this time, it's Apeks that come out in the lead. Noddy is still alive, though. It was his AK in his hand that they dealt the fatal damage in that previous one. Nork in a different angle. We haven't seen him up here yet on the balcony. And more importantly, excl haven't seen him here. Nice Nico with the deke, weakening Nodius. The M4 spray is also in, but Kakanito can't make the most of it. The smoke was messing with his vision. excl still in with a chance in this round in a 2-on-4. They can whittle down the economy again, Jackie. You have 1 more round coming up after this one. If they can take a couple players down here, that could play hell with the next buy, even if excl do concede. There's still plenty to play for. And maybe the outright round win, because Queenix wins that with minimal damage lost in the process. They still have 40 seconds in this 2-on-3 to win.
It's limited information gathered as well for the side of Apeks. And Salazar, he was pre-scoped for quite some time, so no audio cue, giving away that free info for Sense here as he defends back towards CT. They just have to find the right clear on the angle. Sees the barrel, begins to pre-fire, the bullets connect, and he shuts him down. Can't rule with the scepter in this round as Queenix is denied.
Seeker asking for an M4 drop from one of his teammates. And having a quick look, it's going to be more of the same as well on the T side. They're going to need a couple of drops. Players down at $1,400, $1,800 from riches to rags if you're on the side of excl. But of course, they're still going to lead this half regardless of what happens here. The question is whether they can extend to an 8th or if Apeks can bag themselves a 5th. And you look at their buy and you're like, yeah, this is pretty bad. Well, they had an almost identical buy a couple rounds ago when they just cleaned house on B.
They've been expecting the aggression inside of apartments. Instead, it's Nork playing a bit more dynamically in terms of his positioning, and he holds pre-scoped, ready for the first contact. So that AK is now cold on the ground, recovered by Kragan at least, so it stays alive here in the 12th. A lot of pressure on brackets. He could bleed round the back. There might be a timeline to cause some big issues in the round, and he hits the head of Jacob, shutting down a key player for Apeks.
Not again. Apeks, surely this is not possible. Sense has to watch the side by himself. He's had a bit of a scrappy game and he's taking so much damage through that smoke. Trying to delay as long as possible to allow Kakanito to get in, but the wide swing from Stiko gets spotted. The flanking contingent dealt with accordingly. HE tossed into the smoke, barely even removing the smoke line. excl have the advantage. Apeks may be about to lose another round that shouldn't have been possible.
They've released the Kragan once more. The depth overwhelming Apeks. As those tendrils are pulling all the rounds in favor of excl. That's a great half to start this off. A best of 3, so close away from the potential of getting yourself a spot at the major. And round by round, they are in your face, finding pick after pick. And man, it's that exact same timeline again, right? You kind of hit the mark up where you're saying, doesn't matter, they've only got the 1 AK and a few pistols supporting it, and they put them to great use.
That's an excellent T-half on the side of excl. Like, make no mistake, but I think if we're being honest here, and if you asked Apeks right now, are you happy with how you performed that CT side? It's going to be a pretty unanimous no.
Yeah.
They win the pistol, they let it slip, they lost multiple times against 1 AK and 4 pistols. They never really were fully stabilized in this round. And although you had heroics from Stiko and Jacob, who showed up towards the end of that half, it was pretty flat around the rest of the players that you expect to be performing. I mean, did Sens get a couple kills on that half? I think he did in the final round.
Yeah, a few towards the end, putting him at least a couple frags into the game there. But there was, what, a majority portion where we saw him unable to really get activated. He's either the first pick towards top banana or just couldn't find anything in the late round.
Kind of similar situation for Nork. We saw a couple of AWP shots ring out when he got the element of surprise. Banana control was consistently an issue. And we didn't see Apeks try and exploit other elements of the map. Like, you'll see a lot of teams, if they struggle with banana control, they're like, screw it, let's put a couple of mid pushes.
Yeah.
Let's make this really uncomfortable. Let's get a player into apps and try and wrap around second apps and mess with them a little bit in that regard. So if they're taking banana, we can swarm and swell on them as fast as possible. And Apeks weren't making these adjustments. So excl just felt super comfortable. Like, they're on the T side, you're supposed to dictate the pace of the action. But CS2, really, when you think of the map pool and you think of how the game plays right now, most maps, CT aggression is not only a plus, it's actually kind of required in a lot of cases. As you're seeing here from excl in the pistol round, they're going straight down mid.
I mean, this is an old school classic. Bringing back the club anthems. And a baseline from Patty hits one. At least Kakinito, he's good on his pistol rounds, Vince. You need him to come alive in a position like this. And they quickly recover, putting it back into a better position. Kragan on the fadeaway takes the head of one. But Nork trades it back. Odios, 1v2. Quick rotate all the way up banana fast. Oh, this is going down to the dying embers at around then, isn't it? 1v2 retake on the second half pistol.
He's playing it really slow. He wants that first pick to be a surprise attack, a backstab, and then put it into one-on-one. But Apeks playing this really wise. A 2v1, stick together. Make sure that if he does get the tap, you've got a fast, avenging frag capable, and because he's messing with Nodius now, he's looking around, he's checking his angles. However, he has cleared this pretty quickly. Tapping that bomb twice. But there's Nork. Delivering with the Glock. Apeks get the second pistol. Game is back on.
Very slippery slope it would have been if they lost that second pistol. excl would have been going from strength to strength with extra firepower to play with. Instead, that knock-on effect is now a benefit for Apeks as they can invest into the AKs, Galils, SMGs, the MAC-10s brought out on parade, and supporting utility as well. For excl, you've got a single smoke. You stick to the starting pistols. Heavy grouping towards arch side as well. A single player playing for audio at the back of B. Everyone else going for the stack.
The classic. A lot of teams will stack 4 players. The Astralis stack, as it's known over on the B site, where you play just in a little cusp. But Patty actually throwing a well-timed smoke. And if they bite down on the idea of this being a full stack on B instead, they could walk into this stack on the arches. This is now getting into a situation where it could end up costing at least one weapon. There's no reason for Apeks to get over-aggressive here. They've got plenty of time left on the clock. They can outweight this smoke. The other question, I suppose, is, like, if you're thinking about it being a stack, do you want to throw a smoke down and at least give the position away that one of your players is here? Maybe not. Maybe this is almost reverse psychology coming into play for Apeks. Like, nah, I don't think you are on B, actually. And now Sense is checking it. He's going to find that this site is completely bereft of any CTs, and they're going to bypass any shenanigans and any loss of life, it would appear.
And now the shoe's on the other foot. you could be giving an awful lot of money over to that T side as the MAC-10 is in a prime position to farm up the fat stacks, spraying his way through them. Only one trade back, but that's a ton of money made. And a round that should be shut down in a few seconds here. Salazar eventually falls to Nork. You like the decision-making, at least for excl, right? You're never going to win it otherwise. Got to do something a bit unorthodox in terms of the rotation as well. You went back towards Speedway, trying to mess with the audio, making them think they had rotated back round towards B. So try as you might, Apeks won't fall for it. They clear the site, get a nice round. Jacob takes a couple of the ecos to the grave and gets the money to play with as well.
100%, man. I mean, the chance of you getting success in those kind of rounds, if you just stick with USP, is very low. I think that's why we're also going to start to see a lot more uses picked up, as it's got a buff.
Yeah.
Only $200. That's maybe where you can start to play a little bit more, you know, default Counter-Strike, as it were, with some uses on close-range angles. Inferno lends itself very much to a Zeus. You can get one in Apps, you can get one at top of Banana. But in the here and now, no need for Zeuses, because excl do have a buy, but not ideal, and already Patty's taken a chunk of damage down to 39.
Odios trying to play in the new cubby, close towards middle. Default Molotov removes that position from him. Bit of audio as well. A fair amount of unconfirmed chip damage done across the CT side roster at the minute. They're losing a lot of health. Patty's very green around the gills. Trader smokes on B. Kragan pushes through the first. At least peppers it, making sure they're aware there's still a player here.
Because of this lack of utility on a map like Inferno, they're going to decide to actually stack together 4 players strong. And this allows them for a fast save if things go bad on B. The problem is, though, that Nork has gone looking and he's found a pretty clean kill. What they're hoping for is a wide swing onto quad without a flash. It'll be the easiest of pickings on excl. That doesn't seem to be the case. However, keep in mind, 25 seconds left and now the bomb is coming up, and it's exactly that. No flash, wide swing into 2 players, bomb spilled down, but Stiko keeping the dream alive.
The stalwart of Stiko, time and time again, finding these multi-frags. Couldn't have come at a better time at that one. It was really starting to slip away and look quite uncomfortable. You're thinking about the amount of time you've got left, how far they were away from each other in terms of the spacing as well. If he doesn't go off like that, Vince, the round, well, that could have been passed over to the CTs of excl. Instead, now you've got control, bomb planted, happy with this one to guarantee it, so it will be a 7th going their way. Patty and Kragan back off towards T-steps. If anyone exits down mid, maybe you can take some guns out of their hands. Probably the best that they could be hoping for. Their money is pretty much in the bin, though.
Yeah, precisely, man. Like, if Stiko doesn't deliver from Apps, not only would it have been around to excl, they'd have been able to trade up to multiple AKs and Galils. A big, big trade from what they had coming into this round. And Kragan trying to dodge the bullets through the wall. I don't think there's any penetration through that wall, so he's safe anyway. But Apeks have tied this very close. Just a 1-round deficit in it now. 3 unanswered rounds on the T side. And as you highlighted, Jackie, the money in a rough spot for the Danes. We saw them dictate the pace of the action on the T side, get tons of entries and really make Apeks sweat. Now the tables are turned. Now it's all about Apeks enforcing their will. And I think it's safe to say, you never think that Jacob was in a pressure game. He's just sort of chilling, biting his nails and stuff. But like, he is one of those guys that you're looking at to have a lot of impact on this half. To really start to churn out the rounds, get those little picks, get the extra percentages, and make the most of them.
Pause used as well, because you've got to figure it out, really. With the low buy that you have to work with, man, you've got to prioritize that utility. CT side Inferno, you need all the bells and whistles. Otherwise, time is just not going to be a factor that you can deny. So they invest lightly, spending money where they can afford to. Flashbangs, smokes to buy time, a little bit of offensive utility as well on a couple of the players. So you've got 3 HEs and at least 2 Molotovs.
Expending a lot of utility early on for Banana control. HE tossed up and over, Kakanito taking the brunt of this though, but Patty down to 59, gets aggressive, Kragan in the Molotov giving his position away, but still not relenting on this push and nearly gets the reward of Kakanito in the process.
It's also making them know that there is a FAMAS in play here. So you don't want to play as confidently as you might have, thinking, okay, if it's a pistol, we can use the nade, soften them up, clean them out from range. Ecstatic rotate. Thinking they might bite off of the initial B push. Apeks held back by the smoke for now. Bit of information from Stiko though. He's clearing out towards brackets, trying to get a read on quad, but they haven't gone for that play. They're going back towards B. Kakanito is first entry, very low. Patty should have a free frag here, but the trade was the important part. And Nork, even though he gets dinked, he's still alive.
Could get baited in though, not anticipating a third player to be here. Otherwise they'd be joining the troops, and so Nork should be shut down. Oh, Queenix nearly whiffs it completely. But he at least does get his man, but there's still two players here. It's all been a ruse, it's all been a trap, and they fall head first. The USP and P250, last two players remaining. Does Stiko expect another one here? Oh, this is so dirty from excl. Apeks are gonna be shattered, mentally distraught at what just happened. They got baited multiple times.
Oh, mate, it's the double up as well. You love the play. You can see the ideology behind it, right? He's like, I will just hold this angle. I will face once you die. There is no reason for him to think both of us are playing behind new box. And of course he doesn't. Time and time again. Oh, he could have got so wrong with the 5-7 from second oranges, but it pays off. The whole round goes their way. Oh, mate, they went into that with what? A couple of nades and 2 FAMASes saved from the prior?
Just outrageous, man. How many times have excl won a round in this map already with pistols, one rifle here or there? They've done 2 or 3 times on the D side. They've done it again here on the CT side. And this, I can't even fault Stiko for that one. You're not expecting another player to be on the new box. Like,
no.
You can't expect that. As much as he's a veteran, it's not a player I think he's seen many times other than maybe in like FPL or matchmaking. But it's a great call from excl. And just when things were looking a little bit dire, a little bit grim, they've picked up their first CT round. But they need to do something with this. They've been given a chance. Do not squander it.
They tested B a fair few times as well, but they've seen inklings of a slightly weaker defense towards brackets. They feel a bit more confident about this. Sense seems to have an idea to clear towards the cubby as well. Finds the head. 1-for-1 trade as Nodios spams back through the smoke and at least shuts down a single man. Now the bomb on rotation with backup towards B, but Salazar, he takes control of quad. Gets a frag into the back of Stiko, and Kragan still holding. He was tucked in behind the car, gets himself into a better position. Bombs rotated back around to join them towards mid, but Salazar's still here, still waiting, and the Viper strikes again. Jacob down, not content with just 2, one at the third, and takes a deagle bullet to the face.
Queenix needs to get at least 1 kill from this position, and he's got it. Puts a lot more pressure on Kakanito now. Has to watch multiple angles. They would just spilled straight out into the side. Did a lot of damage through the barrels there. Has the right idea as well. He tries to spin in for a double. But Nodios catches him unaware. An ecstatic move to double digits, breaking Apeks in the process. And may have just dialed in a fast track to this first map. Their choice. And it felt like it was important that ecstatic picked this one up, Jackie, because going through into Ancient in particular, that's a map that we're looking at Apeks to have a lot of success with. That will be up next. We've already seen them demolish 2 teams on Ancient so far in this tournament. And that's where Jacob has shone his brightest. So a super important map here for excl. They want to move through. And the crazy thing as well, they win this. This is a progression game. You have qualified for the major if you win this game. And it would put excl at 3-1. Who saw that coming up?
No, absolutely balmy, mate. First time major appearances for the entire team. All the caveats that come with it as well. Everything you garner from making it to the major. The first CS2 major, and it's a hometown one for the team. It could be a very big storyline for excl, at least into this round as well. They keep it clean in the opening duels. Don't want to give away anything for free to those pistols. Those Eagles can always pack a punch. Just don't get overconfident. After finding the opening 2 picks, you can play the trade game, use the utility to burn time off the clock, funnel them into you, and hope they finish towards this A site where the buddy system is in play.
I've seen Nock have already quite a bit of impact with that deagle. Angles here, though, looking very good and sharp for Salazar, already winging Stiko, but he's gonna have to whip out that sidearm. He's about to get pressured and pushed in from multiple angles. Oh, not caught with a grenade out, and Kragan gonna clean up the rest. There wasn't too much in terms of their hopes going into the round, but it's a lot cleaner than I'm sure Apeks were hoping for on the side of the Danes. 11-7 now the score. And, you know, a point that you raised earlier, Jackie, about the multi-fragging capabilities of Stiko, he's always good for two, is the exact phrase you used. Coming into this round, 6 multi-kill rounds. The closest is 4, which is Jacob. The closest on excl is 3, which is Patty. But even with all of these accolades and stats, still losing 11-7 and can't seem to get into this game now.
No, and now you've basically got to do it entirely flawlessly. It's the last of the pauses they have as well. Can't hold on to it, can't take it to the grave. You might as well use it. See if you can get your heads together, figure out a solution.
Oh, here we go. About to get back on the saddle into this game once more. excl have the vast lead. It was that cheeky round with the full B stack of different moving parts. Multiple traps laid on top of each other. But Apeks do have a bye. They do still have a chance. And up until that moment, the T side was theirs.
Yeah, they're pretty confident. Get back to basics as well. Fight for banana. Ooh, sense. Peppering them. Dealing damage at least and taking command of top banana. So that's now the territory of Apeks. The smoke is up, but that's one smoke wasted that you won't have in the late round for excl to slow down the actual execute. Meanwhile, 3-player setup round towards brackets as well with Stiko. He was an absolute demon inside of the apartments on their CT half. At this point, he's just looking to see if they'll give him any freebies, any information here if they push deep. But they're still just holding. Timing-wise, it's early into the round. You've still got 1 minute and 10 seconds as the second B smoke goes up.
There is only one smoke collectively on the utility belt of excl as it stands right now. Queenix has that. Nothing else. Flick from Salazar goes slightly awry. It would have been a hell of a shot if he connects it. Now Kakanito may be sent to the CS gods as he is the sacrificial lamb. Low HP, 35 to try and absorb some punishment for the rest of the team to exploit. Out into the open, Jacob will move and down he will go. They know a second player is here. There's going to be no element of surprise this time. Patty running out of that magazine, runs dry with his HP pool. And in doing so, Apeks now have control over the site and a post plant will come in. I'm not sure that excl will want any further part in this round. They have the money, but you'd rather hold on to this AWP and not throw it away.
There's a buffer there. You've got a few rounds to work with before you start to feel the shivers going down your spine. So holding on to the 3 weapons is far more important. Save the bank on the players you've got and be able to get full drops across to arm everyone with the utility, with the weapons they need, and keep those kits in play. So Apeks, at least for now, getting an 8th on the board here. But even then, there's the timeline, man, where it's worrying me a little bit. That MP9, the bulldozer in the hands of Patty. He looked pretty sick with it. He looked like he was confident for some of the damage he was dealing as well. You find a couple more frags, suddenly that's a retake you fancy going for.
Definitely, man. Especially with how good excl have been in those clutches, in those real chaotic encounters. Able to cultivate a lot of success in the process. But I do like the call. In this particular case, save the AWP, you've got that buffer, you don't need to desperately twitch and snatch out an opportunity. Tons of nades again. But this time, Apeks not pushing behind it, actually sitting back on the T steps.
A lot of noise, a lot of information. Kakanito keeps his eyes trained on his crosshair. Close cubby angle, no one clears it. Patty able to strike for 2 frags and still alive. Molotov raising the heat, paranoid about the potential spread, calls in for the smoke, but that goes both ways. Blocks off the angle for longer and allows him to get out. Stiko, he had to strike towards A, walks out Takes bullets straight to the head. Sense does something similar. Clashes back on Queenix. But in terms of the numbers game, you're outnumbered 2-1 and already under a minute left on the timer.
And that's mad to me that no one thought that someone could be up close, even though it was deep smoked and tons of flashes and mollies were tossed in beforehand from the CTs. You'd think that one of those two players is going to check the angle. They don't. It goes punished, and Salazar cleans up Sense. Nork with 49 HP against 4 players, 30 seconds on the clock. It would effectively come down to a 1v2, but Salazar is not missing right now with that AWP. He is primed, positioned, and ready to strike. As are excl. They got 4 map points now.
Man, Salazar, the Resident Evil AWPer, denying contact towards the site. Patty as well, like you say, man. Those 2 frags, the fact that he gets out and stays alive as well, there's no room for the trade, there's no room to take the command of Banana. It's all getting away from them. And those quicker Banana rounds, well, that's where we've seen a little bit of success from Apeks, but obviously, how many times can you now repeat that sustainably? They've made it to match point. They've got a fair few to potentially even lose on this half before it starts to get a bit scary as well. You could throw 1 or 2 of them away. You've got a healthy buy to work with. You're in a position where Inferno, that could be the first map in the series under the belt for excl. And then the rest of this veto, the rest of this best of 3, suddenly it's got a lot more question marks to it, Vince.
Just having a bit of a game problem, so they're going to restart it real quick. So we should be alive and underway in just a few moments' time. But yeah, I agree with you, Jackie. I think these fast B hits have been working a charm. I was a bit surprised in that previous one. They tossed in the initial 3 or 4 HEs, the Molotovs at the top of the car, and then they just sat back on T steps. So you've thrown in all that utility, you've applied the pressure, but then you've just kind of said, actually, boys, we're just joking. Ceasefire, maybe?
Just a little ruse. We don't actually want to go for it.
And they act like, nah, actually, no ceasefire. We want to win this as fast as possible.
Yeah, we're here to scrap. And scrap they did. Slicing them to bits on contact towards Banana. Nice little pieces of Banana, Vince, like you're getting a breakfast bowl.
Yeah, and how often has that been the case throughout this entire map? They've been trading it back and forth, but it's for the most part been excl that have been devouring that delicious breakfast bowl, and Apeks just been sat there hungry, stomach rumbling, feeling sad.
Can I have a piece of banana? No.
No, you can't.
It's not yours. Brought this from home, all right?
Or it's like, yeah, you can. They just slap you across the head with the banana, splatters everywhere. It's useless now, it's gone.
Covered in banana skin. Never what you want. Oh, man, this is worst case as well, right? Because obviously a technical issue at a time like this, it's kind of one of those where you're trying to keep yourself in it mentally, but obviously all of you are just sort of sat there in a position where you're staring straight forward at your monitors, waiting for things to get figured out, to get back on the server, and then you know a single miss round, a single mistake where someone pops off, gets a 2K on that CT side, that's the map done.
Exactly the case right now, and Apeks have no room for error. And they're going to go back to that round, man. That dirty, filthy beast round that is going to be playing in the back of their head on repeat. It's a great call from excl, man. Such a good call, such a smart play, and they executed it even better, honestly. That none of them got sort of lost in the moment. You'd think at a situation like this, we often talk about pressure. We talk about the fact that these players haven't been here before. Those are the moments that can make or break you in that regard. You know, you get a bit antsy, you twitch, you make these weird reaction decisions, but that was all a play to be as calm and composed as possible, allow them to walk into the trap, and then you move through together. Like they have a P250 and USP on the new boxes. USP peaks first, and then the P250 is just chilling. He wants to wide swing as well, but he knows it's about the bigger picture, it's about the longer picture. So really well played. And excl, I think they're showing experience of a team that has been to majors before, that has been in that big gauntlet. We're live again, and the aggression from Jacob senses too, but there's counter frags coming in as well.
I think excl thought they could catch them off guard. after the delay from the pause slowing things down a little bit, they wanted to go for something really fast and throw a spanner in the works. The issue is the picks have gone back in favor of Apeks. Ooh, tight timing on this. They pass each other like ships in the night. Salazar's got into the back. ENCE will have no idea about this, thinking that his rear is protected, but Salazar, he's walking up, has the scope ready, but misses the flick. Can't deny and punish towards Pit. Kraken is left in a 1 versus 3, and they're swarming towards the site. They can play off one another, but they're giving him the 1v1. ENCE at least shows up, and the AK denies it.
There was a moment there, though. He got 2 separate 1v1s, and he did land the first bullet onto ENCE. I'm thinking, oh, Kraken's going to do it. This is where they get broken completely and lose the map. Hyper-aggressive plays this round for both teams. excl doing something that Apeks didn't do at all in regulation, and that's go for mid pushes and apps peaks as well simultaneously. It doesn't work out for them, but that's going to be in the back of Apeks' mind now. You can't sit back and think, right, excl are just playing passive, they're just playing default Counter-Strike. It didn't work, but it does condition your opposition to play a certain way.
It's the thorn in the side. It's what can make you lose those really important rounds. When you're paranoid about where they could be, not where they are right now. 3 players set up early on towards B, supporting with the additional utility to try and fight for control of bottom banana, exchange of smokes from either team. But the Wolfpack, the majority of Apeks, all grouping up towards mid-side. One man's watching the rear, Kakanito has that covered with the SMG. The rest of the squad begin to make their move round towards Arch. Patty in the library. Vision blocked from the smoke, but the FAMAS in his hands.
3 smokes put down on Arches, and it's Jacob that finds the headshot and is second onto Queenix, who probably should have capitalized and puts all the pressure on Naughtios. He got 2, somehow, miraculously 2 frags from that angle, but eventually runs out of health. And although it's a 2-on-3 and a lot of low HPs on Apeks, unconfirmed damage, and excl, their money now struggling. They have to save. Apeks are working their way back in again.
Change of pace entirely as well. You want to start playing fast, you want to start taking fights early on, we can do the exact same thing. And even with the bailout 2K onto both Nork and Kakanito, it doesn't work for them. At least the save now coming through. Orb for Salazar, have to keep it alive. Kraken as well. Utility and M4 brought into the next. I want to hunt for this, seeing if they can at least spot them. Of course, have to get out of range of that big old bomb blast as well towards the A site to clutch onto what they've got on the T side. Both teams saving what they have. 2 rounds of difference between them now. 1 step at a time for Apeks.
excl have to tiptoe their way through this next round and hope that Salazar and Kraken can just lay down a beating. See if they can pulverize with a fast peek on the AWP perhaps, or Kraken just finds the right timing. But if they play this completely default, it's going to be a pretty straightforward round on the side of Apeks. And once again, anticipating maybe some kind of B-hit shenanigans, they're going to go in for tons of utility. Salazar got tagged. I think it was a Molotov where he got tagged through the wall, but that gave away his position, and so Stiko didn't peek in. Naughtios finalized. It's all a bait and switch for Kraken, but only 1 kill. These trades aren't good enough, unfortunately, on the side of excl, but now Salazar's going to be given another chance. He rips through 1, baits into Queenix. First headshot does connect, but there's no follow-up. 2v2, though, but it's all down to Salazar's AWP.
The devil in the details in this round. Salazar roams back round towards Arch side, has the scope to work with, hits the first shot, could end it right here, right now if he finds one more wide swing. But Nork runs into the crosshair and the sniper shuts it down. The Danish side are laying claim to Inferno and start this best of 3 off 1 map up.
That shot onto balcony was absurd. It was through the box, straight to the head, instantly takes him out, and that's a round the Apeks should have been winning, taking it to a 12-11, potentially into OT. That's an outrageous clutch.
excl go 1-0 up on their map pick of Inferno against Apeks. Big shout out to Salazar clutching up 1v2 with the AWP at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of a fitting way to end it. I think Salazar was finding a lot of impact. Credit where it's due. I think excl played a pretty solid game of Counter-Strike. They were able to come back from many unfavorable scenarios in a lot of the rounds over there. And Apeks, I won't lie, it felt like they were a little bit of rust, maybe sleep still in their eyes. They didn't look like the team we saw yesterday and day before yesterday.
Yeah, that's fair to say. A slow start for Apeks. That's why I would like to talk about Pala. We talked about experience. After 7 rounds of play, Yakim and Stiko had 21 kills for 3 combined for their entire teammates. I'm going to repeat the numbers. 21 kills for these 2 players after 7 rounds of play. 3 combined for the rest of the team. So you had an Apeks that took a little bit of time to warm up. We talk about clutches, definitely a key factor in this game. excl very great at covering these bomb plant situations, even without the number advantage. That's one of the examples we see right here. And I think they probably took Apeks a little bit off guard at the beginning, and we saw the panic settling, all these fights, Banana. That was when Apeks maybe didn't expect such a fight.
How were excl doing that? They had a storming T-side, picking up 8 rounds. How were they taking Apeks by surprise?
I mean, one thing I also want to point out as well is the fact that excl they've been getting a lot of the success in the 2 maps they've won by winning a lot of the pistols. Lost both the pistols over here. In the first one, we saw Apeks win the opening pistol round very convincingly, and then just the force by cracking them open. And then after that, just daring Apeks to take those fights at Banana, daring them to fight Banana, and every time they did, it was going to be quick kills coming in from the side of excl. And then, of course, once Apeks started playing a little bit more safe, a little bit more passive, that gave all the room for excl to work with.
I think original plan for Apeks was to give a little bit of space to excl because they thought that the execute wouldn't be good enough and they'd be able to hold it, right? And once excl sort of established that, hey, if you guys let us to the bomb plan, if you let us establish this clutch, we are about to beat you. You're not going to be able to retake. Then we saw a secondary reaction coming from Apeks, and that's what Blair is referring to, is the fights towards Banana. But that's, as I say, it's a reaction to say, hold on a minute, like, we cannot let them execute. We cannot let them establish that bomb plan. We have to go fight them. And then when they did, it was a little disjointed, maybe a little simplistic.
Yeah, very simplistic. It's not like that. It felt like they didn't have the right protocols, or more like they didn't have enough protocols as how to take Banana. They had 1 or 2 plays there. They just swing down Banana, and then of course we had some really clean shots coming out from Salazar and Patty. I just want to point out Patty, by the way. He's the IGL. He's, I think, the 2nd highest rated for this team so far, the RMR, doing a lot of work on the T side, especially opening up sites, doing fantastic stuff. And of course, this is a guy I pointed out in the pregame saying, Salazar, man, you're the primary operator. You were the difference maker yesterday on Inferno against OG. You need to step up here today. And
it was a team victory. We just had the stats page here. It tells a pretty clear story. When everyone is between 14 and 18 kills, you can pinpoint towards anybody that at some point had key impactful kills. So very well deserved from excl, approving their map pick here.
We'll get in some rounds shortly, but just to turn our attention to Apeks, anything that you would have liked to see differently in the second half from them on that T side?
Second half on the T side, I think they did a decent job. They won the pistols, they converted everything, but I felt like, I mean, we have to talk about that one particular round. Maybe we can touch upon that later on, but they just got bamboozled over the B-bomb side, right? I think that was, it's not even a mistake. I really feel it was such a dirty, grimy round from excl. And for Apeks, they're expecting a team like this to pull it off at an RMR. It's a very matchmaking call, but they did it so well.
If I'm not mistaken, that's round 16. But let's start with rounds 2 and 8 to sort of paint a picture of what excl were up to in the first half of the match.
Yeah, we're talking about bomb plan situation, and here this is a key moment in the game, of course. Right at the very beginning, the force buy coming in from excl. Apeks just had won quite comfortably their pistol round, and we'll see the force buy that's coming in. Stiko does a beautiful job at the very beginning. Easy kill, he falls back, and then this is where the trading game from excl is great, because the first line of defense does the job, but they're able to close gap with the Mac-10, and from this position, Kragan with the M4. This is where I'm talking about a bit of a disjointed retake, right? You can see how he's able to isolate, and he plays around with the wall, and this put excl on the ramp. That's exactly what they needed, the runway to break Apeks, and they're going to be able, of course, to resist the force buy after this. So perfect start possible for excl. You shake off the nerves, you're right into the game. You fast forward, this is the fights towards Banana we were talking about. Salazar finding the kill. Stiko is a man that we're going to mention a lot. Here again, very advantageous position for Apeks to be here, and they won't hold.
And this is a mistake from Nock. He gets a first kill. It's a 4v2. There's no need for him to stick around, swinging out wide, trying to get another kill right there. There's no one nearby. No one nearby. He gets taken down. It's a 3v2. And I think Stiko was a little bit lost in the sauce in that round. He was not expecting the sandbags play. And I feel like while the post plans for excl were very, very solid once he got the bomb down, I feel like Apeks on the A and on the B bomb set, it looked very disjointed.
Let's look at a later round now for excl, round 16, Matthew.
Yeah, this is very creative, right? And this is the type of champagne Counter-Strike that we love to see. So full-on fake, bamboozle, shenanigan, whatever word you want to put in. You see this double defense here? There's a little bit of a flick-flack up and down defense. They're going to be able to do a 2-for-2 trades, which is very great, because the core of the strategy is the 3 other CTs already on that side. And here, Quinix finds a kill, he gets traded, and the natural reaction for Apeks is to think, all right, we got him. They wanted to bait us one time, we got it. Here, Salazar Dinks puts the bomb down, he gets traded, and then because he just got killed from Tribox, that position becomes invisible. How the hell could you imagine that there's another player here? If anything, once you've seen 4, might as well be 5.
I'll tell you, the dirtiest part about that round was the fact it was the 2 rifles, by the way, which is playing towards Banana, playing towards Sandbox. So you're expecting, sure, because I believe those are safe rifles. So you're thinking, all right, cool, the 2 rifles are dead, the other pistols are stacking somewhere else. Because usually, you'll see if someone's going to go for that sort of setup, you're going to have the pistols playing towards Banana, the pistols die, and you have the rifles probably tucked in. That would be common sense.
You need to have the right players in the right place.
Yeah, 100%.
What I like about that stack as well, just to quickly jump in, is that it's always a risk to stack all your players on one side. But then within that framework, also double stacking those 2 players together, it just gives you a bit of an insurance policy, and we see it pay off here.
I mean, it was an eco for 3 of the players, right? So they're like, you know, even if we lose this round, it's fine. But the fact that they maximize what could be squeezed out from those 2 FAMASas and then 1 5-7, it made me feel dirty, but also put a smile on my face.
It's a slay of hand. That's what it is. Like, catch me if you can.
Blair and Matthew, we haven't really spoken about map number 2 yet. We don't have too much time, but any thoughts going into Ancient?
I think this is Apeks' most obvious pick. It's a map that is supremely confident on, and we only saw them play it once on day 1 against OG, where they looked phenomenal.
Yes.
They looked good. I'm looking at Sticko. He was great on his first map on Inferno, even though it was a losing effort. Watch him on that A bomb side, on the T side. Those lurks wins rounds for him.
Yes, indeed. I told you we're going to 3, and I'm not going to change my prediction.
Okay, but I'm just going to double check. Do we have to go to a break now? Or
I wasn't sure. I thought I was going to give you a small
producer backstage. No, we do have some time to talk more about Ancient. Let's turn our attention to Apeks here. It was a decent first map by them, but there were definitely some mistakes. How tough is it going to be for Apeks to avoid those mistakes? That can be key to them taking their map pick of Ancient.
So I do think that because of how competitive the game got, the first game jitter or whatever, waking up jitter, I think it's off. Now, I don't think we're going to have that problem anymore. It would be very surprising to see Apeks had such a slow start individually. If everybody's sort of up to par, I think it must be much more competitive. And you have to imagine it's a map where they're not only more comfortable individually, but Sense as a leader probably has way more sort of jacks up his sleeve. So I don't think we're going to see the same problems we saw in Inferno.
A faster start for Apeks players, that's something that you would love to see coming out of them. Maybe starting on the T side will help them out?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like this is one of the teams where starting on the T side, they're going to be very comfortable. You're looking at Sense on the B.
But they won't get to choose that.
No, but I believe, I have a very strong feeling ECSTATIC is just going to
That's true. That's an assumption of mine, but would you disagree? They probably won't get to...
Well, if I'm ECSTATIC right now, I want to start on the T side.
Okay, yeah.
Because the reason behind is, listen, you've just put them in a very uncomfortable position. It is very likely that they're going to try to be proactive and reclaim some of control over that game. If I'm ECSTATIC now, I'm just waiting for a couple pushes. Bro, I just poked the bear.
That momentum from the first map.
Yeah, you just have to put them in their places when they try to take the fight to you, which I think is going to happen. We saw it on Inferno, it was out of frustration. If I'm ECSTATIC, I'm playing a slow game at the very beginning. I let them bite their own tails, and then I can put the rhythm.
Well, ECSTATIC are starting on the CD side, so that particular theory is out the window.
I don't particularly think it's a good choice, but we'll see.
Yeah. I was doing a little salute to the camera that comes like, my assumption, it was right. Guys, any other thoughts before we go to a short break? Matthew, you said you do see this drawing up here 1-1.
No, I just wanted to say there's a storyline we have missed here. Like, can you imagine if we send ECSTATIC to Copenhagen? Their first major ever?
We've got this full Danish lineup, and it's an organization that's relatively new in this space. Here's the word again, pressure. So much pressure here, but so much on the line. If they were to do this here and do it in 2, it would be spectacular. I'm just not sure if it's likely
and they're
at this point in the second match.
They're barely dipping their toes in the top level Counter-Strike. While you look at the lands that they have, there's a challenger here and there's Katowice, I believe. Was it Melbourne that they were in a semi-final to Movistar Riders? They fall off. They're just trying to get to know the very top level. They've been around for a while. how great would it be that your first major, the first time you get to have a goddamn sticker in the game, is on home soil? Like, why are we not harping on that one?
Also, I believe
it would be a fairy tale.
Also, I believe it's their first RMR as well, right? They're playing, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you on that.
I think it's the case. If that's the case, making it to your first major, the first RMR, and the first CS2 major, I think that'd be fantastic. And I just have to say, the first map they played right there, you know, which is a cool thing on Inferno, they played like, you know, like favorites. They weren't playing scared. They were like, we're just going to take the fights. This is our map. We know what we're going to do. If they're able to have that mentality, and if you don't let the moment or the occasion get to them, maybe there could be a miracle.
Blair and Maniac, everything on the line for excl. We're going to see after a short break if Apeks can bounce back. Remember, the winner of this best of 3 will book their spot in Copenhagen for the first Counter-Strike 2 Major.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Orlov who's got on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
It is time for the CS2 Fantasy Draft. I've got Kragan here with me from excl. How are you doing other than the arm?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Thank God it's not your mouse hand.
Yeah.
Especially for the RMR coming up. But luckily you don't need to use any hands for this because we're going to spin the wheel. It's going to land on a team and you get to pick one player from that team and build your ultimate team. But please think about the roles, the positions, and build a team that could win the major.
Let's go.
You ready?
Yeah, very ready.
Let's spin the wheel and watch it go around and see where you will be starting. And you're going to get Heroic.
Okay, Heroic. I think there's a very obvious choice here, I must say. And I'm gonna have to go for Nerds.
I like it.
For like my kind of star player, I would say. So yeah, that's the first man of the team.
Okay, first one, star player role has been taken. Nerds is the one to have it. And we are going to see what will be coming up next for you. A different side of the world.
Yeah. Now there's a bit of a problem, right? Because
straight away.
Yeah. But I think I'm gonna have to go with Elite here.
Still take a leader, okay.
Yeah. To like combine with Nerds in the star roles and some of the semi anchor roles.
Okay.
So like they split the star roles. I think that could work.
And I think Elise is an adaptable player, you know.
Yeah, I think he's played a bit of everything. If I'm
he can be versatile. He's got a long career. So
if I'm not mistaken. Also ball buff.
Ball buff. Yes, that is very true. Him and Grim are rocking that with Star right now.
Yeah.
Ooh. Next up.
Okay, Cloud9.
C9.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to go for Electronic as my
another rifle
as my in-game leader.
Oh, okay. Yeah. By the way, I hate that because Electronic's so good right leading. You're just gonna make his stats suffer.
Yeah, but in my team it's gonna work for sure.
In your team it's gonna work. I believe that confidence. There's a GM doing his thing right now.
Yeah.
So your ideal has been found.
So now I need an AWPer and another support player maybe.
Yes. Oh.
And there we go. That's perfect.
Oh.
Now I can get my man Robs.
Robs in there.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's a perfect fit for the heavy anchor rolls.
So heavy anchor rolls, bit of support and lurking in there as well, T side.
Exactly.
And now you just need to find an AWPer.
Yeah.
Let's spin it. Let's see who we're going to get.
Don't be Cloud9.
You can't get 2 players from Cloud9, so you're fine.
Okay, Nip.
And it is Nip, yes.
So, yeah, I think that's obvious. Have to go with Headtrick, right?
Headtrick is the one. Okay, not a bad team.
No, I think it's good.
A couple of points where it could have been troublesome, but Headtrick in there might actually have success, you know, putting around good players around him, you know, build something that he can work with compared to the current Nip. Now, question. You put this 5-man roster into this RMR with no practice days.
Yeah.
Do they qualify?
Yeah.
Wow.
They go 3-1. I can feel it.
3-1. Okay, you give them a loss, so you're being respectable.
Yeah,
to
Spirit
it.
is in the group, so.
They might get Spirit, yes, so they'll take the loss there.
Yeah.
How is your chances going to be then? You're going to go 3-1 but only lose to Spirit as well? ECSTATIC?
Yeah, maybe lose to this team as well, so we go 3-2.
I like it. I like the confidence. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
After an explosive first map, ECSTATIC are 1 map away from the major, Vince. Ooh, you can feel it, can't you?
It's so close, man. These players have never been at a major before. They've been performing very well in this entire RMR, and obviously taking that first map, winning rounds they really should have no business being even close in.
Yeah, it's crazy. If you missed it, some of the double ups, some of the positional plays, well, they were really quite high IQ, and it paid off with the squad hitting so many sick shots. A lot of aggressive T rounds and a lot of smart CT openers. For Apeks, though, we flipped the script a little bit and look at the fact that the second map here, they've currently got a 5-map win streak in a row on Ancient. This is a map that's going to really throw a bit of a spanner in the works. If you wanted to 2-0 it and guarantee that major spot, well, here it gets a whole lot more interesting.
Yeah, and when you look at the stats as well, it's not just a case of the fact that Apeks is a 5-map win streak, including a win at the RMRs, but additionally, when you look across to ECSTATIC, it makes a pretty bleak reading. 33% win rate after 12 games played on this map. They've lost to the likes of Preasy and Espionage, Fnatic, twice, Sprout, 9 Pandas. So even when you look at the confines and the context of how ECSTATIC come through on this map, it's not been ideal in terms of victories. And when they lose, by the way, it's like 13-2 losses, 13-5 losses. So everything paints a bit of a bleak picture, but as we've talked about, the RMRs brings out a different beast in a lot of players. The pressure, the elation of winning and being so close to the major, that can be a big difference maker.
It can get to you sometimes. The gravity of the situation sneaks in, and you realize just where you are and just what is needed from you. Pistol round goes live now, though. 3-player setup down towards the donut, pushing out for the fast flank towards A main. Patty left as the sole defender. Flashbang thrown out to buy time and slow down the push. It does exactly that. Fragments the setup from the T's, and it's a 1-for-1 opener.
Salazar on the cross, taking a couple of shots, but nothing's too serious, not committing. And Kakanito peppers the floor with Kraken's corpse, and it's going to be ENCE getting involved early on. Had a very slow start on Inferno, not the case here. Nodios and Salazar have the right read of the situation, especially from Salazar's positioning. He's going up on the ramp side, going to try and neutralize one of these T's, but may have missed his opportunity. Needs to wait a little bit of time as well. He's effectively in a 1-on-3 at this point, as his teammate's nowhere near. And Nodios was way too slow. Not sure if they got their wires crossed, the communications weren't quite on point there. But you got 2 players left. They don't play together whatsoever. And that's going to be putting themselves into the lion's den. And Stiko will make sure that that 3rd pistol in a row. They won both pistols on the first map, by the way. 3 out of 3 pistols now won by Apeks.
Winning those pistol rounds does a lot for you. MR12, best of 3 as well. Keep your head held high. And start off this second map with a bit of a different flavor in the way you're going to be playing it. We all know very well, though, what happened back on Inferno and how the tables can turn. For excl on their CT side, what's the call going to be here? Group up towards Red Room. They love going for these tank setups.
I'm all for it, man, honestly. That's why. Jacob didn't even get a kill. Instantly splattered by 2 USP headshots. And that's going to be a Galil picked up in the process. Apeks already going to be sprinting across to the B side. And Stiko going to try and do what he can to thin the herd. Another kill comes in. Already a bit of a costly round on Apeks.
Get the weapons out their hands. And then you can recover them, try and scavenge both of those lane weapons. So Galil and Mac-10 now in the palms of the Danes. Stiko, some fast shots out middle, but he backs off to play for the long con. See if he can find the saving CTs and deny them bringing the weapons over for free. Heard the audio, flanks round the back, and leaves Salazar in a very watery grave.
Queenix is in all sorts of bother. And of course, they came through into this with USPs, so they are very happy with the outcome. It will be 2-0 to Apeks, but they started solidly on Inferno, and things quickly went out of control for them. Also, to keep in mind, I think the desk brought up that Jacob, and I think you mentioned it as well, was at about a 1.5 rating or so coming into this. In the first map, still continued to impress with a 1.3, 84.7 ADR, even though his team ended up losing. So he's been so consistent, man.
Yeah, he really has been. All of Apeks were above a 1.0. Ooh, hello. Straight out bid into this round though. No time to talk stats as already there's damage being dealt into the third. A clash for mid and control of lane. T's want to strike back on that one at least, and Kakanito denies Patty from being able to find that opening frag through the back of Cave. Equalizes the numbers a little bit and brings it back down to a 3 versus 4. Still looking back towards the B-bomb site as well. 2 of the CTs doubling up together.
This flank position from Kakanito, though, is going to be pretty important, you have to feel, come the end of this round. Doesn't need to budge an inch as of yet, but if he hears rotations, he could pick off a player going into Cave. And if Apeks get a bit of success over on the A side and rotations come out, he can sneak around the back of excl as well. However, Nork is going to be joining him momentarily alongside Stiko, trying to land the shot in midair. Be making moves. Kakanito now going to begin to try and crack open a bit of vulnerability, exploit that if possible. 30 seconds now, the first frag goes his way. I think he would have heard 2 players over here, goes to check it, but Nodius is up to the task. An even trade back and forth though will allow Apeks to post plant.
Punch in the digits, and then back off for the post plant positioning. Nork playing on the close angle down towards bottom ramp. 2 of them going to be facing him in a matter of seconds. You're looking for quick trades, instantaneous connection to the head. Kragan clashes back and picks up the AK to roam into the site. Stiko waiting for the jump across. He's prepared and unloads the Kalashnikov, getting that round and finding 3 for them, even if it was down to a very tight scenario at the end there.
Tight scenario, but it's one that going into the first few moments, you can see there from the perspective of the replay, was a 2-for-0 trade in favor of excl. That was a 5v3. They ended up losing. And although Kakanito only got 1, the fact that he was able to get the intel on the second player of Nodius was a big, big moment in that one. And potentially for this overall best of 3, that grenade is shredded Jacob though. Drops to 44. It's against pistols, but it puts him in that range of the running gun from Kragan. And the flash is good. It stops Sense from retreating and retorting back onto this mid-control. Kragan's got another one.
Oh, mate. Oh, the Kragan. Unstoppable. Dragging the boats down into the depths. Stiko, he sinks him. Replying back with the AK. Pressure towards Cave as well, keeping them on their toes, but there's one man slivering up to try and backstab. Salazar, armed with the P250. If they don't clear this, if he's heads up about it and looks towards the site at just the right time, he could punish. They do get by him. Bomb now on the site. Stiko looks to clear, but it's an off angle. You're not going to see anything. You won't know that he's hiding here. Rest of the team trapped towards B as well. It's Kakanito down towards the ramp. He's got that covered with the AK. Meanwhile, Salazar starts to move back in. Clean up crew action towards the ramp, though.
Really nice. I was a bit concerned from it a second. I saw he had 10 bullets left in the magazine, but he used each and every one of them to dispatch those remaining players on the B side. And now Queenix with the AK. Salazar. I mean, if he had a kit right now, this would be really interesting. I think best case scenario is maybe a kill out of this one. If he can pivot off Queenix, there's a way forward. If he can throw the disruption in and allow Queenix to go for that wide swing from red, maybe they can start to get something done. But in terms of the overall standing of this round, it's not really going to happen. They don't have a kit anyway. The bait and switch has worked out. And don't think Queenix will live to tell a tale, though. He's threading through the correct part of the site in the perfect moment, but Kakanito with the peak, and Stiko gets blown to pieces. Apeks, though, 4-0 in the lead.
And this is a bread and butter map for them. Really confident on it. You see a lot of these aggressive plays towards the B site where they'll show no respect. They'll just try and lay claim to what they want. Some big ifs into this round, some potential. It could have made it a whole lot worse for the side of Apeks. Costly, of course. It is only one player that survives, but in the grand scheme of the game, you're going to be content with how this is at least going for now. You've already got the opening 4. Back to basics once again. excl love fighting for bottom middle, but the utility deals a bit of damage to slow it down. Salazar on the scope. Ooh, okay. This could be one of these rounds where he rolls it back to Inferno already.
Oh, that flick wasn't far off either. But they know that he was boosted up, so therefore 2 players around the corner. They've dealt with Kragan after he was able to expunge the first player. Good flash in, stops Salazar in his tracks, allows Jacob to make moves and close the gap. And Salazar must realize that if he peeks outside a temple, his life will be deemed forfeit. Flashbang is good from the CTs, keeping Nork at bay. That smoke is going to clear momentarily from Donut, and then action will ensue. Sense their laden weight, Jacob gets the upper hand onto Salazar, and the flash is good. The follow-up damage also on point. 2 kills back-to-back for the CTs gives them a window of opportunity, but that window's being slammed by Nork. Now down to Kakanito, full defuse comes in, spray through the smoke, is going to connect, and frag Queenix. It was getting close. excl may very well have taken the entirety of Apeks down, but it will be at the cost of a 5th round in a row.
Getting a little bit scary when he's taking bites at them from Donut, bullet after bullet, barely off target. Finally finds it. But man, Salazar in that position, with some of the shots he's been hitting and how composed he's been as well, no matter what you're throwing at him. If it's a full sight take, if he's blind, if he's feeling uncomfortable in terms of being outmanned and outgunned, he hits some blinding shots.
Deep in thought right now are excl, and understandably so, Jackie. I mean, they've made a couple of really good reads, and they've had 2 close back-to-back rounds. So, I mean, the T's economy, by the way, normally at 5-0, you look at it and they're going to be on like 8 to 10K minimum. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few players below 1,000. Exactly. They've lost all their plays in the previous 2 rounds, even with post-plants. So excl at least can be optimistic about that and realize that this isn't some crazy mountain they have to climb. If they just chip away now and get success, they could get 2 or 3 rounds back-to-back and be straight in this one. I think the concerning sign is that once again, you're getting picked off early doors from these openers. You've lost a couple of 3v5s, 3v4s. That's going to be cause for concern.
A few rounds though, where if you re-roll the dice a couple of times, at a certain point, it's going to come up with a nat 20. You're going to be able to squeeze over the finish line. Utility here being a bit of an issue as well, of course, as they had to buy up what they could, prioritizing the firepower, but leaving themselves somewhat open in terms of the aggressive utility to fight for control of bottom ramp and lane. Salazar with a HE, dashing it round the corner, does get the tag off onto Sense and a little bit of information for free because of that, and they begin to build this stack, setting themselves back towards Red Room with gravitation round towards B. They second guess it. They instead go for the setup to take mid control themselves. They want to push out on this. Oh, if they don't get spotted or at least find a pickup onto Jacob, then you could get your way back into the bomb site. But he finds one, hits the head.
That's Jacob's job, man. Cause mayhem, create chaos, and land those entries. And although it's a great cost to his HP bar, it is going to alleviate the pressure on middle. It allows them to make moves on catwalk, to bolster up the elbow position as well. And although there's only 25 seconds coming up on the clock, they have forward positions on Cave. The Kakanito's been found and laid to rest. One defender in the form of Queenix is going to be feeling the effects of this one, but Paddy will join him in. And I think it's time that's going to be the biggest adversary, as it is to everybody, of course, for Apeks. They felt compelled to get aggressive and push out of Cave, and it just cost them life after life. So yes, Jacob got the entry, but it was so late into the round, Jackie, that excl, they're able to actually get success and keep 4 players alive.
Yeah, they go back towards the A site play, funneling themselves through the donut. It's a nice underhand flash as well. Playing to support his team, wastes a bit of time, keeps them blind. He peeks back in with a Famous. You do enough. This is what we were saying. There's been so many of these rounds where 1 or 2 small decisions, at a certain point, it's going to pay off. And like you highlighted going into that as well, it's not as if Apeks are rolling in the cash, living it large with the money. No, it's been close every time because of how many players they've been losing. So instantly, you find yourself fighting with a far scrappier buy, boost up this time. Jacob holding towards the bottom, but the nade is right on the money.
Stiko's kneecaps blown out, 9-2. Again, deserves a lot of credit for not being the guy you expect to be top fragging, but in both of these maps in this series, he has come out swinging early doors. However, probably not going to get much done in this one from his perspective. But again, as ever, the giving teammate, he'll take the damage so the rest of them don't need to. They can put those 2 rifles to play and to use. They're probably going to pick up the pace, I'd imagine, after that last round went a little bit sloppy towards the end. But credit to the Danes as well, man, Jackie. These rounds they've been losing, but they've been holding on. They've been making Apeks fight for every corner of this map, and this is the outcome. Big entry for Patty onto mid, and Jacob could be following suit, but does clap back.
Nodios now. Will he be able to defend the ramp? 1 by 1, they funnel themselves into him, staggered and slow, giving him the ability to adjust the crosshair time after time. And those kills all go the way of the Danes. excl, with only a single casualty on the trade back towards Red Room, guarantee themselves another one here to start a bit of a comeback on their CT side and keep the scoreline close overall. Only 3 rounds of difference between these 2 teams here into the second map of a qualification best of 3. The Major on the line for these 2 teams. And Apeks down to the Deagles in the 8th.
3 AKs also in those previous 2 rounds, saving 4 players' lives. Jacob was looking for that 1 Deeg, playing off a couple of pistols, but gets mollied out of position. And there's a flash behind it as well. I wouldn't be surprised, Jackie, if in the next couple of rifle rounds, Apeks just go for a straight-up fast hit somewhere. Because these last 4 or 5 rounds, from their perspective, have been very slow, methodical, maybe a little bit telegraphed, maybe a little bit obvious. If you remember when they were having tons of success in their early game on Ancient, it was Jacob, it was Kakanito just rushing up ramp, rushing up middle, and having loads of success against OG. Maybe more respect being shown here as Kragan goes in for 2. And a 3rd, locking down middle with Patty. But it was that aggression that was yielding so much success for them, and we haven't really seen that just yet.
I think the difference in this one as well comes from excl being able to play towards mid pretty confidently, right? Because if you don't at least apply that pressure on your T side, then they've got that quick rotate at the back of lane. They're peeking you from either side. So you're not only being forced back by the initial utility towards ramp, towards cave, but then you get swung on by the mid players. And sometimes we're seeing Jacob hit those shots. Sometimes excl warming up, getting confident, and being able to fight for control of this. This one obviously far easier in terms of the weaponry you're going up against, but we've seen him do it against buys. And this might be another one of those rounds, as there's cash to splash again. Apeks reinvesting into it. For excl, it's good they recover early on their CT side, because suddenly that pressure starts to hit you, right? You kind of sat there thinking, all right, the scoreline's really snowballing. We're not finding many opportunities. Even though they've been close, if you don't get the actual round itself, it starts to hurt. At least here, Vince, we've really got a game already into the second map.
Yeah, I was getting a bit concerned for excl after that 5-0 start. I thought, okay, here we go. This is where the screws start to get turned a little bit, but there's the aggression. It's not from the T's perspective, though, it's the CT's. And Salazar dealing with one. They were cordoned off behind those smokes and Molotovs. So Sense rushed the site by himself. The T is still stuck back on double doors behind smokes. excl doing a really good job of dictating the pace of these rounds and kind of controlling Apeks, forcing them to do their bidding.
They've got so many smokes. They can cycle them one after another. We've already seen 2 used on the double doors. That's so much time burnt off the clock. There's still another one in reserve as well. So for Apeks, you're down to a very late position in the round before you can even attempt to push. Jacob's getting a bit suspicious about a potential flank as well. Because of the pressure they've been applying deep in main, deep towards middle, you have to be heads up about this. The last of the smokes that was lurking towards B is now used on the doors. That's not going to leave you much time. Once it fades, it really is going to be pretty late on this. Nobody else has confidence to just face it. Oh, and there's a Molotov as well. This could get really rough.
I'm just thinking about Apeks being like, let me in! Let me in! Just the 3 of them sat out there like, please, we want to play the game. Stop smoking us. Well, that wish is going to be granted, but as you highlighted, there's Molotov, there's a flashbang. Man, honestly, Apeks might just be saving at this stage. Their money's in the bin. They don't really have any prospects of hitting this site, but they're going to go for it anyway, and they're going to get the entry from Jacob. Nork at least is going to keep them honest in here and try and tickle that bomb, draw out a bit of fire. He knows that one of the players, Nodius, is over on the alcove side, but there's nothing he can do about that. So a saved AK is the only thing that Apeks will bring outside of this round. And I would like to see Apeks call a tactical timeout before the next rifle round.
Seems like a pause overall. But I think what's interesting there as well is you see the difference, right? As soon as they actually had a better amount of money to work with in terms of the utility for excl, you answer early on with the double Molotov, the double HE, you push out cave, they're swinging on them and fighting for it. So it's not as if Apeks going into that round, even if they did want to kind of switch up the pace and go, all right, let's get quick ramp control, look for an entry, see if we can get in, one of you can split push through cave, you're being burned out, you're eating damage from the nades, softens you up, and then they just cycle the smokes after trapping them towards bottom ramp. And that's really well played, because it just makes you think early on there is at least the right ideas and the right confidence for excl to now adapt their play style. They're looking good to fight towards mid. When there has been pressure applied on A, the setups look pretty damn tight as well, but they're not giving them just free control of B.
It shows that excl have done their homework as well, Jackie, because the ramp catwalk side was pressured constantly in conjunction with middle. I mean, that's a pretty standard, straightforward, ancient T side anyway, but it's the timings, it's the way that they've locked this one down with consistent cycling, as we mentioned, of the utility, and not really playing A much. They've been kind of having one player, maybe 2 on A, if the mid-control portion wasn't quite elected down, and that's what the other element of taking mid affords you. You don't necessarily have to play somebody donut. You can play someone passive on the A site. It allows you to have a quicker rotation through red onto the B, or through up on the catwalk to try and take cave control, and the Danes are doing a really, really good job of just controlling the pace of this. And it goes back to what we were talking about before, and one of the things that Apeks really didn't show us in Inferno is right now CS2 affords the CTs to be aggressive in a lot of areas. Even on maps before you wouldn't have thought about, you know, because the game has changed, the pacing has changed. And some teams are still playing it like it is CSGO. Some teams are adapting to the current sort of meta, if you want to call it that. So excl are doing a really, really good job here. Apeks going to have some Tech 9s and Mac 10s. Maybe this is the faster pace round we were looking for.
Early smoke thrown out. Close contact set up for Queenix. Wants to dash the Molotov. Labored spray on the Kalashnikov, though, and his head gets ripped off by the MAC-10. 4 versus 4. Side control now in the hands of Apeks. Up close towards CT. They break the smoke, and Kragan unleashes himself again on the site, wanting to deny any potential for the plant and clean up against the oncoming assailants of Apeks. Stiko with just a Tech-9 in his palms, back towards Temple, and no chance there.
Kragan's 4K locks down a 5th. That's 5 rounds back-to-back between these two teams, 5-0 to 5-5. And the fact they couldn't even muster a bomb plant out of that, Jackie, they got the opening pick for a 1-for-1 trade. You're thinking, bare minimum, it's a bomb plant here. Not the case. Okay, I said I'd like to see a tactical timeout before the next rifle round. We have got it because quite clearly things are not working as it stands right now. You have to make some adjustments, or at least play the reverse psychology element of faking like you're going to make some adjustments and see if the CTs bite down on that one. Some of it sometimes does come down to spawns as well, though. Like, if you have kind of garbage spawns time after time, you can't necessarily hit ramp as fast as you'd like. But I'm seeing there that they got a couple players spawned over onto the ramp side. Like, ENCE has probably the best spawn for it. Still not ideal, though. It's been a rough one here, Jackie. Like, I honestly thought coming through Ancient would be a bit of a formality of a map. Like, it would be Apeks pretty convincingly. The start made me feel even more justified on that. But full credit to excl, man. Like, they're playing some good Counter-Strike.
No, you're getting back into it and you're fighting for it. It's not as if you're just being given a lot of mistakes. You're actively taking that map control off them. And they're shooting hard right now. Makes a lot of difference. Salazar as well. This is going to be a real test for him. B-side bombardment fast up the ramp. The flick does not deliver as Jacob takes the map control away. So 4 versus 5. The rotates there. Backstab of Kragan. Does he expect this? Stiko lurking towards the door still. Meanwhile, ENCE is slaying on the bomb site, and frag after frag. Apeks are lighting up this round. Bits of chip damage dealt out to the T's, but they're healthy enough, and they've got the advantage. They peek into Patsy. The Spartan with the AUG in his hands, trapped out of the round though, waiting for Nodios to give him an entry to build off of. Okay, here we go, they're starting to find their way in. Time ticking away, the Galil of Kakanito, good to defend as 2 frags go the way of Apeks, and the 6th round is theirs.
That's such a heroic effort to even get close in that round for excl. They knew they had enough cash to go in for another investment here into the last round of the half regardless, so they were kind of putting themselves in and saying, all right, boys, the pressure's off, see what you can do in this 2-on-4, 2-on-5. And my God, did they deliver. They managed to scrape out an AWP as well on the side of Apeks. I don't remember Nork having many opportunities to AWP on this half. To be completely honest, this might be his first one. So see if he can have any impact here, but they have broken the curse of the 5-round streak. Elbow being grenaded onto. And this isn't to call Jacob out by any stretch, because he's been phenomenal for Apeks throughout this tournament. He is having a bit of a slower start to this one, but the pace has been picked up, and Kakanito and Salazar trade out kills.
I think they found the weak link. They want to keep bombarding towards the B site. They feel confident to brute force their way in. Exchange of utility, that Molotov won't do too much other than just keep him trapped in cave for now. HE banks off the wall and inflicts a little bit of damage. The shrapnel onto Stiko. Jacob spamming his way up the ramp, but joins the rest of the squad.
Oh, great shot from Jacob, though. Speak of the man, and he shall deliver. Flick across from Nork, and it is a blender. Cave turns into a graveyard for excl, and Apeks take the 7-5. And it's no surprise, Jackie, the last 2 rounds are successful. Both are fast B hits. This is what Apeks are very solid at doing, and they will lead the second half 7-5. But I think excl, they might be a bit disappointed at how the half ended, but I think they'll be relatively happy the fact that they did stave off this horrible half that was looking like it was shaking up, and actually made Apeks work for each and every one of those rounds.
Yeah, obviously the scoreline itself as well doesn't reflect how tight the opening rounds were. You know, talking about the fact that Nork didn't have opportunities to AWP is because the money was in the bin so many rounds consistently, because they're going down to 1 or 2 players even when they do get a round under their belt. They were always fighting, always on the back foot, but always fighting, throwing out fists and trying to look for an advantageous opening to get themselves into the driving position of this game. And you're not trailing by that much whatsoever. Like you say, the overall scoreline could have been far worse for them. 7-5, Hell, if you can finally break the curse of Apeks being absolutely dominant on pistols, you could quickly close this gap.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 pistols Apeks have picked up for themselves, so excl will be hoping also to break that statistic. Patty with a fantastic first half, well over 100 ADR with 15 frags. Shared more along the Apeks players at 11 for Stiko, 11 for Kakanito. Patty, speaking of him, going to see the first action in this one through middle, but it's all trying to just take away the initiative over on the B side of the map. But Nork already connecting one, putting them into those Julies. Kakanito is spitting bullets, but not able to deny the bomb plant. All the T's, though, are just being spilled down from Nork's hand. And Patty can't do anything better from his position. That 4K from Nork, though, huge impact, as Apeks will win a 4th consecutive pistol in this best of 3.
I don't think that's a regulation USP. I think he's got a scope on that bad boy, Vince. That's not acceptable, is it? Peak after peak, blowing them away. Oh, man. You come into the B site, he's quickly proving that this is his domain on the CT side. Jacob with the final frag, an eruption from Apeks as well. We were saying one of the factors about this team is how they bounce off each other as well. Like the morale's always normally pretty high. They seem confident. They're always yelling. Kakanito's cracking jokes. The team seems like a great bunch of guys in terms of the way they play off each other. They finally got sort of checked in Inferno in terms of the energy being dipped a bit. But now they're back into a position where they feel like they've got something to shout about once again. Very early pickup on the AWP for Nork as well.
The vibe was indeed checked, and it came out good on Ancient so far for Apeks, but that can still turn. That can still fade away. The smiles turn into grimaces, and sadness begins to fall into play. Of course, this is for a qualification spot. The loser is not done by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe excl are in this round, or perhaps I spoke too soon. Queenix and Patty both taking kills and cracking open the site again. No retreat for Nork. Salazar shuts him down in the back and trades up to the AWP.
That flick from Queenix. Oh boy. They're on one right now. They're feeling it. excl, they clap straight back. You like going for fast plays at B, do you? Well, we can do it on A.
Oh man, those entries were just mad. Just back and forth. I think it was a 3-for-1 trade outside of A main. So even though Apeks had multiple players on the site, it wasn't one of those rounds where it's like you catch them off guard, they're trying to stack middle, they're caught in trans. No, they had tons and tons of players here, and you still win out in the trades.
That was one very gory Galil. Around excl are going to be happy to get under the belt as well. Clapping straight back into the game.
Uh-oh. Headset's been taken off, Jackie. It's not normally a good sign.
It looks like a technical pause being called on this one. It's always interesting, isn't it, as well? Because sometimes it throws a spanner in the works at the worst possible time. You're starting to feel like, oh, we've got the momentum. We're answering straight back. We can play with that. You find yourself in flow state. And then reality dawns on you. You look at your surroundings. You realize where you are. For the Danes, a map away from the major. The first CS2 major on the precipice for them. For Apeks, another major appearance for many of these players. Kakanito making his first. ENCE, the same can be said for him.
Yeah, for many of these excl players, the major is a place they call home. Copenhagen. Their home soil. Home turf. And depending on how the rest of the performances go today, you obviously have Preasy, you have Astralis, who I believe actually won their first map. They may have even dialed in that win by this point. But you're in a situation where excl could feasibly be the only Danish team that make it. Through this qualifier at least. So there's a lot resting on these guys' shoulders. They can't be thinking about that though. They can only focus on their own game. The things they can control. They were in full control on Inferno.
Oh yeah.
And we said they were showing experience way above their pay grade, so to speak. A team that hasn't been to a major before. A team that, is, unless I'm mistaken, and do correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't think they've been to an RMR before necessarily, as is 5 at least.
I think some of these players, it's your first RMR debut, right? We've seen the brand a couple of times at least, but for this roster, for all 5 of them playing under the banner, obviously a project that would really be paying off, right? It's something where time and time again, excl, they're always in the runnings. They're always just scrapping their way through those open qualifiers. They always turn up. But to actually get it over the finish line, and in the group of death as well, when you look at both of these RMRs, right, for EU, this is the one where you're thinking, man, okay, maybe there could have been a timeline in Group A, but for it to be this game in qualification, with all the other rosters that are still potentially fighting to even make it there, oh boy.
Yeah, their one loss, of course, both teams coming into this at 2-1. Their one loss was to MOUZ, which was a 13-8 loss, which, you know, they made it through. They looked fantastic. Yeah. They even dethroned Spirit. Right? Yeah, I mean, the team, even when we've got the content with Banks, you know, talking with the players, every time it's like, well, the Spirit stopped, you know, like it's over. They're almost speaking like Spirit were definitely making it through 3-0. They were going to be immortal. Wasn't the case. And then on the other side, you've got Apeks. Their one loss was to Cloud9, who also caused a huge upset against Vitality. So these two teams, they've been through the gauntlet, they've been through the grinder, and yet they find themselves in a pretty evenly poised game right now. It's very interesting to see how this group has come down, because I think a lot of people's expectations have kind of been brought back to reality to a certain degree.
You see how it starts to seep in as well, can't you? The body language.
Yeah, Nork's just going full zen. Like he's imagining his happy place, like a beach or something like that, some palm trees, just chilling. Can't blame him. Just gotta try and zone it all out, you know, just keep yourself as focused and as relaxed as possible in these situations.
And it's interesting because you see there's so many different things that work for different players, right? Sometimes people are a little bit more jovial. They try and sort of, you know, laugh it off, play up to the camera a little bit. Because
like sound yesterday.
Yeah, exactly, right? Sort of throwing in some goofs. But in a game like this, it's hard to know what's going through everyone's heads. It's an awful lot that you're sort of trying to really understand and figure out in a short space of time. But this was the round. If you're joining us now, an intense affair between these two teams. A wild burst towards the A site from what most likely should have been a 9th round under the belt of Apeks. We go 8-6, and the knock-on effect is now felt. The broken money. Deagle's in play for the CTs.
What should have been 9-5 scoreline, realistically, is now excl potentially breaching the gap, but Kakanito double headshotting through on A main. Bit of damage done to Queenix, but more important than any of that is the intel. It allows them to rotate all of their players across to try and plug the gap. The issue with that, though, is that this intel has limited value on it. It has an expiry date. There's so much time left in the round. excl may have been spotted in A main. They don't have to commit to it, though.
No, it's the old classic, right? You call it they're all coming, but then you're thinking, well, they do have legs. They could always rotate off. Don't know if they'll be committing to this just yet. But Nork on the P-Cup, he'll know there's a player boosted, so at least 2 of the potential 3 Ts are still close towards A main. And the rest of Apeks, well, they've been called in. The cavalry is arriving.
Oh, Nork puts the spear directly to the dome of Patty. Queenix, though, does come back with one, but there is Deco on the Deagle again. Saw him land some outrageous one-taps on their game earlier in the tournament against OG. And he's keeping that thread alive. Queenix, in the meanwhile, with 7 bullets in the magazine, running out of time, running out of life. And Jacob puts him down where he stands. So all of those worries and doubts of the previous round have been pushed aside for Apeks, and they return the favor.
Kind of sick as well, right, to go for a call like that where you're thinking, okay, Kakanito, just push out A main, take the 1 hero rifle, we'll play with the pistols. Best case scenario, you do a ton of damage and get some info. Worst case scenario, we at least know where they are, and then maybe we can soften them up with the pistols on a retake. But they passed that test with flying colors, and excl caught off guard. Still tried to commit to the late A play off the back of the initial damage. But it seemed like that strike from Kakanito broke their shield and left them vulnerable.
Some exquisite Deagle work as well, man. That Nork 1 Deag was delicious, and then obviously we saw Steakos as well. Really great to see that on the replay. And even slowed down for extra effect. I wish my Deagle worked that well, Jackie. It must be the Deagle that's at fault, right? It's definitely not me.
Have you been, you know, inspecting a weapon and blowing on it, making sure there's nothing in the barrel?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm definitely just getting like dodgy Deagles.
Yeah.
It can't be my aim, right?
No, change the skin, Vince.
I'll change my resolution across there as well.
It's always the classic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Guys, he's one big me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm playing on an entirely different PC, guys. Oh, right. Well, no time for that. No shenanigans here. We're straight back into it. Round 16. It's already underway. Kakanito with the utility, forced off the close lip of Cave by the Molotov, and Queenix, oh, he's starting to make his move up. You've got two players here supporting each other, though.
Nice entry from Queenix. That crossfire is so on point. 2 make it 3 kills. It was looking a little bit dicey, a little bit grim for a few moments, but Apeks looking to dial in their 10th. And Kragan, miles behind the rest of his team, was anticipating a mid-push. Tech 9 in hand, and he's walking into, let's be honest, certain death. And Jacob will oblige. 14 frags. He started slow in this. I think it was 6 kills in the first half. He's now accelerating with rapid aggression, landing these kills on the CT side. And it looks like this map could be over soon unless excl can find the winning formula.
You've got to find an answer. Even with the additional caveats, the issues they're facing. With the rounds that have been slipping by when they did have weapons, the knock-on effect of them now being in a spot where you really don't have that much to work with, just pistols, basically. The Glock 18s. And Apeks, if they take this one, which they should, that's 11. 1 away from map point. Then that would take us all the way to the bookend of the series, the third and final map being where this would be decided.
Yeah, I'm just so tilted because I do the fantasy league and I was going to pick Jacob and I didn't. And now I feel like a fool.
He wants his 9th major, Vince. He wants to get another one under the belt, right?
Yeah, discussing on the desk as well. And we brought this up when we cast him on the first day. This guy is such a veteran. He's had such a colourful career, but it's not been one of those careers that's always been at the very tippity top of Counter-Strike. He's been back and forth, up and down the tiers. So if nothing else, he is a real inspirational story of perseverance, hard work, and graft will get you where you need to be. Absolutely deserves this opportunity. How did Queenix survive that?
I don't know, man. Just took it straight to the vest. Shakes it off, but doesn't seem like it'll amount to anything overall. Not getting 2 at the end. Okay, so the round itself going the way it should, right? We're not expecting anything too crazy with the Glocks, really.
Getting into panic stations now for excl. You had the first map we were discussing. They had opportunities on this one as well. Apeks didn't look flawless. 11-6. This could be their last hurrah on Ancient here, Jackie. AKs, they lose this. They're back to the drawing board with probably Tech 9s and Deegs. Super important round, but they've got the opening pick.
Patty, a behemoth for this team. Oh, he's back. The sleeping giant has awoken once more. And those 2 frags are worth their weight in gold as these AK's arabesques, they're slaying, Vince. You've suddenly found yourself in a position where there's only 2 players left for Apeks. Jacob highlighting him an awful lot because of the plays he's been making. At least shuts down Kragan at Red Room.
Dialing the digits, going to try and pick up the pace of this round and force Apeks into what looks like a save. Because here Jacob is very aware of the prospects of a fast flank round the back of A main. But it's that man again, Patty. It's not like the money, though, for excl here is really on point. This feels like it's less worth to deny the weapons from Apeks than it is to hold on to your own gun. So yeah, he's playing more of an exit frag, where he'll be playing more reactive. I'm completely on board with this one. But considering you look at their money, it's like no one is over even sort of $600-700. You lose this AK from Patty, and that's going to hurt you probably long-term, big picture. So correct decision made. Good round, though. And it's all about the entries. They had good mid-spawns. They made the most of them.
And those quick rounds have been what's been working for them. When they've got rifles and they can play off spawn, play to clash early. I mean, they're hitting their shots. They're looking pretty drilled into a lot of these rounds as well. It is just obviously the bigger factor of looking up, seeing that scoreboard. knowing if you make 2 mistakes, then this map is done and dusted. Can't afford to have that happen. A barrage of utility thrown towards bottom mid this time, but Patty does it again. He's so clean on these entries, and that's Jacob, the star man we're talking about. Well, his shining light's been going out.
Yeah, he's been getting away with these kind of peaks in each and every one of their maps, time after time, and no one's really been able to stand toe-to-toe with him and deliver. At this point, it might be a case of Jacob, like, okay, I have to respect that Patty is going to continue to punish me if I peek into those angles. It was through smoke. Could be a bit fortunate, but you've put your team into a very difficult position again. And Kakanito, Molotov'd off, forced into cave. Kraken is still waiting in mid. So if there is a rotational element coming through from Stiko, he's probably a dead man, but Kakanito gets one, and there it is. Popping up from the boxes, and in doing so, securing the round.
Another 2 players saved. That's all you can really go for. Sure, they had money to buy into this one, but it gets a whole lot worse the longer this ticks on by. For excl, now they've actually got a little bit more room to push. Go John Rambo, see if you can find those CTs, strip the weapons from them. They set up again towards the A main, playing for the exits as the time ticks away on the plant.
Ends with 6 players making it through into the next round, but excl clawing their way back into this. Making Apeks sweat again. And this has been a consistent factor. It looked like Apeks were going to just run away with the first half. excl came back. Second half is more of the same. You've got to respect this excl roster. I think a lot of people coming into this RMR kind of wrote them off. Don't really know these guys that well. There's no star players that are at the very top of CS, you know, with tons of hype behind them. But they are showing that they are a rock-solid outfit. And Patty in particular is doing so much work. Great grenade into peak from Nork though. And this time the opening pick goes in favor of Apeks.
He'd already got past though before the smoke was broken, so he set up inside of the cave. Jacob looks to respond down ramp as well, and that's a 1-for-1 back in favor of the T's. The only problem is the last 3 that remain alive are on ramp, grouped up together with low health on 2 of the key players. They get themselves into the site, but can you do anything with it?
Yeah, once those smokes begin to dissipate, low HP bar on Nodius is why Salazar is playing more aggressive angles. You have to try and take the fights to alleviate that pressure, and it allows those weakened players to hold the angles and try and get the drop. Salazar missing that shot, uncharacteristic. He's been on point throughout the series, but it isn't punished fully just yet. Oh, and Stiko caught with a nade out, and Salazar's different position now is going to force Sense and Kakanito away. Stiko was the main part of this retake though. As soon as he dies, you're bottlenecked into cave, and no survivors. Apeks do not have a single player come out of this round, and a 3v3 locked in from weakened players.
The opening opportunity with a missed AWP shot, you're thinking the retake's about to all build in favor of Apeks with the flank towards ramp. But the heads-up maneuver to peek it, catching him with the smoke in his hand, they strike. And at that point, they bail out, realizing that they can't go for the play, running straight into the crosshair of the man lurking at the bottom. Like you say, nothing brought into the next. They clean house. This is a map that Apeks, they've won 5 times in a row, each ancient game, looking better and better in terms of the way they're playing with their confidence. But at the minute, excl are building a timeline where they could force themselves into it to attempt to win this one. Apeks hadn't reached match point yet, so overtime isn't something we need to think about. They could still do this in regulation, especially with the fact that this round you're going to have a very limited tool set to work with.
You've absolutely nailed it, Jackie. They're not playing for OT right now. They are playing for the outright win. They'll feel like this Apeks CT side is vulnerable. Hyper-aggressive plays in again. And although Apeks have tried consistently to take mid-control, hasn't really been working out. But there it is, the Zeus. In one of the tailor-made positions for this very weapon. This is going to ruin many players' days across matchmaking, let me tell you that much. I've already been wrecked from this multiple times. Doesn't feel good.
It's a very horrible shock to the senses. But this time, they realize it's not worth the fight towards Cave. They split out on a push towards the A site. Kraken with one. Peppering them with bullets, but no stereo frags found for the roster of Apeks as the site is now claimed by excl.
Yeah, that 2-for-1's not going to be good enough, realistically. Now, Apeks will have another buy. They're going to have 3 to 4 rounds of round loss bonus accruing, so they may as well go in and see if they can get a couple kills, maybe take some weapons out. Hell, if they're good enough, maybe even outright win. And Jacob showing us with the deagle that there is a way forward, trying to inspire the rest of the troops. Salazar misses his timing, but not really a big deal. Nodios is going to hear them trying to wrap back around from red. Straightforward kill, and Sense is stuck. His shadow betrays him, but Queenix realizes he's going to go down with the bomb anyway. I don't need to do the dirty work. That'll finish him off for me. excl have brought it down to a 1-round deficit from, what was it, 11-6? 11-7? Suddenly it's 11-10, and all the pressure beginning to apply and build up for Apeks.
It's where you have to prove you keep, show you're handy with the steel, and that the nerves don't get to you. If you win this round, both teams are sat with 11 under the belt. excl a safety net of being 1 map up in the series. And a timeout called.
Yeah, it was 11-6, Jackie. That's 4 rounds in a row that excl have earned. Not just one, they've earned each and every one of these. Apeks no push over on this map, but excl is showing us that they are the real deal. And the other thing as well, Jackie, you're mentioning there, like if excl win this round, they're going to be tied up. It's two-pronged, it's double-edged. It'll also be Apeks broken, unless they can save. So excl know that they are on the precipice of maybe securing a 2-0. It looked so far away, 11-6, and yet here we stand.
Oh, Nodios! He just spams his way through the wall instantly, beheading Nork. That's an opening frag with no visual contact. And no damage back either, and here is the move. Run up ramp and look to claim this site. Bullets whiz through the smoke, tagging onto one of them, sure. The rotation is called in for the CT side. They try to group up and look for some damage. Jacob spamming in, lays claim to a single T, bringing it down to a 4 versus 4.
Nodios was the weakened player though, and he's already done his job. Molotov into Cave, going to keep a couple of the CTs away, and at arm's reach, Jacob can't get the entry into Cave they were desperately looking for. That would have unlocked and activated Kakanito and Stiko, but in doing so, Kraken is still here with a double spray. There's a team killing as well from Stiko, but Sense is keeping them in the player advantage. Salazar with it all to do with his AWP, nails the first player. There's not much time left on the fuse. They have to go in for the swing, and although Stiko does connect the shot, is there going to be enough time? Going to be very close, but I think Stiko has it. He saves the day, and Apeks now have 2 map points.
Salazar again, with an AWP in a 1v2 situation to put them in that tied position. But this time it won't happen. Apeks are able to pull off the retake even with some small mistakes. Some issues that would have had the heart palpitations really going for them. They're able to deliver and get the round. That's the thing that matters most for them.
You can see at the end there that even though they won the round, Stiko's like, you know, he's gripping his nose, he's looking down, he's almost apologetic for the team kill.
Yeah.
It isn't elation, it's not the screams of what you're used to seeing from Apeks. It's much more tapered because they know how difficult this map has been. They know the job's not even done yet.
For excl though, it's one of those rounds as well where you're thinking we were so close. We almost had it. Now you've got to do it. Twice in a row, back to back, with no room for error. Now it is about OT for them. For Apeks, it's about closing the game in the space of these 2 rounds to guarantee themselves a 3rd map. Kakanito back towards the A main play. He's thrived in the chaos of pushing out and looking for initial picks. He gets one, doubles back. Jacob, he's setting them up. Hook line and sinker towards middle. He tries to spray his way through 2. Good for 1, but the advantage firmly in the hands of Apeks.
Oh, that's maybe where confidence is going to work against you. You want to talk about confidence, though? 12-10, nerves on the line, and he pushes main by himself. He backs himself and gets the kill. But Salazar still alive. Takes a bullet to the dome through the wall, down to 15, he will fall. And the molly is too deep to deal with Stiko's position. A minute left on the clock, and the TE starting to slowly edge their way into A main.
Rotation round towards the B site. Nork posted, clearing angles, expecting a bombardment at B. Salazar holding the close range angle. Begins to walk off now, grouping up with the rest of the team. All 3 of them arriving. The Wolf Pack lurking outside of A.
Stiko looking for that intel right now, and he's finding it. It could be too little too late. Or perhaps it's just on time, because Nork is now moving into the site. He's going to get flashed, but there is Salazar with a follow-up shot. He tried to go for glory, and instead, he's put his team into a 2-on-3, stacked against them post-plant. Position is now attained. Stiko, does he have the wherewithal to check this angle? Never in a million years did it dawn on him that Norios could be up in that spot, and our Sense has to clutch this all by himself. 1-on-3, flash is perfect, and the follow-up damage is there. They've broken Apeks. We go the full 24 rounds, but there could be some bonus rounds on the horizon as well, Jackie, because Apeks are struggling to put a bye together.
Overtime is right there for the taking. Once again, an opportunity for them to close the game in the space of 2. With how they're playing, they are proving that they are made of the right stuff to secure that opportunity for themselves. Kakanito's opening play towards A main. It gets you back up. It makes you think there's room for Apeks to finally lop the head off. But that's dead and gone. We focus on the present. Round 24, bombardment on the B side, close range angle, CZ spraying off pocket shots, but none of them delivers. Stiko though, his Deagle, it's still finding impact.
Stiko has the chance to maybe deliver another one, but Patty goes in for the wide swing. Nork's gonna get naded and smoked out of position, but he decides to bypass that one, get aggressive, and takes 2 kills. Tries to go back into the smoke for Sanctuary, but denied that luxury from Queenix. And now, Jacob on the prowl. 2 MP9s in play between the 2 of them. One stuck in cave. Queenix is pretty low, though. That MP9 could tear through him, and they know where Kragan's position is. Now it comes down to Queenix, and he misses the spray, and Apeks will secure the 2nd map and take us to Anubis.
They're pushing it all the way to the 3rd and final map. Both of these teams have one under their belt. Comes down to effectively a best of 1 to guarantee your tickets to the Copenhagen Major.
Ancient proved to be a very hard-fought map, just like Inferno, but this time it was Apeks that came out with the W. We're tied up 1-1, and we'll be going to a 3rd map. Blair and Maniac, that was a tough matchup for both teams, but yeah, Apeks just edging it out at the end. I mean, it looked like it was going to overtime at one point.
Yeah, totally. Listen, I'll be genuine. I'm heartbroken for excl. I am heartbroken because I have been in that position. I know exactly how they feel right now. They could touch the spot for Copenhagen. They could literally see it, feel it. But when you look at the last 2 post-plan situations on the B side, you know what pressure looks like. You know this famous P word we're using a lot on this broadcast? This is why we talk about it. Because some of these players on the cusp of doing something so phenomenal, so incredible, are being pushed to the maximum, and then they just falter. Lack of team play, committed positions, forcing plays. Apeks barely squeak through, but that's mainly thanks to experience and a strong hand in these tense moments.
100% agree with you there. There is a fine line between playing a little too scared, playing not to lose, and overextending, just, you know, maybe getting a little too ahead of yourself, trying to close out the rounds. And exactly, we can see that in these 2 rounds here, this round in particular, where basically they had full control of the bomb side and they overextended. They were taking these fights towards Jaguar with no need. The bomb's down, it's a man advantage. There's no need to go for these fights. And then in the end, right there, a little bit of nerves coming into play. Now, depending on how the final map plays out, we're going to be wondering if excl are going to be looking back at these final few rounds and we're just going to smile or rise, smile, saying, yeah, that happened, it's okay. Or it's going to shed a couple of tears.
I think that's a great point, Blair. Scoreboard up on screen now, everybody. Patty did everything that they could, but yeah, it wasn't enough. I want to stay on board with that point, Blair. And also, Maniac, you sort of referred to this. excl was so close.
They were.
Let's be clear, that final round that could have taken it to overtime, it was kind of in their hands and it just slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, there's
it was
two
a
problems.
great, I don't want to take anything away from Apeks there. They really had to clutch up.
We're not going to take anything away from Apeks. Look, they put in that position where they had the 12. That's great. The problem for excl was that they lost back-to-back 2 very similar situations.
Yes.
And once they got into the second one, you could feel that they themselves were aware, okay, last time we messed around, last time we overpeaked, now let's just hold our positions. And it's very easy to say in hindsight because we are in the green room on our sofa, we're watching the clutch, and we can definitely see that, wait a minute, this guy in Cubby, he is about to be squeezed. He's about to be sent. That doesn't work. But in the moment, you have to imagine how hard it is as a player to have this lucidity. If anything, it's one of the dead players on the side of excl that has to have a voice at that moment and say, listen, your setup doesn't work. Like, you have to force a 2v1 somewhere, change a position. But because the round prior, they overmoved, they didn't stay in position and lost. You can imagine how psychologically you're like, okay, this time I'm just going to hold this angle, let's do this. And that's, in my eyes, that's why
there were 2 big mistakes in the final round. That one obviously was a deal breaker, so to speak. But even right before that, just clear CT, and I think was knocked right behind the box.
Not holding the smoke.
Not holding the smoke, and just small, tiny little mistakes. This could have actually been 13-11 for excl. They could right now be actually ecstatic having punched a ticket in, but now we have to wait for 1 more map.
It could be a case of some of those micro issues adding up, and that's eventually what delivers a loss the way of excl. Let's take a look at round 22, and perhaps that will reveal a bit more about exactly what was going on.
Yeah, you could call it the beginning of the end. If you're an excl fan here, you see it starts with this clever little wallbang, the bomb site is being taken, and then excl here is going to do something very brave, which is to retake Cave as it is already sort of a contested territory, but they still try anyway. Jacob finds a kill, that's a bit of success. And here, the play, you can see how uncomfortable they are in their positions, and when the swing comes in from Satsanita, he's got 2 players in profile. So the problem that you have is that the 2 players who are in Cave don't make a clear decision onto what angles are we holding and what position are we actually holding to do so. And there's sort of an in-between, and it's very unhealthy, and that's why they get swung on, and then if one loses the duel, that's a guaranteed double kill because they're on the line.
Stiko even managed to take out one of his own teammates there, but still pulled off the clutch. Just pure composure under...
And even to play it towards long as well. And there was so much I wish I could listen into those comms and also kind of hopefully understand what they're saying maybe, but I could imagine the comms a complete pandemonium, right? Because they were so paranoid about a player coming in from side as well. They're turning around, spinning back around. I'm like, dude, you have long cut off by Salazar. You have a play towards ramp and long, excuse me. There's no way someone's coming in from behind, but they were so tense, so stressed. The comms had been complete chaos. And that's what happens. We, again, have to bring up the P word, the pressure and the fact that you haven't really been in a situation like this in your very young careers.
And we also have to probably praise Apeks a little bit for maintaining the pressure in these post-plan situations, right? Because I think had they just slowed down the pace and given 20 seconds to excl to organize themselves, it would have been a different scenario. But because there's constantly players either applying a little bit of fire through the smokes or utility, you can see the excl players are never really comfortable, and there is never a moment where we say, okay, listen guys, this is our setup. Okay, you ready? You got my back, I got yours. No, they're constantly being traded, being poked around, and as you said, the communication is probably always at a high level, and this is where experience usually kicks in. And
speaking of experience, I think it would be a miss if you don't touch upon the fact that Stiko, right, in that first map, even though it was a losing effort, he was lights out, even though they wound up losing the map. And here as well, he was playing lights out, getting so much of impact overall. Of course, Jacob comes to mind as well. And I just want to give a shout out to Stiko as well, because I remember when he gave an interview, or was it a tweet? I forget, when he came back into the team, right? He's like, I knew my individual form wasn't really good when I was kind of benched by the team, and I've been putting in the effort, and that is very, very evident in the server right now for Sticko.
If we look at the scoreboard across Inferno and Ancient right now, it is the true veterans of Sticko and Jacob that are leading the charge for Apeks. Just before we look ahead to map number 3, Matthew, there was one more round you wanted to look at, round 15.
I did. Let's roll it. Let's have it.
Remember it.
Bring it up. You asked for it.
Oh,
yeah. The fast play.
No, so this is where things really get complicated for excl. It's a very janky buy from Apeks. It's just one gun that makes all the difference. And here you can argue that the utility usage is not exactly the best. Yes, there are some shots being thrown in, but why are all these deagles allowed these angles with no smoke, no Molotov? You can see the timer is not really an issue. It's 55 seconds left. There is no real reason for excl to sort of forego some of these protocols. And this is a moment where you have to realize, for context, Apeks went up 5-0 at the beginning of this game, a 5-0, very good start. Then excl sort of come back to life on the second half of the first one. Then they have the opportunity to reset here, and then they give away a couple of shots to deagles because, again, that smoke is missing. There could have been a Molotov in Temple, there isn't. For my money, this is where Apeks sort of closed the game already. Like they got the runway that they needed, and then obviously the comeback from excl. But that was, I think, a key moment.
Blair, let's jump to you and look ahead to Anubis. Is this a classic case of a third map handshake between the teams, or does one of these teams have a clear edge?
I think Apeks will have a clear edge over here, but I do agree with you initially. Like, it is a handshake map. It's a map that both these two teams, if they're facing some other opponent, they'd be like, yeah, I don't mind trying to flex our Anubis pick coming in. excl have played this quite a lot, so have Apeks. The difference is the caliber of opposition they've faced. Apeks have played a much more higher level of opposition, and I have to say, what we saw from Apeks yesterday, I do believe it was against Monte. I think it was Monte. It was against Monte. Very, very convincing. Very, very solid. It was 13-7 or 13-6. They never really allowed Monte to breathe on that map. And that's a map that Monte have some pretty good protocols on. So I have to give the edge to Apeks, especially if I'm ecstatic. I have to be real here. After you kind of let that second map slip, your mental state's going to be a little rough.
This is something I'm worried about for excl, Matthew. Is there a chance that they come in here and they've lost all the steam in the engine? What do excl need to do coming into Anubis?
There is a very realistic chance that happens. And I think we've seen that time and time again in high caliber events, high prestige event, where a challenger is on the cusp of doing something great and then just barely misses it and disappears on the last map. It's on a mental level, in theory, it's very simple to just say, hey, let's ignore what just happened and let's attack this third map as an isolation and it's going to be great. I think in reality, they will try to do so, but what can happen is that any single element that's going to go against them on the third map might just trigger a reaction. You call it whatever you want. It's just it's a ripple effect, right? It's a little details here and there, slightly bit of frustration, maybe a bit of angst, a little bit of anxiety as well. You could realize, oh shit, the game is kind of going away from us. When you compare that context and the lack of experience in between, to me, it's a done deal. To me, Apeks got it. It would be tremendous if excl were actually able to bounce back now.
That being said, this is excl, right? Danish organization, 5 Danish players. We're worried that they could come into map 3 with no steam, but if there was ever a time to rise to the occasion and guarantee your spot in Copenhagen for the first Counter-Strike 2 and Danish Major, it would be now for excl. Either way, we will find out soon if they are built that way or if it will be Apeks going to Copenhagen. Don't go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2, The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
It's time to guess the CS team using emojis. Jacob from Apeks is with me here. Jacob, are you an emoji user in your life?
I mean, I can use some emojis, but it's usually just, you know, just repetitive ones.
Okay,
I don't have like a wide...
You're not an extensive user of them.
No.
Well, we're about to broaden your usage of emojis and understanding, because this is what you're starting with, but the first one is nice and easy. Anyone could get this.
Oh, like this. This is Vitality. I thought it was, you know, okay, now
were you worried it was something else?
Yeah, I was like, this is going to be hard, but this one was easy. I mean...
Well, you wait for the next one. Don't get too overconfident now, Jacob.
No, I understand.
So let's go for round 2.
Wait, is it current players or it can be in the past?
It can be in the past, yeah.
So then I would say simple.
But it represents an org. It has to be only orgs and teams.
Oh yeah, Navi, sorry.
Navi, well
sorry.
done. This one.
Oi, this one is harder with stars. The first thing I'm thinking when I'm saying stars is Astralis, but I'm a little bit sure what the last emoji is. Like I know what emoji is, but I'm like, what it's supposed to...
Do you say Astralis?
I will go with Astralis.
Ta-da! The mermaid is because in Denmark, that's where the Little Mermaid's from, and they have a mermaid statue, supposedly. I've been to Denmark many times. I had no idea until I started doing this bloody quiz.
Like history is not my thing, you know.
Mine neither. Counter-Strike history, yes. This, not so much. Next one.
Now it's been only top org, so my first, you know, thinking is 9 pandas, but...
Pandas have black eye. I did the same mistake when I first saw this. I was like, 9 pandas, yeah, so confident.
So
but they have black eyes, so it's not...
What is that though? A bear? It's not a white bear? I'm going there? Okay.
Go there, you're so close.
Yeah. So close.
You definitely know this team. You have one of their players on your fantasy team.
Wait, now I was about to say, like, be very fast, but it's Virtus Pro.
Ba-ba-bong. Next one.
I mean,
what do you see?
Well, I seen, if I'm correct, it's an eagle.
Yes.
So it will be the Guild Eagles. But I just know because of that. I don't know the 2 others. So if you would like to explain.
It's like bad because it's a fire and it says avoid the fire and bad. News, newspaper, eagles. But you got it right. It's all you needed was the eagle.
Japan.
Japan.
Oi.
So let me help you a bit.
Yeah.
French croissants because they used to have French players and be a French team.
Okay.
In the past.
G2.
Huh?
G2?
Oh yeah. Woo! Woo! The mask, the samurai, Japan. Well done. This one.
Eagle again. Cloud9 is my... No!
Where are the clouds? There are cloud emojis, my dude.
I was a little bit fast.
Yeah,
it is liquid.
There we go.
Yes. What is the reference with the Superman? I don't take it at all.
What is Superman?
Hero? Superhero?
So what's that last part of the word?
Oh yeah, heroic.
Yeah.
But that was you gave it away to me.
Oh,
I would have not have guessed it.
You would have? No, okay. This one, last one.
There is an angry face.
That's it. That is an angry face. Now you understand what an angry face is.
Yeah.
What's next?
Sun?
Yeah, the sun.
And a ball.
You have no idea again, do you?
Now I'm trying to think not about the words. I'm thinking Brazil, it's sunny, famous for football. Then it should be Furia.
Whoa!
Yeah, but where those? Okay, so angry face is is it
furious face?
Okay,
it's furious if you type in English on the keyboard.
Oh, that was good. I mean, it was a pretty fun game to be honest. I liked it.
There we go.
It's all down to the decider. One map away from either of these two teams guaranteeing the spot at the major, Vince.
They've earned their position here, Jackie. They've fought super hard, even before this best of three, but both have had trials, tribulations, ups and downs. I guess we just have to find out if excl have the mettle to bounce back after being so close and yet having to go a third map after all.
Yeah, obviously the conversation on the desk being, do they have enough left in the tank? Can you instantly get yourself back in, dial into the game once again, and focus into it? Because they've been really putting blood, sweat, and tears into both of the maps we've seen. It's so many clutch rounds, so many 1v2s. It's wild, isn't it, right? This game's really been delivering on all fronts. Like, the individuals are rising to the occasion that is needed.
Yeah, I think also you're having some players, especially on the side of excl, like getting a chance to reach a different audience here and showing that they are very capable, very talented bunch of players. There will be a debut for each and every one of them if they can secure their spot at the major. There's still a long time to go between then and now, and Patty, the absolute monster from the previous map, he's already been gooshed down to 13 HP.
Yeah, making that monstrous behemoth of a player look a lot more normal-sized into the opening pistol round, at least. Utility thrown out towards the B site. Nodios lurking behind the pillar, waiting to deal some damage. USP in the palms, getting sweaty, but finding the flick back across into the head of Jacob. 1 for 1, though, and the B bomb site is being fought for.
Well, certainly is. They're going to fight and die on this ground. Oh, Kakanito! 2 quick fire. Spicy flicks, but Salazar is still standing. He's put his Julies to work for 3 and make that a 4. excl going to be claiming first blood on Anubis.
Salazar. Oh, mate. All right. Everyone wins on Dooley Watch today, Vince. That was a big round with the hand cannons.
Kind of came out of nowhere as well, Jackie. It was like the entire pace of this round was favoring the T's, and then suddenly Salazar just appears and just lays down a beating with those Julies. Apeks on the back foot, gonna have a buy, but it's just one Galil with the 4 pistols alongside it. It got quite a few smokes and flashes. But excl lineup of arrangement of weaponry just looks so better with these MP9s up close on Anubis. They can really do so much work.
Kind of crazy as well. I think that's literally the first pistol round they've won over the space of the entire series, right?
Yeah, it is,
All 4 have been taken by Apeks between the 2 maps. You
Yep.
get that one where it looks like Kakanito's kind of just like feasting on you with a Glock. And this is excl map. I know normally they would go for overpass. It's kind of been like their home turf when you get into that position to pick. But if you're looking at some of the wins they've taken, they've already had 4 under their belt in a row. 4 map win streak here on Anubis. So they're no strangers to Egypt. They love this map. Starting it off with that pistol, you can go from strength to strength, but Kakanito always in the kill feed, isn't he?
It's a rough timing as well. Molly was tossed in just as he got wide swung off multiple players, and our smokes have been deployed into cams and Heaven respectively. Considering that Salazar down on 11 HP puts him in range of all of these weapons that Apeks maintain right now. At what point do excl realize this is a bit too hot to handle and try and pull the plug? Will they be afforded that luxury? Sense aggression through, shutting down Salazar, and the rest of the CTs try and scramble away. They had Kragan, who was trying to rummage his way around the back of A main, to no avail. I don't think Pathy's going to be able to survive this one. He just gets hunted down by 3 of the Ts. So Apeks, hot off the back of conceding their first pistol in this series, instantly slap excl back down to size.
And it feels so much worse when you get that pistol, and instantly the following round is ripped away from you. Suddenly what felt like you're starting to soar, you're coming out swinging on the 3rd map, already in a great position in terms of the cash, in terms of hitting some heads. Well, how any of those benefits are gone.
I was going to raise the point that it's been 2 very close maps, even with Apeks winning all 4 of those opening pistols. So now is the chance for excl to show exactly how that feels. Not the case whatsoever for MOUZ. The best weapon they can muster into this round. The only premier weapon. It's getting a lot more gameplay now, of course. But Apeks can just sit back and wait. They can absorb all of this. Allow the CTs to make a move with their utility. Flashbang through with a push on the 5-7, but it's really rough. Queenix has to win that trade.
The banana peel not removing anyone from the equation here. There's damage, sure, but it's not the frag. It's just a tag. It's not going to give you what you want. And Jacob, this is his domain. He bleeds out on middle and fights towards camera time and time again. And he is usually so good for these entries. Doesn't even need to see Salazar to smoke him. And the site is claimed.
Cool and composed. Initial spray going awry, but managed to course correct in time. And go back to that Queenix play, man. Bursting outside of A main. If he shuts Stico down and is able to retreat back into the site, things could have gone so differently on the side of excl. MP9 spray at range, and there is Jacob to pick up the pieces. Great round from him through mid. As you said, he has a lot of impact. When they played earlier Anubis in this tournament up against Monte, they won 13-5. A lot of the rounds on the T side came off the back of Jacob cracking it open.
Yeah, man, and that's against like Sumdai Young in a position where, you know, usually it's such a powerful rifler defending towards mid. Jacob's just rocking up to the party time and time again, laying him out, opening up the map. If you can control middle on Anubis on that T side, suddenly the entire map is your playground. You've got those quick rotates. If you want to push camera, hell, you want to double back, drop into the water, go B, go for it. It just opens up every opportunity. And this whole team is really sick with it. Then if that starts to go wrong, they've always got multiple backup plans in terms of their late contact plays towards B. We've seen one of these on every map. So many stacks from excl in the way they play it with the pistols. You come walking into this, you might have a bit of a rude awakening. The only blessing is, though, it's a bulldozer in the hands of Jacob.
It does feel like a Jacob welcoming party, doesn't it? It's like tailor-made for him, but they may have laid out the map, but he lays down the law on 2 of them. MP9 headshot across, and it's only the SMG, of course, that trades hands, and not for very long. Sense is going to make sure that this is a pretty clean round. No more casualties would be ideal. 5-7 switched into. Is it MP9? That's a bit of money. Decent chunk of change. A second kill would have been fantastic from excl point of view, but instead it is going to be a 3-1 lead to Apeks. But M4's on the horizon now.
And Nork on that T side for Apeks. When you can afford the AWP, you'll see a lot of those slower contact pre-scope plays towards the B site. He'll look for an opening pick. Here you don't have that luxury. It's mostly rifles across the board. Same can be said for Salazar, of course. That's done an awful lot with the scope in his hands. Finding a fair few really big rounds, but straight away, Jacob again taking the pace towards middle and besting Patty, who's had a big series. Tons of multi-frags to his name, but in this round, he gets nothing.
Dragon, a bit of an off angle, nails the first and second frag. Minimal damage inflicted across to him. So although Jacob is running rampant up middle, excl lock it down on A. Or B, pardon me. Through on Dark and additionally on the B main side. I was going to say, coming into the round, Jackie, if that was a successful one for Apeks, will they condition a second player to come mid to deal with this Jacob threat? Well, the answer is they probably don't need to. If you've got holds this strong, even losing mid isn't the end of the world.
If you lose mid, it's about how you control those extremities, and at least here, into the 5th round, they proved that that can work for them. You take the mid control, double drop down, fight towards the B site, get slain by the defenders. Kakanito always getting tags, but not quite being able to get it over the finish line. Takes a big dink at the end as well, so he's low, and Queenix, well, he'll shut down any chance of shenanigans at the end of that. Fist bumps deployed, and a round back for the CTs finally.
Kragan getting those first 2 kills on B main, losing 22 health in the process. Beautiful work from him. Also had a teammate watching his back in Dark, and they systematically locked down those 2 angles. That will be a concern on Apeks, because Jacob is getting the picks, man. He is doing his job. He's doing exactly what you want from him. But the first proper rifle round they come up against, with full M4s, and the round is left wanting if you're Apeks. And that is going to be playing quite a few mind games now. They're going to have to sit there and think about during this pause.
Difference in the body language, at least this time around for Apeks. We've cut to the cams quite a few times over the series, and you really have seen the ups and downs of the way they're being able to contend with the situation they've been left in. Headset off here for Salazar, so it seems like he'll be correcting an issue whilst this one is paused.
This is a map that when you look at the stats over the last few months, both teams have notable victories on. This is a map that both teams really enjoy playing.
Yeah.
So Apeks have got wins against Monte, Narvi back in Katowice. They've beat ENCE, FORS, 3D Max. Meanwhile, excl have victories against Monte, TSM, Sprout as well. So neither team any slouch on this. In terms of the percentages of victories, it's a lot more stacked on the T side for Apeks. excl typically win more CT rounds than Apeks do on this map. So that may play into the idea of Apeks getting a solid T half here or being in a little bit of trouble.
T-side Anubis, it's an absolute playground. If you feel confident on it, you're able to figure out all the moving pieces and especially just find those entries to build back into the game. For Apeks, I mean, there's been a bit of a trend as well. We've had a few pauses throughout the series that have been slightly longer, obviously, not just tactical timeouts, more technical. Whenever that's happened, when they come back into the game, they quickly change the pace. They go for a very fast bombardment. Rather than playing a default, they want to just look for site control instantly. With Jacob finding a bit of, free access towards middle as well, you're thinking, all right, are they maybe just going to attempt to see if they can get their way in through mid, maybe a fast play through camera, something like that, Vince?
Yeah, I suppose the counter to that is if you're excl, do you try and fight for mid a little bit more readily yourself? Do you send a second player in there? Or do you go the complete opposite end of the spectrum and you kind of just give mid up? Not entirely, but you play more passive angles. Maybe you play on A looking up at cams. Maybe you're playing at the backside of Temple instead, or setting up for kind of a bait and switch play. There's a lot of different moving parts on this one. But it is going to be very curious to see how they do come back into this. And plus the other thing as well, we've had a couple of tech issues. Typically, after the tech issues, it's Apeks that are successful for a good 2 or 3 rounds. They seem much better at having the versatility of just getting themselves back in. And maybe that just comes down again to the vast golfing experience between these 2 squads. Yes, you look at Kakanito and Sense that have less, but obviously you've got Jacob and Stiko that have been around forever. They've been to multiple majors each. The same can't be said of excl. This is kind of uncharted territory to some degree. They find themselves in fresh water and they're trying to find out which direction to swim into.
And for that to be the prospect as well, it's kind of internalizing, those thoughts of realizing at this point, it really is just this map. If we can complete our mission here, then we've guaranteed that major. And obviously, all the storylines that we're all spinning about the fact that, it's a bunch of Danes back in home soil, the first Danish major, first CS2 major as well. There's little caveats that sort of seep into your brain. You have to ignore that brainworm, Vince. You can't give him any sort of time.
That's the problem, right? These pauses are where it's the hardest to resist.
Yeah.
Because when you're playing, you're focused, you're laser focused, you're talking, you're comming, you're concentrating on like what happened in the last round. Now you have nothing but time to just sit there in your own thoughts. That's why you saw Nok kind of completely zen out, taking himself to the happy place. But they don't have to anymore, Jackie. We're ready to get live.
We are indeed. A change in terms of the buy as well. We finally see the sniper come out for Nork. Usually it's those slower setups for him towards the B side. That's how he likes to approach the opening moments of these rounds on the T side. For now, he's backing up the rest of the squad, seeing if the CTs wanted to go for an aggro play early as well. They had the two-prong setup there, so if they run out close towards main, you get first contact from Sense. Response with Molotovs down in towards Dark, though, and Kakanito's ahead of the first, playing on the angle.
We got our answer as well, Jackie. What would happen in mid? Patty came here, threw a Molotov down, showed a lot of it, sort of influence, and then just backed off. They've completely given up mid entirely. And now Jacob and Sense are starting to make moves.
You're expecting a push on the extremities, and Queenix, last time he went for this, it didn't work out too well, but it was a 5-7. Difference is here, he has an actual weapon to work with and strikes, shutting down Stiko off the flashbang. So an opening pick with no trade back. Deep smoke at middle.
Yeah, this smoke on middle could play a couple of mind games of excstatic, see if they over-rotate and get caught in the transitional phase. Time beginning to become a 6th adversary for Apeks. If it wasn't rough before already, it's got very difficult indeed. They line up and Kragan seems so comfortable watching this B main side. It's that perfect mid-range portion where his aim is on point. And excstatic get it done. It is another clean, straightforward round.
Huge round for him. Equalize the scoreline, pick up the pieces, and obviously, like we were saying as well, right, they've kind of struggled when they have to instantly get back into playing CS after those extended pauses, when we have a bit of an issue. Normally, it's Apeks just sprinting you down. I think every time we've seen it, they've been on the T side and just used pace to bypass an early setup. Apeks second-guessing it there and thinking actually excstatic would push out towards B. You leave two players waiting for it. In reality, the first peak is Queenix. He gets the opening frag, and it all falls into place from there. Round 7 live now, though. Buys across the board. Everyone's got weapons to work with. Salazar has the orb.
Ooh, that nade. If it was half a second later, I think that would have been like 60+ damage. As it stands, though, Stiko's taking a peppering down to 48 through the smoke. And again, instantly, they have the mollies, the HE's tossed out. They back away and watch cams from afar. excstatic are having a really good read of the situation. Pop flash in, does connect onto Stiko, but he's able to find a way out of there while blinded and returns the favor. Kakanito takes one, also weakened, but it's a hit and run.
Flash at mid, but no connection. Salazar's vision is crystal clear. He strikes with the scope. 4 versus 4, but chip damage distributed across the T's. They're softened up a whole lot more.
They most certainly are. And excstatic will know it. At least confirmed damage onto Kakanito. I think the bulk of it through on Stiko was through a smoke. But whereas Apeks may have parts of the map under their control, they don't have much time in which to exploit this. And that incendiary in the perfect time is going to isolate these two Ts. And even though Kakanito gets one, he was weakened enough that he burnt alive. 2-on-2, 20 seconds left, but they need to try and pull together. Opposite ends of the spectrum. Neither player in control of the bomb. It's down in dark. They need Nork to get this entry as fast as possible. And Kragan, he falls prey. Jacob with the entry, and Apeks save it with just seconds left on the clock.
It was dead in the water. A round that looked like it was almost guaranteed to be excstatic's. Jacob pushes out through middle, finds the pick up onto the AWPer of Salazar. You get that wrap back around. Oh, it was Kragan's domain. The Kragan's lair with a bomb at the feet of the steps. Realizing you've got mere seconds to work with, they swing in and find those critical kills, guaranteeing themselves the comeback round on the T side.
That's where you see the aggressive entry-style rifling from Jacob really come to its forefront, bypassing the bulk of that nade damage already in between the two Molotovs. And he wants more. He wants some bloodshed. Down on mid. They're Timing here could work against him, however, but there is a smoke being put into place. Goes for the peek and finalizes. Takes a bit of damage, but that's middle control again, going across to Apeks.
Now you've got avenues of attack. 2 prongs to go for this push into A through camera and main. It splits their attention between both of the angles, makes it far harder to defend, but the Fama swings in. 2 clean connections, staying alive, but Stiko, he wants to spoil the party with an AK bullet to the head of Salazar. 3 on 2, continuously aggressing. Another multi-kill round for Stiko.
Stiko dropped down to 50 though. The grenade nearly finished off Queenix. He was down at 11 HP. It just did like 7 or 8 damage somehow. It looked like it landed underneath his feet. But here's a multi-frag round for Stiko, and he could go 2 better. He won't care whether it's him or Nork that gets success as long as they do dial this one in and take the 5-3 lead. Looking good now. Stiko bags his 3rd, and there is Nork to help him out. Apeks with a 5-3, but the money from excl in the bin again.
Broken, bruised, and bodied in the round. And man, it's that story we were kind of highlighting early because you could see glimmers of it. We've seen it time and time again with Jacob, right? He's sporting a huge rating, but it's the impact those frags have. Yeah. And it's the way that he just cracks open middle again and again.
And who is the player that he's taking down and having a rough performance? Patty. He's the guy, by the way, coming into this 3rd map, had the highest rating on the server, was a complete monster on Ancient, basically was getting entries for fun left and right, and Jacob is keeping him suppressed. He is putting him in his pocket right now.
Different part of the world, Vince. The monster of Ancient can't thrive under the hot climate of Anubis. You need some help. Another round where you don't really have anything to fight with as well, just toothpicks in their hands, the USPs.
Shooting gallery opens up. Salazar at least answers back with 1, but it's probably going to be a 1 and done, all things considered. There is a 5-7 at range. The bomb's being planted down. And you're absolutely spot on, Jackie. Ancient, a completely different ball game. Plus Patty on that CT side. This is a map that a lot of T-halves have a lot more success with. I was discussing the stats before. Both teams are much better on their T-half, of course. So maybe that fortune will turn sooner rather than later. Kakanito, though, padding his stats, and Patty's already off to go save that AK-47. Apeks, though, regardless, will have a 6-3 lead. And with 4 players left alive, going to be building up their own money.
Trailing by 3 rounds then. At least 1 weapon brought in, the heirloom of the AK for Patty. And that is a big part of the picture, right? If he can find a way to get activated, come alive, and find that impact that we know he has under his sleeve into this half, into this deciding map, effectively, this is it, right? This last game right here, this is you going to the major and completing what you've been fighting for tooth and nail. So many close twists and turns in the narrative throughout these previous 2.
Jacob, you can see that 13 kills, 6 deaths. A whole bunch of impact. And his ADR, by the way, is 160 coming into this next round. The man has been a nuisance. 4 opening duels going in his favor. 4 multi-kill rounds on top of it. You cannot overstate how much of a beast he has been in this entire tournament. It's not just a 1 map, a 1 and done. He has consistently been putting up these kind of performances map after map.
Real unstoppable force for the Apeks squad. And middle, oh, it's been his playground. Patty blown to bits by the utility, lucky to limp his way out, Vince, with 12 points of health left.
You saw him shake his head as well. He's like, man, I just can't get in this game. I'm either getting wrecked by Jacob, I'm getting double naded, I'm down to 12 HP again, but they do have success. On the periphery of the map, a B main peak yields the kill onto Nork and gives them the first time in quite some time the opening pick in the round.
Heads up play though, flash out from main, Kraken. looking to guarantee a second frag, but quickly, 1 becomes 2 for Apeks as they find the winning formula to get these pigs. And you've got space to play with. They can still back off. No hard commit in terms of the body language of where they're positioned. You've got 50 seconds on the clock as well. Salazar, realizing he needs to do something a bit more proactive towards the A main, sets himself up.
He decides to back away though, and I think part of this is because of lack of mid control. He's not sure if he's being flanked at this stage. They're going to try and plug this gap with Patty coming back in, but there was a good 10, 15, 20 seconds where nobody was mid. And so Salazar's going to be playing this more forward position. He can hear the grenades being tossed out, 2 low players around the corner, pivots in for 1. ENCE requires, and he's made noise. I think he was trying to get up on the cusp of the pavement and fell back in the water, and then Salazar knew exactly what was coming up.
They're on the site. Jacob will punch in those digits, get the bomb planted. Nodios was close though. He was playing on the stairs inside of Temple. Bullets whizzing around the corner. Kakanito strikes. Can't afford to wait for the push to come towards them. They need to aggress. Jacob with a flick, beheads another one, and the round goes down with it.
So fast on the draw is Jacob. Age just a number for this man. And Salazar, well, he has to pay attention to the numbers on his screen because it reads 3 HP. And he's very aware of the importance of holding on to this AK. It's another round where excl came in, brimming full of an arsenal of weaponry and utility and all the pieces that they'd want. They got the opening pick, Jackie. They did a lot of damage onto a second player on B main as well, and a second peak. It still wasn't enough.
I felt like Apeks had played into their hands a little bit. Slightly outnumbering them on the potential retake, but fragmented, looking for the heads-up plays, doesn't work. excl CT side. You need a bit more. You need a few more rounds to build off of here. They're good on the T half-ins, but this still isn't enough, and you've got to build that confidence back up somewhat as well. Getting close towards the end of the first on this one. Jacob, this time switching it up with the early B contact.
Whereas Kraken's typically been a monster in these B main plays. This time it's a FAMAS over the M4. But again, they get the opening pick from Nodios, this time with the MP9. Shutting down the aggression through on Dark. I can trade back into the MP9 as well. He was, I think, looking for the assault rifle, didn't find it. But are we going to have a repeat performance? They get the opening pick and then everything comes apart at the seams. They really need to start winning some of these rounds.
This man has to be the difference maker. He was head and shoulders above the rest. He's been so damn good into some of these rounds. Strikes first and this time wins out in the 1v1 versus Jacob, but he's got backup. 2 other boys to peek in and look to trade. They're not being able to do all the work though, and it falls to Stiko. Out through A main, time ticking away, and finally it's another round for the CTs of excl.
Well, very well placed flashbang. Afforded the player that was behind the site who was Molotov to find a bit of reprieve. And they don't hemorrhage more deaths. Important for their funds coming into the last round of the half. It's one of the first times that we've really seen Paddy have a chance to have impact, and he nearly locks down 3 players by himself. Not fully unshackled just yet, Jackie, but showing that he still has a bit of bite to him.
I think if he can feed the hot hand as well, go in warmed up into that T half, we know on T side, dude, that's where he really is a hurricane, right? He'll just try and look for those opening entries. He'll run at you, sprinting with the AK in his hands and do an awful lot of damage. Bit of a change up in the way Apeks are playing this though. They want to break the smoke and see if they can go for the peek in.
Ooh. Bruh, Stiko just took that grenade on the back from his teammate, but it doesn't matter. He still pushes forward. It's Kakanito that's helping excl at this point, but it's a 2-on-2 post plant. As Sense's position through middle, this could catch the CTs completely off guard. It's putting a lot more pressure on Kakanito for the time being, and he's not able to repel that. 2 players come in. They're going to assume this is an A main play, but Sense is taking a sweet time. The brains behind the operation now needs to become the brawn. Otherwise, excl going to have a 5th. Snaking his way through the smoke. It'll feel like it's never ending. Spray through, he's missing every single bullet. An ecstatic punish with a 5th round.
We kept touching on the fact that we needed to see Patty deliver again. And that's the answer. tested as the defender of the A site lives up to the task. ENCE unable to pull off the late flank through camera, looking to deny the bomb plant. But it didn't happen. Couldn't cancel out the defuse on that one. They get a little bit of momentum back.
Mate, that grenade that Kakanito threw bounced off the back of Stiko and took him down to 50 HP and tagged the second player. Very rough times. And then ENCE on this weird, like, slow flank round the side. Like, I understand what he was going for. It shows a lot of confidence in Kakanito's abilities effectively to stand in a 1v2 for the better part of 20 seconds. But just a couple of those pieces slightly off.
Yeah, hoping as well that they would take longer to clear the site, go for the push in towards A main, think he's lurking outside the back, but in reality they jump straight on it, use the smoke, cover each other with a body block, and it's their round. It's a 7-5. excl have already taken one pistol on this map. All the others throughout the series, well, they have had Apeks written all over them.
Let's see if this pistol can change fortunes once again. It's not looking good. They're spilling out onto the site, with the floor littered with the corpses of the T's. Patty and Salazar still in this one. Patty missing a whole bunch of bullets, but Salazar's going to try and dig him out of this hole before Stiko puts him back in the grave. Entombed on the B site, and Salazar surrounded, still with 100 HP, still with a chance, an opportunity that he plans on making the most out of. This 1v1 trade could mean everything to whoever wins it. It gives them a huge boon, a huge boost towards their position in the Copenhagen Major, and it's Stiko who refuses to take damage from these Julies. Salazar running out of time, but then pulls out the clock and shuts out Stiko. Such a tense 1v1, but that gets excl right back in this.
Oh, Vince, the hemoglobin Julies, well, that is going to get the blood pressure rising. The second half pistol claimed, both of them into this game in similar situations. When you think they're out of it, they come right back in.
Man, you could see it all over the face of Stiko there as well. He knows how important that pistol is. This is a map that both teams have a 65+ win rate on T sides. They only had a 2-round lead coming into the second half. That's now 1. And a golden opportunity for excl to build upon that and really begin to lay down a beating on this CT side. And it felt like that 1v1 duel went on for about 15 years. I don't know how many bullets ended up missing. But Salazar clutching that 1v2. Barely phased, just chilling.
It's just how they are. They're so stoic. The emotion of the game never really gets to them. Apeks, they're the team now that has to come up with something creative onto their pistol round with the USPs. No one was close towards A main early, so you wouldn't have heard them running their way towards close mid. They've set up, gravitating towards camera to swing back when the mid push comes out. Stiko still finds a head, but luckily Kragan smashes down, and the Galil is at least cleaning up onto the Apeks players.
P250 left alive, and Nork will put a bullet to the side of Queenix's dome. So 2 kills and 2 players are low. Now, if that's confirmed damage that's been relayed across to Nork, there is a universe in which he could potentially clutch this round. Or at least lay down a lot of economic damage if he can take Nodios and Kragan out of the server. This rebuy would be a rough one, and considering it was USPs and a P250 coming in here, this would be a really good start to Apex's CT side, all things considered. That smoke is going to play hell with that prospect, though.
Rip. Yep. Looks for a little bit of information at the end, seeing if he can find some exits with the MAC-10. But none to be had. No rounds for them either. 7-7. The game is tied. This whole series, we constantly find ourselves in positions where it feels like these two teams are neck and neck in terms of the impact, the individuals, the way that they're playing it.
Full M4s on display for Apeks. Jacob taking mid again, of course. Kakanito firing off a few bullets, tagging down Salazar, a third of his HP. Goes back in for seconds. But this time he comes out on the wrong side of that trade, still holds the line against Patsy and decides to push through the smoke. This man is aggression personified. I love watching it, but it makes me scared at the same time.
It's wild, isn't it? He thrives in the carnage. So good. Clarity and chaos time and time again. And with every step he takes, it's more map control being taken. And another kill. Kragan walks past the window at middle. But the numbers itself, well, that's dwindling. 3 players remain. Kragan does pull off the play, re-peeking down and finding Kakanito. Meanwhile, Stiko's pushed out to aggress and back up the troops deep in canals, but he loses his head. Jacob, now the sole defender of A.
There's one. They could line up for this spray, and he gets all 3. Jacob puts the round to bed. But it's Kakanito's ruthless aggression up middle, snatching the life out of the A main player that facilitated that in the first place. But who else but Jacob would you want in that angle, man? Like, just ice in his veins.
You see the timing on the trades as well. Spacing there for the repeaks, giving him those opportunities to hit the 1v1s, and he will lay claim to them. So no joy, no round. That's now firmly planted back in the camp of Apeks. Weaponry-wise, you've got 2 AKs brought to the table. MAC-10, then light investment into that tech and deagle. Kakanito always up to his old tricks. He wants to peek down and fight for control. Get that early information and inflict damage.
The thing is, you're even seeing excl go for the preemptive shots, and they really winged Kakanito. It's down to 42. I think that was off a deagle. So this is where his aggression could get the better of him. His reputation may very well precede him. Middle now being aggressed on by excl. Jacobs fell back into a more passive angle of watching the cams from the A site. Second component coming in is going to be sent from the back of Temple, so they can try and maybe crunch onto these players, but the timing not going to work out. Sense spotting multiple of them run by, and Nork is positioned up in heaven, getting 1, but that's all he can really muster. Easy win.
Yeah, now they're fired up, now they're believing. All the cogs are turning. Important rounds. It's getting a bit scary, isn't it? All getting quite real now for the Danes.
100%, man. It's again where experience prevails in these kind of situations. More often than not. Golden chance for a 10th.
What can they do with it? Just pistols. A 1P250 in the hands of Kragan, everyone else with the Glocks. Taking a slower round here, using the time to discuss and debate what needs to be adjusted when you next have a buy to play with. Apeks taking this one will mean that they have 10 under the belt. A mere few rounds away from guaranteeing their spot at Copenhagen. Repeat majors for multiple players on this team. First time appearances for Sense and Kakanito.
Oof. That is a brutal grenade. A stray 74 HP removed from Nodios. MP9 spray in. More of the same kind of damage dealt to Queenix as well. And well, we expected this round to be a pretty straightforward formality, and it's proving to be just that. And yeah, you're spot on. The bulk of this roster, of course, will head to another major should they be successful. excl would be debutants across the 5 of them. And although 10-7 makes a pretty bleak reading, this is Anubis T side. They have every opportunity to crack back into this and make a real go of it. Have to be optimistic. Yes, you're close to your demise. You're close to missing your chance. And considering how super close that second map of Ancient went, 13-11, winning and effectively a half buy, excl can still do this, Jackie. They're still in the fight.
We know they've got the talent. We've seen them making it look level equal skill between both teams in some of the rounds that have been played out, but the experience on show. Jacob towards middle this time, though, eating a breakfast full of grenades. That'll strip his HP. Still confident to stand and deliver, but Kragan wipes him away. And you get that opening pick, still alive. It doesn't matter that he's low. He's still a presence on the server for excl.
And Jacob getting a taste of his own medicine. It was he that was throwing the nades in and wrecking Patty time after time, and now he has to sit there and watch the rest of his team try and find a winning path into this. And you're spot on as well. Kragan may be low, but they can either sacrifice him to absorb the first couple of bullets on an execute, throw him into the sacrificial pit, maybe a bit of misdirective play for a fake. And it spreads out that CT side so much more. But we have seen excl get opening picks and then fall on the final hurdles.
Norios walks in for the peak. The MP9 swings, beheads him instantly. The response for the rest of the squad is to take that control towards middle, but this is the big issue. Stiko has been unbelievable in some of these rounds, and he's good again for 2. Patty finally pops off with a double of his own, and the bomb site now falls into a 2v2 retake. They punch in the numbers, smoke up back round the camera. Nork bypasses it. Confidence to fight, but Patty denies.
They're both so low on HP. 12 between the two of them. Sense can absolutely clutch this. There's the first, but can't get in the second. Kragan lays it down with the Galil headshot. It needed to be instant. What an unbelievably close, tense round it ends up being. But excl, they hold on for dear life. And then call in their final timeout of regulation. I thought Stiko had done it, Jackie, with those 2 kills. I really thought he'd secured this round and potentially the entire series.
It was another one of those rounds, another one of those plays where he's been so heads up and so on point with hitting those shots time and time again, that you thought it would have been the one to push it towards the finish line. Major qualification round, so close. But for Stiko, it's still a bridge too far for now. excl weathering the storm at least and surviving on that test, Vince, but it's the first of many they still have.
The odds favoring Apeks, understandably so, with a 2-round lead. Don't think it paints the full picture of how this game is coming down, though. We're starting to see Patty hit that form that we know he's capable of. We expected big things from him on this D side. He certainly delivered in the last one. Double nades up onto Dark and Sense. He's lucky he was making moves away, otherwise he would have been a dead man, down to 50.
Softens him up. Gives them some unconfirmed damage to play off of. A battle through the smoke with Stiko constantly aggressing out towards the outer edge of A main. Peppers a few bullets through and tags up Queenix, stripping 40 HP from him. They group up close outside of Con. Kakanito's been so confident in these plays. He's done this a few times. You thought Patty had his number, but he plays him. Gets the kill and backs off.
That second as well. A HE tossed in to brush aside the smoke. Sense while Flashbang sprays in for 1. And although Kakanito's fell, it's at great cost to Kragan. And they may have smoked off and brute forced their way onto the site. But that is only half of the problems that excl are about to run into. Because 4 CTs are about to breach back down onto the site, looking to plant that flag back on and retrieve what was theirs. Tons of damage to Salazar, who's finished off. And Kragan caught between 3 CTs, gets swept into. Apeks will lead 11-8. And are 2 rounds shy of booking their spot in Denmark.
For this man on your screens, it would be his 9th major appearance. At points in this series, it felt like it was slipping away from them. That they would still have to continue to fight through the gauntlet of the PGL RMRs to guarantee those tickets. But in these rounds, the heads-up plays, Vince.
I don't know how you can possibly predict Kakanito, man. Like, it must be a nightmare to play against this guy in Dark.
Yeah.
He plays so aggressively, but it's like this perfectly controlled aggression. It's so unpredictable.
So volatile in the way that he plays. Even when you think you've outsmarted him, got a read on the round that he's going to go for, a slight change of the timing leaves you second-guessing yourself and opening up to an opportunity for Kakanito to deal some very deathly blows.
The thing is, right, we often talk about impact kills. It doesn't get any more impactful than what he pulled off in that previous round. And the smoke clears. The timing could not have been worse for Queenix. They at least have mid control, but can they do anything about this? Can they exploit this momentary weakness?
You've got deep mid. Down a man, though, with Queenix falling outside of A main. And Nork, oh, the bomb could be given to him. It could land straight on his lap. Finds the head of Nodios. Now they know they're pushing in through Temple as well. Call for rotation. They push out the MAC-10, spraying and slaying, but Kakanito always lurking close by.
Salazar gets one in return, but it feels like a consolation kill and not much else, especially as Stiko's hearing, and he spots him rotating around the back. There is a smoke, though. But his teammate's gone down. They know he's B main. They know exactly where Salazar is, and with 18 seconds, he will lose his life. 4 qualification points. And by the way, Jackie, coming into this round, out of the 20 rounds that we had played, there was 15 of those rounds that Apeks got the opening pick in. 15.
It doesn't echo the way this game's been going more than that, really, does it? If you're winning those opening duels for free basically every time, that conversion rate gets so much easier. And especially with the roster you've got on Apeks, pound for pound, every one of them can close out rounds where they've got an advantage, and we've been seeing that over the course of the game. Stiko himself as well has been a real pain. A main, every time he's pushing up, switching up his positioning, finding frags, or at the very least, map control.
Jacob with 8 multi-kills and 130 ADR as we move into what could be our final round. B main, no one's present. Backing away, Apeks feel this is going to be an A-sided hit. Tons of utility displaced onto the site, and it's Patty gets the first, the run and gun. Tech 9 from Kragan gets 1. Can't quite double up, but excl may have just saved their lives for the time being. They should live to fight another day.
Starving off the 13-8. Giving themselves one more round to work with, but it's each and every one of these that has to be absolutely flawless. Overtime is the only possibility to win this now. For Apeks, the way they've been playing, man, it makes it so much harder. A nice bombardment, at least towards the A site, playing off the low buy that they had and coming away with far more to work with into the next round.
And I mentioned the stats about opening picks, heavily in favor of Apeks, of course. You have Jacob, Kakanito, and Nork, all on 4 opening picks coming into this potentially final round. The first timeout call for Apeks.
That alone feels kind of crazy, doesn't it? 3rd and final map, qualification to the major. This is the first time you feel like you've been tested enough that you need to have that extra perspective to kind of zone out and look at the game.
Understandable, though. Just get everyone as composed as possible, as focused and as well oiled and drilled as you possibly can. Make sure all those pieces of the machinery, the cogs, are working as one. And it's kind of multifaceted. It's the case of trying to put this to bed, but also realizing that that vast economy you had is starting to deplete. Stiko below 1,000, Nork 600. So you could be getting into that kind of territory which you saw in Ancient, where Apeks had a vast lead and then excl cut it down to size.
worries me, though, is Jacob in this position has been such a force to be reckoned with. This time, they find success when it matters most. Taking down the point man of middle, peppering bullets round the corner. Patsy panicking on the spam, backed up by Kraken, though, as another trade is found. Quick rotation, 3 players coming through the beach.
This could be a problem, though. They're all clumped together, and Patsy has the angle. Nade is designed to open up smoke, see if anyone was playing close, but I think it's going to be a save. Partially for the reason I just highlighted before. 2 players are low on their funds. So saving these 3 guns allows you to just go back in again. It means excl will hit 10. And this is the last time I'll mention opening jewels, I promise you, Jackie. Patty, who was obviously getting tons of them on Ancient, he's 1 in 5. 1 successful, 5 gone against him, and most of them to the hands of Jacob.
Yeah, it's wild, right? Because obviously, like, CT side towards middle, he just couldn't get a word in. Like, there was no opportunity for him. But his T side is usually where I feel like we give him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt as well to create space for this team. And there's been 1 or 2 instances, even in the past couple of rounds, that you can see he should have won an opening duel. Like the time that he's waiting outside of bottom dark for Kakanito to peek it. But like we were saying, Kakanito's just been adapting his playstyle so much in terms of the small details. Like when he goes for the peaks, when he's using his Molotov or his smoke in tandem, and that caught them off guard a few times. If Patty has a huge return to form now, though, in these next 2 rounds, that could be an added benefit to drag them in towards that potential overtime. It has to be flawless, though. Round 23 is live. 12-10 is the scoreline. Last map territory.
Salazar with the best possible spawns, going to be peeking into dark, maybe anticipating the Kakanito, and those shenanigans are going to be afoot. Not in this round, though, and the fact that a Molotov went in 4 cents away, can throw in a smoke. He'll do just that with a Molotov, actually, preceding it. Queenix has had a bit of a rough game so far. Is going to add to that tally with a 6th. But Jacob there to just swat him away, not allow him to double up.
Tiptoes towards middle. A small gap of opportunity, a little bit of space given to them, but Jacob, he's not slain, he's still alive, he's playing with backup. 3 CTs towards camera, aggressing, suspecting that a player has pushed in. If they don't clear the angle, if they don't find him, he could be a real thorn in their side. A labored spray that just deals damage.
Kakanito's going to try and play between these 2 smokes as well, but before the second smoke plumes, Patty rushes through dark. The spray's not there. Jacob punishes Nodios. Patty and Salazar remain, but they're going to force the bomb down.
2 versus 3. All on the retake. Apeks, they want to go for this one. They're looking for the re-entry, and Nork finds the first. Salazar, how many times have we seen him in this position? Do or die with the scope, finds the first head, and puts it into a manageable spot. If they give him the 1v1s, he could win it. Fires off the warning shot, switches to the Tech 9, stands his ground, causes turmoil with the pistol, and grabs an 11th from a clutch.
Huge, huge round by Salazar. Keeps them in the game, breaks down the CT economy, and now they only have 1 more match point to save. That is the kind of round if you're Apeks. That's your bread and butter. You've got to win those. We talk about momentum, we talk about pressure and confidence and all these other buzzwords. These are the kind of moments and plays where you're truly tested. And Salazar delivers. Look at the buy for Apeks. MP9s and some pistols thrown in the mix. It looked like it was a done deal at 12-8. And yet the Danes have fought back round after round.
This entire series. Inferno, a 1v2 clutch to win the map. Ancient, a 1v2 at bottom ramp to drag it into a game that could have been another win. A potential 2-0 for excl, and now finally to keep them alive, 1 round away from an overtime that could guarantee you a spot at the Danish Major. The man delivers again. The AWPing superstar of excl with 21 kills, top fragging and proving what he's made of. Apeks, a broken bye in the 24th round.
Oh, Kakanito, this man. He did a similar play on Ancient when they were up against it. He pushed A main and he got a kill out of that one. 16 HP. But still standing. just about trembling underneath. The oncoming tease, though, will be Stiko. The FAMAS is good for one. There was a counter frag, but that Molotov keeps him alive, allows him to reposition, but he misses his chance. HE up and over, softening up the tease. The USP comes good for one. He's done a lot of damage to these three, but he's not stopped the push.
Stiko, the multi-frags of misery he's found throughout this series have done so much, but this is a round where his teammates have to find the finish for them. Kraken waiting towards A main. Kakanito on low health walks in and goes down with the ship. Sense and Nork, a retake they have to go for. Bound through the smoke, look to clear the angle. Sense checking the site, finds one. Nork's doubled up as well. It's all on Patty. He's been a powerhouse player, but he's got to stand tall right here, right now. Tucked in behind the pillar, plays his card. Damage goes across, time ticking, but they've got the kit.
And they've just secured their spot at the Copenhagen Major after going 3-1 in the group of death, as many people coined it, only losing one map in the process and earning their spot in the next CS2 Major.
Heartbreak for the Danish players, for the Danish organization of excl. They will have 2 more chances, but today it will be heartbreak because they cannot secure their spot in Copenhagen yet. Instead, it will be Jacob, it will be Kakanito, it will be Stiko, Nork, and Sense, the Apeks Predators. They are going to the PGL CS2 Major, the first Counter-Strike 2 Major. Look at the looks on these players' faces. Relief, elation. I can't imagine what's going through their minds right now. That was a strong performance, hard fought across 3 maps. And they've done it.
Counter-Strike can be both cruel and beautiful at the same time. I think this series encapsulates both these notions. You look at the end of Ancient and you look at the end of Anubis, and if you have a shred of humanity in you, you're left thinking, no, excl had done enough. They had done enough for the overtime. We're going the whole way. But we have to give it to Apeks. We have to give it to them once again in these hyper-pressure situations. Yes, we said it again, the buzzword. You have it on your bingo card. In this very moment, a little bit of jitters on the side of excl, and Apeks did not stutter at all. They knew how to play the retake. They navigated the smokes and navigated the angles and the timings, and it is heartbreak street once again for excl, but Apeks make it to Copenhagen.
Oh, and just quickly though, let's not forget, excl do have a couple other chances, but right now, oh my, the heartbreak is real.
The heartbreak is real, and you don't want to be in that 2-2 bracket. You don't know who you're going to be facing. You got to bear in mind, there are still a few other teams, names like Astralis, for example, who are potentially up against them. But yeah, absolute heartbreak for them. But in the time being, again, I just want to highlight that, Apeks back in the Paris Major, they lost JL, they lost their IGL, they lost Kixon. People were wondering, are they, they benched Stiko as well. People are wondering, will they be able to replicate that success? Will they even be able to make it to the first CS2 Major? And they get it done. And shout out to Jacob. Throughout this entire bloody series, throughout every single map, whether it was a loss, a close, hard-fought affair, or just a clear win, he was the one holding the flag of Apeks high, consistently delivering, consistently, almost at times single-handedly wresting full control of the map at times. Shout out to him for making it to yet another major.
26 frags for Jacob on Anubis, and he was the star performer of Inferno and Ancient as well. If you're going to live up to the name of an Apeks Predator, that's the way you do it, Jacob. Let's wait for a second to focus in on Apeks. excl here, I don't think it's just tough based on how they lost Anubis, but also because of how they lost Ancient. They were both quite similar. It just slipping through their fingertips right at the end. Arguably could have got it done in 2 on Ancient, and arguably could have done it in 3 on Anubis.
It's a matter of, if you replay the round, you look at them bird's eye view and you take the context away, 9 out of 10 times they would win these rounds. Like they have the favorable trades, they have the bomb plan, they're all good. But because of where we are and because of what's at stake, you can imagine everybody's probably coming just 10% more, 20% more. People are peaking when they shouldn't. But it's like when you're faced in that situation, nobody prepares you for what is going to happen to you when you're put in these situations. The reason why we give the advantage to Apeks is because arguably they've been in these positions more often. They've gone through it. They know how to handle, they know how to keep themselves cool in these moments. And I think we've seen that happen time and time again, clutches after clutches on Ancient, on Anubis. it's not just a nice word we put out there when we talk about experience. We didn't make it up. It's for this very specific moment, because no matter how much you prepare this game, if you're ecstatic, no matter how much of a good team you are on Anubis, there's going to be moments where your plans goes out the window. There's no protocol, it's a little bit messy, and you have to rely on individuals making the right call and keeping their cool. And at that game, unfortunately for them, Apeks were better. I'm even going to give them shout out, because I thought this game would be much more one-sided. I'm going to give a real shout out to Ecstatic for making it a very competitive third map.
I hope they can have that thought, by the way, just before we get on to you, Blair, linger in their minds, because I can imagine it's very tough when they look back on this matchup and see how it all played out from a bird's eye view.
Yeah. Absolutely. And if you look at around history right here, you can clearly see Apeks were in firm control. JKM was just a monster towards mid. It felt like Ecstatic really had no answer. But then they're able to scrape a couple of rounds at the very end, 5 rounds on the CT side. And, you know, it's Anubis, 5 rounds on the CT side, and you win the pistol as well. Suddenly it's even Stevens. And then Apeks just, you know, I wouldn't say necessarily throwing caution to the wind, but they were so much more, I'd say, aggressive on the CT side. They were taking fights to Ecstatic and felt like they would slip away. And then you had that 1v3 clutch from Salazar. It felt like he's going to do it again, but in the end, the 3v2 slipping away.
Yeah.
These are lessons learned. These are moments where you can either, you know, you look back and just be depressed about it, or you learn from it, move on, and become stronger.
Blair and Maniac, before we break things down further, we've got James Banks down on the sidelines with ENCE, who I imagine is very, very happy.
He certainly is, Parla. ENCE right now, 20 years old, up from the Academy League, and then you go into playing a lot of Tier 1 events, leading a team of some very experienced players as well. But your first RMR, and you've made it to the Major. But this was not an easy game, mate. What do you say?
The game was very rough. It was. I said this against the Big in Katowice as well. It's a mental game, because in this game I think we are I know we are favorites, and people kind of expect us to qualify. So it's really important that we stay composed and we actually are able to close out the game.
How hard is it to stay composed in some of these crazy clutch situations that nearly don't go your way? I'm just going to look at that end one, right? Salazar's 3v1. That could have been something that maybe breaks some teams, but you guys handled it.
Yeah, I mean, his clutch kind of broke us. Like, we were full quiet into the next round, and then we just took a freeze time. Torbjörn called Mytho called a freeze time right before the round was about to start. And then we made a plan, and the plan worked out.
It certainly did work out. But looking at it for you, right, being so young, coming in to lead this team, you've done a string of big events now. How important was it to make the Major? How much was it down to you, like, personally?
Personally, for me, it was not that important to make the Major. But I know from my teammates, it's really important, like JKM and Styko. They've been in the game for so long, and they're kind of getting old, you know, and they really wanted to make the first CS2 Major. So it's really important for me that I was able to play with them while they were making that goal.
And for you, one thing that continues to impress me, you don't need to put up the best individual performance, and yet you can still call a good game. You don't ever feel this extra pressure coming in, even in matches like this?
This game, I think I felt a lot of pressure, especially on Inferno when I was starting like 0-8. But I knew that when we were getting over to the T side, we would have a much better chance, because, like I said in Katowice, our CT side is kind of our struggles right now. So when we came over to that T side, I was kind of starting to feel the game a bit. I had a nice 3K, and then we lost the 1v2 and lost the map. But yeah, it's like, it's getting there. I know that I only need one round to pop off, and then I'm back in the game. So
that's it. It mentally makes you feel better, right? You get that confidence coming in there. Now, looking at your run, you almost took down Cloud9 as well. You go through in the groups 3-1. How do you rate the performance of the team and what you guys did overall here at the RMR?
Oh, I would rate the performance of the team very good. The 3 first BO1s we played against Cloud9, I don't remember the other 2 right now, but OG was one. Yeah, OG and Monte, yeah. Against OG, I think the team was actually winning me the rounds, the calls. Not the calls, it was the team, because my calls were really bad and we went into stacks, but we just shot us out of it. So the team has been really good on the individual this event.
I love how honest you are, ENCE. It's very refreshing in that, right? You admit with your mistakes, you're still trying to learn and grow. And I want to ask you, with this format we have here for PGL, for the RMRs, there's no break in between, right, when you're going from half to half. So you're quickly into a game. For you, when you're trying to set the game plan up and stuff, is it sometimes harder?
No, I actually like it more, because I think that when you have this like 3-minute ad breaks in the halftime, I feel like you maybe talk for 30 seconds and then you're like, oh, what should I do now? Like, you're sitting there for 2.5 minutes and just waiting for the game to begin again. Okay. So I actually really like it.
So it's positive for you. Is there anything you want to say to everyone out there at the moment, now you've just made it to Major?
jeg vil bare si at takk til alle norske supportere der ute. Jeg setter pris på det, og go Apeks.
Go Apeks indeed, when they're going straight to the Copenhagen Major. Parla, over to you.
Thank you, James and Sense. Great to hear from him. Can we react to what he spoke about with regards to the Salazar clutch? He said they were broken, and everyone was quiet, including the most experienced players, I would assume, then Jacob and Stiko. They're going into that next round dead, right? Luckily, they have Mytha behind them, Torbjorn, their coach, who calls a clutch timeout, and that allows them to reset. So not just the experience of the players, well, the experience of the players, Jacob and Stiko, they're perhaps floundering a bit, but luckily they have their very experienced coach to be like, whoa, hold up, guys.
Exactly. Let's
rewind.
Exactly. It's one of these timeouts that almost has nothing to do with the tactics that's going to follow. Of course, you're going to use a little bit of time to make sure everybody's on one, but you just want to take a minute or a few seconds to take a deep breath, you know, reset. We all understand we just messed up this clutch. It's okay. Let's get into this next round very focused. And then we talk about Stiko maybe in terms of stats not lighting up the server, but the way he stayed alive in the last round and basically used every utility he had on his belt just to give time to the team to kind of round up with him, that's also probably because of that timeout, getting him time to get into it, not just rush into the round and get wrecked.
I feel like for you know, a lot of people probably watching, anyone who plays Counter-Strike understands this, right? You're playing a matchmaking game, a face-it game, even if you're a semi-pro, whatever. Suddenly you lose a round, which is basically unlosable. There's that silence, that awkward silence in a server, and you're like, okay, is someone gonna say something? You know what's gonna happen? And probably they realize it happens even to the best, to players, veterans who've been around for a very, very long time. So absolutely. Also, man, shout out for Sense. That was such a great interview. It was very refreshingly, very honest. It's not the, we came, we played our game, the boys played good. No, it was really, really refreshing to hear about some of the mistakes they made and whatnot. And also the fact that, he's very happy that the boomers, so to speak, on his team have made yet another mistake.
Yeah, the old ones.
The old ones, who also, by the way, were the heavy carries for the two teams. So shout out to Jacob and Stiko.
Overall, he rates, Sense rates their performance at the RMR. Apeks performance is very good. Would you agree that's a fair estimation from himself?
I think, look, they can only play the opposition that they've been given in front of them, right? And I'll be very honest, if you look at the teams that beaten, it was OG, they lost to Cloud9, now they've, of course, taken down, excl. So, all in all, they should be pretty happy with the way they pulled it off. For excl, though, I don't know how much to read into this because obviously Apeks were the favorites coming to this matchup, but it was a very plucky, very feisty excl they faced off against, and they got the job done. You get the job done, you're qualified. There's nothing more else to say about it.
Matthew, final thoughts quickly?
No, I'm good, actually. We can move on as swiftly if you like.
Fantastic. Everybody at home, we have another team guaranteed a spot at Copenhagen, and it's Apeks. After the break, we'll find out who's next between Vitality and ENCE. It's a big one. Don't go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's all off. Who's on top of the box? He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
It's the quiz time where our players have to try and defuse a bomb before it blows up and everything comes to an end. We've got ENCE's Kyla to give it a challenge. How do you feel about your CS knowledge, my friend?
I think it's pretty good, but you know how it is with tests.
And there's pressure and there's a timer, but I believe in you. I believe you can save us. Get your hand on the mouse, press the yellow button, and get started when you're ready.
Who is the player with the highest rating on the pistols during the 2023 competitive season? Zagu. Which player from Canada consistently ranked in the top 20 from 2018 to 21? I think Twists. How much money do you get for a kill with a knife? That's 150? I think so. How much money do you get a kill with Mat 10? 600. Who was the top ranked player in, oh my god, 25, Guardian, Olaf Meister. And what caliber is the AVP? What? For 20. Oh, the minimum amount of deagle shots to the body to kill terrorists on a pistol round without armor. 2. What is the capped damage of Molotov after the first 3 seconds? 8.
One more, you can keep going. What? You gotta get to one
What
minute
is
15.
the capped loss match bonus? 340.
Whoa! You nearly jumped the gun, but that was good. That was very good.
Yeah, but the Zoom question caught me off guard.
Yeah, that was it. But very well done. You saved the day. You took your time, but you were fast enough with it. There you go. Kyla has the big brain from ENCE. It's not just Glaive.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR Group B. It's time for our next 2-1 matchup, and it should be a banger. It's Vitality versus ENCE. My name is Parla. I am still your desk host. We've got Pimp on the desk now. We've got Blair taking a little break, but I'm still joined by Maniac. Big matchup up next. You boys excited?
Very excited, you know, a bit of a rematch again from Katowice. Of course, we all know what happened down there, where ENCE surprisingly ended up beating Vitality 2-1 in that matchup. I'm curious to see if they have a bit of a grudge going up against the boys from ENCE.
I think both in terms of map and stylistically, it's not a great matchup for Vitality. You say in Katowice, obviously we saw the loss of Vitality against ENCE, but even if you go back to the previous version, of course, RMR 9 beat Vitality again. So there is that pesky little vertigo that keeps coming around, that keeps annoying Vitality, who's trying to figure out how the hell we're going to play the map. Very interested to see where Mezzi and Flames are going to play on that. There might be a little bit of a change. It's the first time we'll see it. But yes, a complicated matchup for a Vitality that has looked mortal against Cloud9.
We've got the scoreboard from their matchup at Katowice up on screen. I just want to leave that there for a second because look at the standout performance of Hades. Here at the RMR, we've seen some moments of shine, but some games where, or maps I should say, where he's dipped. I'm pretty certain he's got to go pretty big again today and maybe recreate the Katowice form if ENCE to perform. Is that fair or not?
That's totally fair. I think it's a given for Hades to play well if ENCE want to stand a chance of beating Vitality. As much as I want to, you know, be happy on behalf of ENCE and agree with Matthew saying that it's not necessarily the best matchup for Vitality. If you look player for player, pound for pound, you cannot allow yourself to have your main AWP player in Hades not have a great game today in order to win against Vitality. He has been playing exceptionally well though, and so far you said it yourself as well, and in the Katowice playoff he was showing up as well, and that was a player that got kicked from the original ENCE lineup for not being able to show up when it mattered the most. So he had 6 months in 9. He matured as a player. He came back into ENCE, and now he's arguably the biggest difference maker of the lineup of ENCE.
Matthew, beyond Hades, what would you like to see from ENCE? I know you said stylistically you think this isn't the best matchup for Vitality. Why is that?
But because again, this Vertigo seemed to be an equation that they cannot really solve, right? When the first time they played that of Katowice, for some reason, Spinks just went completely missing. And I use that word very carefully. He was a ghost with, what, 4 kills in the entire map. He wasn't really activated. I think Glaive found, first of all, Glaive was incredible in the entry frag. Like the amount of duels he took A ramp, but then his calling was really on point. They never really let Spinks come alive into the game. They never really played that mid timing. So this was very complicated for him to show up. And I'm not really reinventing the wheel when I tell you the 4th best player in the world cannot have 4 kills on a map, right? I think we're pretty much ready to accept this statement.
The good thing is he's doing much better here so far, and I agree with you. That was an abysmal performance coming out of Spinks, and very atypical. He's been consistent himself as of late. As you said, the 4th best player in the world, really took a step up last year. So good thing for Vitality, good thing for Spinks that he's somewhat playing better here.
Look, it's very easy. Katowice was his worst LAN event in a Vitality jersey. Period. Like statistically, there's no condoning it. Something else that worries me a little bit for Vitality right now is the quality of their T side. Like it's been a little bit complicated, and they have this symptom whenever they are struggling in games that I feel like where they should compensate with a little bit more utility and maybe helping out each other out because you don't really have the skills to take the duels. I feel like they go the opposite way, which is the harder and the more struggle they get into the game, the more individualistic it becomes and the more committed it becomes in some of these duels. And then you see guys like ZywOo, for example. Keep an eye on ZywOo when Vitality is struggling and he is away from his supernatural form. The amount of duels he takes, very selfless, very far away from the crowd. Play a bit more together, play off of each other, use a couple more utilities, because if you allow ENCE to just punish you one by one like it was the case, that's also how Cloud9 beat them.
Yeah, I think that's the main storyline for me at the very least coming into this matchup, that Vitality this year have looked shaky. They have looked like a team that you can be beating. We saw it at the end of 23, they were winning tournaments, they were bringing home the trophies, and everything was looking doom and gloom in that regard. Coming into 24 though, we saw them struggle a bit in Copenhagen, we saw them struggle massively at Katowice, and with all due respect, if they win against ENCE 2-0 tonight, then no issues, right? They qualify for the major, we can accept that they've had a one-off event sort of at Katowice, but if they were to go into this game, perhaps lose or perhaps make it close, we're talking about the team that coming into the season were by far the best team in the world. We haven't seen that Vitality in 24 just yet.
Map Veto coming up on screen now. Pimp and Maniac, how important is this going to be for both of our
So I'm trying to think if there is a world where Vertigo isn't the pick of ENCE. Like, unless some crazy curveball is being thrown in by Glaive, there you have it. It's going to be Vertigo. For Vitality, since Inferno is a ban, I think that you either go for Nuke or you go for Anubis. It's maps that they pretty much feel comfortable on. They go for Nuke. They have a few reps on it, and their T side is a bit less one-sided than on the other maps that I've just witnessed. And then I think maybe ENCE is going to be completely happy with an Anubis as last. Oh, they actually decide to remove Anubis to go for Overpass. And that, I'm not exactly sure if it's knife related or not, but if you're going to take on Vitality CT side on Overpass, you better be ready for it.
You better be ready. We did see Vitality struggling massively on Overpass yesterday though, especially that T side.
Yeah,
they couldn't get anything done. That was a very rough performance, so maybe they were watching that game yesterday, maybe they located some of the same mistakes and some of the same weaknesses that we saw yesterday and thought to themselves, listen, if we go to Overpass, we have a chance. I like this map pool though, because I feel like we get both teams into maps where they should feel comfortable, where they should show their strength, which should make for a good matchup.
What is really complicated for Vitality, if you look at day one, and one of the main factors, if not the main factor of them destroying people, was ZywOo catching on fire with the rifle, right? He played a whole lot with it, he put the AWP a little bit aside. On Vertigo, specifically on the CT side, it is a little harder for him to only play rifle. There comes a time where you need to bring up the AWP, and then if your opponent is avoiding you, it's very hard to just move him around. I don't think Vitality has that flexibility quite yet. I don't think they're good enough on the map to just move around the pieces as needed. I think they're pretty rigid in their approach because it's not a map that they like, and I want to know where Mezzy and Flamesy are going to play. Is it going to be a Swapperoonie, or are they going to stick with the Mezzy on the B side?
So many factors going into this matchup, and it's pretty much ready to go. Can I push you, Pimp, first for your official prediction?
I feel like it's hard to argue against Vitality in this one. They're going to win it, but 2-1.
Vitality, baby.
All right, my analyst desk, both siding with Vitality. The winner of Vitality and ENCE will be booking their spot at the first Counter-Strike 2 Major, the PGL CS2 Major in Copenhagen. And to carry us through the cast, we have the Irish-American connection of Dinko and Moses.
Thank you very much, Paula. This is a matchup that I'm very excited about, Jason, because it seems like ENCE have become a kind of bogey team for Vitality. And Maniac was saying they can't figure out the Vertigo equation. They can't figure out how to go up against the likes of ENCE, who are very comfortable on this map.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a little grudge match coming from Katowice where ENCE was able to beat them, and that was the event that qualified them into the Spodek, into the stage there. So yeah, there is an element of that. If you go even further back, the 9 Core is able to beat them at a previous RMR for Paris. So yeah, there is that element to it, but I think right now, Vitality's not concerned about that. I think they got to be more concerned about their own individual gameplay, because, I mean, Matthew is spot on. This is not, does not look like the Vitality that is the best team in the world. And they've got a big task against them here. ENCE, meanwhile, on the other side, we saw Glaive's tweet. Their kind of Cinderella run back at Katowice was super impressive, but Glaive even kind of admitting we don't have that, we're not hitting that same level at the moment. We're struggling to find that same peak that we had just last week.
Yeah, well, Glaive is out of the round already, just like that. Kylar following up into the B play. Mezzi taking out on the B bomb site. Big talking point coming into this matchup is how is Mezzi going to play? That was a problem the last time we seen Vertigo come out 17 days ago with ENCE versus Vitality. Bomb is down, time is ticking, and Vitality still have 4 players up, but they need some kills quickly, and it's ZywOo to deliver them. 3 headshots makes it look way too easy until Kylar steps up and pulls those back, but there's just too many Vitality players to withstand, and the retake is there because of ZywOo.
Yeah, that's a disgusting triple kill from ZywOo, and I even like the pressure that ENCE is putting on. Maybe just kind of got a little over-eager with it, with a little too many peaks, but ZywOo still has to hit some stellar headshots. And that is the power of ZywOo, is the way he can just take those rounds right away from you.
Yeah, ZywOo is still the top-rated player at this event, had an amazing opening to the tournament. Vitality obviously beat GamerLegion 13-2, Heroic were beaten 13-3, and ZywOo racked up huge scorelines over that. But in the game that mattered the most, to get them through the Major 3-0, they lost to Cloud9, and ZywOo had a bit of a dip in form.
Well, I mean, look, that day 1 rating is going to be hard to match day after day at the RMR, so dip, still a very good day. I think the bigger thing is the one that doesn't show up on the stats sheet, which is that he was straight up out-opt by Boomich across that series, right?
Yeah.
Like
Boomich has more kills across the board in the best of 3.
That's kind of the weird one, although ZywOo, as we know, very, very hybrid player and leaning more towards the rifle, but Matthew nailed it again on the desk as well. At some point, you have to have influence with the AWP.
Yeah, well, Hades, he's got influence with the scout, at least some damage being dealt, but it's lined up. Flames comes in with a double. Apeks and ZywOo clean up the rest, and ENCE are a team that like to throw a little force buy into the mix. They like to go for a second round force on CT side and T side, but it doesn't work out for them this time around.
No, had a solid buy, but a good piece of aggression and good teamwork, and ENCE didn't really see it coming. They spring and they kind of peek from multiple angles, but so many bodies for Vitality. It's a well-executed push down the ramp, and nobody's able to trade off those kills, so a complete slaughter, and back to Glocks for ENCE.
You spoke about AWPing and how ZywOo has mostly gone towards the rifle over recent months and getting out-AWPed by Boomich. You look at the AWPing conversation on the other side of things, and it was Pimp that brought up the point of Hades kind of being removed from ENCE originally because he never really showed up in the big games. He would go missing. And that was a problem. So they went for a mentally stronger, more confident AWPer in Sampaius. But you have to remember, Hades is a young player, and he had his time in 9, and it feels like he has sort of gained confidence. And even in Katowice during the playoffs, he was their top performer, really looking very strong.
Yeah, the growth of Hades and between his 2 different stints in ENCE has been very impressive, and he's come back onto this team, and he seems to be a pretty reliable force now, where maybe in the past he wasn't. He's had to go through a lot of growing pains and suffered a lot of tough losses to get there. But he is certainly a dangerous element, and he's one of the big reasons. If you go back to last week, just 2 weeks ago at Katowice, he was dropping 20-some frags on this team on Nuke against Vitality to bring him over the line. So that's going to be a player we look to in this series for ENCE to really step up and provide impact when they're perhaps missing it. Good kills from ZywOo, and this round's all done.
ZywOo's had one hell of a start, 8-1, and round 3 is just finished. I mean, there is no secrets that if ZywOo shows up and brings a great level to this game, it can completely change the tides of this matchup.
And I think what's exciting about that too is I feel like over the past few months, like the attitude of ZywOo has changed. Like, we're never going to get like the loud ZywOo on like social media, bragging in interviews or anything like that. He's always going to come off humble, and he's going to let his game speak for itself. But you've seen him in a couple interviews sort of saying, yeah, I do have an ego, and yeah, I do want to prove that I am the best player, and yeah, I do. And like, he comes into this event after a tough Katowice, and he's absolutely incredible on the first day.
Yeah. He's the player posted up here. We even heard Apeks back at Katowice kind of defending ZywOo and saying he was kind of sick of that narrative of ZywOo not having an ego, saying, what do you want from him? Do you want him to be a 24/7 egotist? He knows when to use the ego properly inside of the game.
Yeah, Apeks almost takes like a personal offense to even asking that question of ZywOo, so he's really doing a good job of body blocking for a star player and taking most of the heat and taking most of the answers to try and shut it down, but it's always going to be there.
Yeah, speaking of heat, here's Flamesy. And on the other side of things is Deha. Fire coming in. Flames is forced back in behind short side. Deha hears that.
appears that they've changed up positioning a couple of steps from the position. So Diha's going to drop off the Xbox, doesn't want to commit around that corner.
Using utility not to allow them to have access towards the top ramp, and ENCE feel the pressure coming. There's the swing. Everyone's far back, and it's Hades. This time with an AK-47, but Flames gets away.
Yeah, he drops back into the bomb site. Apeks is with him. ENCE have found the opening kill, and it's untraded by Vitality. In fact, not only do they find the opening kill, but they've been given so much space towards this A bomb site now.
Well, they have the space, and look at the utility advantage as well. That was Vitality dropping a lot of Molotovs and nades to kind of set that play up. It goes the other direction, and now you have all these smokes, all these Molotovs, and all these flashbangs to really exert some power onto the A bomb site.
Flames went back short, though. Flames went back into short. They thought they cleared that out with a Molotov, but Flames is still here, and that's the distraction set up for Flames. He takes down 2 until being traded out by Diha, but the bomb is down in the open. And this is now panic stations for ENCE. They need to recover that, put the bomb down on default, and play out this 2v3. Mezzi's on the flank through the bottom of the ramp. If he catches a good timing here on Diha, the low HP of Diha in the post plant might work against him, but good jump spot to gather information. And this makes this retake much harder now. In fact, it might make it impossible. As Spink starts to take a few steps back to elevator, this signals the save call for Vitality.
Not a save yet. They're going to go for some exit kills. They're in perfect position. This is a great call for Vitality with a 3-0 lead. These AKs might all hit the deck. They're going to push forward now into the hands of Spinks, waiting in CT spawn, listening for footsteps. Going to turn. Oh, but Diha, critical kill. And they'll keep 2 AK-47s alive.
First round for ENCE on the T side. This is a team that had a matchup against GamerLegion where they were down quite significantly, 6-2 on Nuke. And that was T side start for the side of ENCE. And we often talk about how their T sides can be stronger than their CT sides. They've seen that over Katowice and into this event. But they were able to pull that back, Jason. I mean, from 6-2 down, they always played from behind, and ENCE stayed in it and won it in overtime.
Yeah, it's impressive, and I think that's part of what was so surprising about the runs from ENCE in the early going of this lineup, for sure. Showing a little bit of maturity, perhaps ahead of their time. Molotovs to prevent any kind of a push from the CT side.
Yeah, we know they've still got plenty of money, you mentioned that, and it's a spotting of the ZywOo op. You'll bring that over to the very common position we see him play, which is towards short, but he's not here alone. He's got Apeks with him, and Apeks peeks out, takes that initial contact, and now you can send in the sniper of the Woo. He hasn't quite got the angle to take a shot just yet. They haven't revealed the secret piece yet, and eventually that shot rings out, but it's Flames that's got that first kill of the round for Vitality.
Yeah, this time Vitality win this exchange. Last round it was Hades picking a player off. This time it's nades down. Hades is at 15, Diha's out of the fight. Fantastic utility from Vitality, and at the moment ENCE has no chance of a rebuttal because smokes dropping all across the map means there's no progress forward. And Glaive's gonna have to be patient. Defense is going passive at the A bomb site for Vitality. Playing much, much further back now with the man advantage. Allowing the op of ZywOo to have influence. Apeks still has full utility if an execute comes in, and they're walking right into the op.
And Goofy getting boosted up. Is ZywOo going to be able to flick up in time when that boost comes in? It's a difficult angle, and ZywOo does flick up, doesn't connect his shot, and ENCE were intelligent enough to bait out that information.
Could see the immediate comms as well from ZywOo. 2 in middle, at least 2 in middle. He's got a new position.
Another kill for Flames.
That's Glaive to go down. Well, all the attention in middle, all those resources, Glaive was on his own.
20 seconds left as well.
This is a save.
Yeah, not enough time to go anywhere at this point. So a slow start to the round for ENCE, and they get stalled out. No matter where they go, they push and prod their way up ramp. They lose a member. They try to get mid-control. ZywOo's got to unlock. So nothing paid off for ENCE in this round, and Vitality immediately purchase up after a round loss and come back swinging. 4-1 lead for Vitality. I mean, they're going to have had a lot of time after Katowice, so almost an embarrassing result for them to go out in Katowice, coming in as the team that everybody said was going to win the event. They were favorites to win it, and they didn't even make it through to the playoffs. So you had all that extra time. You could go ahead and try and fix a lot of the details that went wrong, and I think Apeks and the side of excl certainly would have been doing that.
Absolutely. I think one of first and foremost finding ways to activate and get Mezzi comfortable. And I mean, you could hear kind of the questions on the desk is would they switch him up on this map? Because specifically on this map, he's looked a little uncomfy as that B anchor. So far hasn't really been tested a whole lot at the start of these rounds. Good kill from Apeks. Another advantage provided by Vitality.
Looking very disjointed at the moment, and free fights for Vitality.
those are fights you gotta let Diha take. That's the kind of player that he is. He's a disruptor, and sometimes he's gonna want to get aggressive around utility and take a bit of a risk like that, maybe quicker than you'd expect.
Sometimes it goes against him. Glaive with a solo peek through short. ZywOo handles business. And 3 players left for ENCE, and the round's virtually just begun.
Ooh, Kyler loves that information.
Yeah,
Saw Mezzy jumping away, who's gone passive. Counter flashbang to allow Mezzy to peek in. I don't think they realize Kyler's here. A lot of bodies at E-Box.
Yeah, rotation's heavy. ZywOo gets caught changing his position. So Goofy on the Mac-10 is delivered death, but the problem is it is just Goofy left alone now. So he'll grab the AWP, they'll try and run away. But Vitality are looking very good, and you can see how quick that rotation was. As soon as there was a glimpse of a B pressure, the rotation to help Mezzy was instant.
It helps you get 2 kills at the A bomb site. So Mezzy's like, okay, I don't need to be here anymore. I don't need to lose this position. I can play at Gen. I can preserve my life. I can play to bring teammates over. Eventually does. And then obviously when the kill in mid comes out by Goofy with the Mac-10 onto ZywOo, the 3 B defenders that are there are like, okay, there's only one player B stairs. Let's just swing it.
Apeks, oh, okay, landed on the roof. Perfect. Let's get rid of the AWP. They were searching for it to bring it back for Vitality, for ZywOo, and they didn't grab it. So I gotta say, man, this is a great start for Vitality on Vertigo. When the T side comes out for ENCE, this 9 core were always very scary to play against when they got on the T side.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to understand too. You're also ENCE, like what we saw at Katowice and that run from them to the quarterfinals was always going to be very hard to replicate. This is a team 100%. Still figuring things out. Even self-admittedly during their success a couple weeks back in Poland is just saying we don't really know how this is happening. We're just along for the ride and we're enjoying it. And they did hit that little honeymoon stride. But now you start going into the RMR and you get some time off before Group B comes in, and you're starting to try and institute strategies and try and start to build some fundamentals and some protocols. And then all of a sudden, as you're playing, you're thinking a little bit more. And that's when things can kind of get disconnected.
Well, Glaive recently did an interview with HLTV where he kind of hit back at the honeymoon comments and saying he doesn't believe it is actually a honeymoon because their practice sucked. They didn't lead into the event very well. It just started clicking when they were playing on LAN and they got that feeling. And he said that they don't have that Katowice vibe at the moment, but he spoke of the idea of having raised their floor and finding some consistency. And even though they're not playing very well, they're still getting some wins. And that's very impressive to him. But when you are playing badly to your, or rather not badly, but not at the level you want to be against Vitality, that's not going to be enough just to scrape through.
Sure. Little misfortune for ENCE. Vitality actually missed the A ramp smoke. Unfortunately, this is a round with deagles and pistols, so they don't have the rifles to really exploit that mistake from the defense.
Well, Diha trying to be disruptive as usual. He's out through short. He's just waiting for an overextension from Vitality. He's seen Flames get aggressive a couple of times, and they're really hoping that that move comes in again and you can punish it and maybe create an opening for ENCE to try and sprint in for a bomb plant. But Vitality have a great read of what they're up against here, and they're sitting passively. They're not giving any fights down ramp. They know they can just sit behind the inevitable smoke execute. They can play a retake. They can be comfortable with this style. Smokes are up. Apeks is behind them. Grenade goes into default, and he'll drop further back, knowing he's got rotation of his teammates coming in shortly, and he'll try and delay that bomb plant as long as possible. But look at Kylar. He slipped by. He's got pretty close here to Apeks, and that deagle's going to work out for one. Nearly a second on ZywOo. He tries to stay composed, and he does, but ZywOo still hits the shot to the chest. Bomb is down for ENCE. Now a 3v4.
Yeah, might have needed that kill onto ZywOo. Good nade, but with the AWP, he can stay passive while the rest of the rifles move forward, so the low HP on ZywOo isn't the biggest deal in the world.
Goofy's got a good angle. It can be unpredictable, it can be difficult to deal with, and that's exactly what Goofy was banking on. A double on the Tech 9, and now the low HP of ZywOo is a big issue, and Diha takes him down on the Tech. 2 rounds for ENCE, pulled off the back of pistols.
And it is that missed smoke that comes back to haunt them. While ENCE couldn't really take advantage of it right out of the gate without rifles, the fact that Vitality misses it forces them passive. They play passive right out of the gate instead of peeking down ramp, and that gave a lot of space. This time, unlike the previous rounds that have been played in this half, ENCE isn't getting harassed as they move up. There's no Molotovs at sandbags. There's no one peeking towards short. There's no one peeking down scaffolding. And those Tech 9s and deagles had a lot of room to get close. So miscues in round 7 for the Vitality defense. And ENCE has strung a couple together.
Apeks spamming down through the ramp smoke, trying to connect onto Hades.
Takes the AWP away from ZywOo and puts it in the hand of Hades as well. Not enough money to rebuy that. Important round for Vitality. If they lose this moving forward, it's going to be a busted bye afterwards.
Yeah, ENCE can start to shrink this gap between the two teams. And look at Spinks getting more aggressive, going to the edge of the map. But Glaive will win the duel, and the aggressive play up on top of the wood does not work out for MOUZ. But will the account for ZywOo to still be around here? 3 players committed B early on for Vitality, and it's an awkward fight for ZywOo. He doesn't pull it back, but Apeks gets aggressive down the A ramp and is punished and pushed back by Hades. Kylo won that fight versus ZywOo, and it's all on Flames. Middle of the map, trying to figure out where the right pathway is. He goes back to the B bomb site. He'll leap off construction, catch Goofy with nades in his hands. A second kill from Flames, and this chance for ENCE is now shrunk into a 1v1 fight. And it's Hades, the player we mentioned mere moments ago, with a sniper in hand. Flames should know about his position based on that utility, but he doesn't trust it just yet. Eventually, we'll climb up construction and think about just sitting passively and letting Hades make the next move.
Molotov to delay the plant. Harass Hades a little bit. He's deep though.
Oh, Hades fake plants, expecting Flames to move aggressively. 20 seconds left.
Hades has gone to the AK-47 as well.
He wants to go rifle, close quarters combat. Now he has to go to that plant. He's sticking it this time. And his Flames moving out. He'll get that headshot. Bomb goes down, some extra cash, but that is going to sting for ENCE. The fact that they were in a 3v1 and Flames is able to pick it up.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Finds the far player first and knows one's close up behind the smoke, spams him down, and then just outplays Hades in a 1v1. Beautiful stuff from Flames. And a good lead for Vitality. They avoid disaster, picks up the op for ZywOo.
Wow, what a start from Flames, man. 12-3. He eclipses ZywOo's kills. The timeout taken from Vitality. It has been a pretty scrappy start to this game, but those are rounds ENCE cannot afford to lose.
I like this timeout, though, from Vitality. These last 2 rounds have been a little hectic. The missed smoke at the A ramp, the space given up to that attack, and then this round, obviously, the aggression towards B stairs with 3 players didn't pan out whatsoever. They got obliterated. So this is very much, all right, boys, let's calm it down. Playing standard, playing default has been fine for us. Just keep, you know, we don't need to pull off all these aggressive plays. Everyone just rein it in a little bit and focus. But this is a big-time clutch, and Flames is one of the players brought in last year that helped them really avoid like the collapse of the departure of so many solid players that Vitality went through last year and still maintained at the top. Part of the reason is a talent like Flames came in, and he's, much like Spinks before him, growing into his own and growing into a better player.
I mean, he was the surprise pickup right after the Paris Major win. They replaced Dupree for Flames because he came out of OG, ran out his contract, and was a free signing for Vitality, and they are looking towards the future, trying to keep this team competitive for as long as possible. So far, that has paid off. Apeks through the smoke. Hades, that's an unfortunate start to the round here. Nice shot from D-Hub back. Attempts the double. Couldn't quite get it.
Apeks wanted a little bit more. Doubled up at the B bomb site. Vitality's reading this a little bit, that they've been so strong at the A bomb site that we're going to see ENCE more and more challenge B. So they park Spinks back in the corner and show MOUZ's presence.
Glaive faking the run back. He stayed committed towards B for a moment longer. Like D-Hub's even starting to pull away now, so they're trying to fake away the B runaway. And then they're re-aggressing into the B bomb site. Spinks has not moved from quad. MOUZ plays at construction.
There's no Molotov as well for ENCE. They can't clear Spinks out. He has a smoke just for the eventuality, but it's not going to be necessary. So his position is so strong.
Yeah, if they use smokes to smoke off the generators, maybe they can isolate the fight into a 1v1. So MOUZ realizes if he doesn't peek with Spinks, it becomes very difficult, and Spinks is dead at quad. MOUZ's help behind the E-box. And they're into the site here, and they've done very well to somehow find a pathway to this B bomb site.
I can't believe Spinks went down that easy. Might have peeked a little bit earlier, might have thought they were further up, and oh, another peek comes in. D-Hub on top of the boxes, trades it off. Flames is exposed, the smoke clears, and ZywOo can get nothing done. ENCE batter their way into the B bomb site, and they've got 3.
Yeah, great work. That's fantastic for ENCE. Great calls, staying composed. You see the idea behind it. Glaive was at the bottom of B and then took a few stats back. They went back in for the double pump on the B bomb site. And it feels like the setup initially was going to be really strong because MOUZ was at default, right? So if he's standing default and Spinks is a quad, they can fight together, but he drops back, and then I thought Spinks was surely going to knock down a few.
Hey, look at these margins, though. I mean, Apeks has got to be frustrated in a round like this, you'd imagine, too. Gets the opening kill and goes for that aggressive push down immediately after, giving away a 4-on-4. Now Vitality stuck on pistol. pistols.
And this is right after a timeout for Vitality, where you said you loved the idea because the last few rounds were absolute bedlam.
Yeah, it felt like rein it in, boys. Like everything's going fine. We don't need to do anything super crazy. But obviously at the pro level, you always feel like you have to throw something into the mix. You feel like you have to be proactive.
Look at Glaive.
Glaive is starting to get a really good feel for this T side at the moment.
He's like, hold on, I remember. The B bomb site was the weakness. The B bomb site was the hole. Glaive is through it again. Mezzi coming back with a deagle. Blinded. Unable to muster anything.
Those are hard fights. Hard fights against AK-47s. Bomb's going to get planted. And I think Vitality have to save these 4 armored pistols and try again in the next round. ENCE is putting together a half. It looked real sketchy. This was 6-2 at a point.
And it didn't look pretty. I thought that 1v3 for Flames was about to break them for the rest of the half, but ENCE have stayed in it again. This really is the little ENCE that could. They never, ever give up. They always find a way to stay competitive. I mean, many times throughout that quarterfinal in Katowice up against Falcons, they looked like it was going to be an absolute one-sided drought. And then suddenly they would find the way back in with weaker weapons or some sort of way to stay competitive.
Well, they did it again here. Remember what got them started was that Tech 9 round towards the A bomb site.
Exactly.
Weaker weapons. And
so they've got it in them.
Yeah, it's starting to look good for ENCE. This is a well put together half, all things considered, especially not winning a pistol, losing a 3v1. The fact that they have 4 is very impressive.
Now, their most recent head-to-head, we've mentioned it before, 17 days ago at Katowice. We went to 3 maps. We see ENCE win 2 of them. That was a 13-6 victory on Vertigo. Very comfortable affair. And then we've seen them win Nuke, 13-8. Well, Nuke is the next map coming up here. Vitality's selection for the series.
It took a pop-off from Hades to win that map. He's having a rough start to this series, 2-8 at the moment. He's been quiet, shut down a couple times through smoke. We'll see if he can bounce back moving forward. ENCE have a good runway to get up to 5. Once again, up against pistols. Vitality trying to save everything they can for the last round of the half.
It took a pop-off for Hades to beat Vitality in the last game, and it also took a pop-off for Hades back at the last RMR on the path to Paris to qualify themselves as Legends 3-0 against Vitality. It seems to be the secret weapon. When Hades has a good game, Vitality fall.
Road to Rio, path to Paris. What have we got for Copenhagen?
The charge to Copenhagen.
Cobblestones to Copenhagen?
The cobbles to Copenhagen, I like it. I wish Cobblestone was, actually no, that's not true. Nostalgia.
Yeah, all nostalgia. Dia, a little bit of a challenge up at Crane. He's just here to maintain presence. As you can see on the mini-map, the rest of ENCE on that lower portion of the map has already thrown out utility for the B bomb site. So Dia's just trying to freeze as many players as possible. That Molotov is so deep. Oh, it spreads at the last second. It forces Mezzi out to his death.
Yeah, Mezzi ain't going to stick around when the fire forces him into the opening. He only has a P2000, so the rest of his teammates start to arrive on rotation. Spinks does well to get 1, but it's traded by Goofy. And as you would expect, these pistols for Vitality not getting too much done. Ends up in 4v2. And they've, again, closed the gap. It's 5 rounds on the board for the T side. Last round of the half coming up. And ENCE could tie things up. This could be 6-6.
Oh, the fun thing is going to be the mind games in the last round. Nice shot from Apeks. It's not opening up a retake just yet. They would love to just get a gun.
And so like, yep, guys, no one else peek. Don't give him any sort of chances here. Apeks is Beagle getting closer to the bomb site, but now it is just inconsequential. So Diha takes him out. 5 rounds are collected for
Now,
ENCE.
ENCE has closed this gap with really leaning and sort of abusing and finding a weakness at that B bomb site. Because remember, they were getting shut down pretty frequently, pretty easily by Vitality at the A ramp. But I wonder what kind of mind games Glaive is going to come out with in this last round. Do you go back to A saying, all right, we've done enough work at the B bomb site that we can maybe crack this open now? Or do you just stick to what's working?
We'll have to wait and see. It's actually a very interesting in-game leadership comparison, right? It's one of the GOAT in-game leaders in Glaive going up against the new modern in-game leader of Apeks. Trying to combat against one another for a spot at the Major.
Yeah, potentially the best in-game leader of all time against the 2023's best in-game leader.
Yeah.
Glaive, 17 majors, 4 victories for him. And the greatest team of all time, Astralis, and Spinks is going to step up and stand tall.
Yeah, good double there for Spinks in middle. That's going to be ENCE down to 3 players, and that throws a spanner into the works for their dreams of tying up this half. Diha, close to the ramp. Apeks just sitting inside of the smoke, looking to be an absolute nuisance when that fades away. Doesn't see anybody close to Xbox. He realizes that smoke is likely to fade soon, so he's going to drop a little bit further back while it's still up and while he still has that temporary cover. And they'll change the defense up. With Vitality having 2 players in the lead, they can just sit comfortably and let Spinks make his move through middle.
Yeah, and sometimes this passive setup at the A bomb site is so they can play retake with utility or harass the plant. There's none of those nades for Vitality, so actually this passive setup is to allow the aggression on the other side of the map. No need to be aggressive at 2 points. Potentially losing both of those could be a disaster. So you play weak here, you let them pull into the site, you suck them as deep as you possibly can into the site, and you let that flank come in.
Yeah, Spinks is starting to make this round very claustrophobic for ENCE. They don't know it yet. Flames holding for that short swing out is just one from Kylar. ENCE need a little more than that. And here's the flank for Spinks. It activates, it comes around the back, and Vitality will have a small lead at the turn of the first half.
Yeah, really good job from Vitality throughout this half. Great job. I mean, this is a great half from both teams, all things considered. Defense looks so strong at the trot. And then ENCE finds ways to get back into it, grinding with a low buy and then figuring out the weakness at that B bomb site and just hitting it relentlessly. And it actually, I mean, funnily enough, if there wasn't the 1v3 from Flames, like this could actually be a 7-5 lead in the favor of ENCE. That was a very, very close half of play. So let's switch sides and see what we've got.
Yeah, very close and kind of chaotic at times. Emotions kept in check at the moment. Obviously, this isn't the elimination game, but you don't want to go 2-2 in the RMR. You don't want to have to be battling through the last possible chance. So 2-1. Winner of this best of 3 gets a spot in Copenhagen. Vitality the favorites today. Pistol round kicks off second half. ENCE will show us what they've got in their defense. Pistol round could give them the opportunity to tie things up right away here. Diha. Oh, big shot. Flames knocked out instantly, and Diha spotted a few extra players running with him.
That was so casual.
Yeah.
That was so casual. Get out of my face.
Apeks considering a boost. Oh, there we go. Apeks, the knees getting a little bit sore in his old age. Eventually makes that jump up.
He does have smoke Molotov.
Flash play here for Diha. Apeks is going to have to flash right in his face. He has to jump off. Fortunately for him, he had ZywOo to protect him.
That's a tough anti-flash position. Really good shot from ZywOo.
ZywOo upgrades. Glock to P2000.
Seems like a downgrade to me.
Yeah, you could argue either way. Let's see what ZywOo can do with that P2000. It could unravel this round for ENCE. They started it with the advantage thanks to Diha. ZywOo was the pistol god at the start of this map. Apeks goes in, just one. Kylar and Goofy staying in this fight for ENCE. In fact, they've kept him ahead in the fight. MOUZ trying to duel out with the bomb site defense and not really coming out on top until that peek from Glaive overextends. Now ZywOo activates, clean headshot on the P2K, and it's just Kylar left. The pole stands alone, and MOUZ, what a shot. Rips him off a headshot.
Man, those are some disgusting shots from MOUZ, and that was a busted strategy. They had to fight themselves out of that one. Good job from ZywOo being patient on short and finding his timing. Once MOUZ takes down one player, that short player has to consider both angles, and ZywOo takes complete advantage.
Ooh, it's just so nice for MOUZ, and this shot looks so casual, so clean for ZywOo. A 5v4 deficit, or rather 4v5, I should frame it, for Vitality, and they come out on top of it.
Both pistols in the map won by Vitality.
We talk about ENCE liking a force buy in the second round. They do it on the CT side. Some teams will like to just eco, but ENCE love to go for it. 3 MP9s, Deagle's out. There's a shot in the dark here for ENCE. ZywOo just sitting at the bottom of the ramp, having a little look for some aggression. No one from ENCE pushing down that way. If there was mid-play for ENCE, well, there was 3 players waiting for them for Vitality, but Vitality haven't seen anything aggressive from ENCE yet, so they're going to start making their moves. 2 through middle. MOUZ holds the bottom of B with the bomb on his back, and ZywOo tasked with solo A control.
Utility exchange. Middle's got some space to it that Vitality like. Defensive smoke so they can cross over.
Oh,
Apeks not going to clear straight down.
Diaz blind.
He's blind forever.
Bowls him over. 2 from Diaz Deeg. But Spinks is right back once again, pulling this back for Vitality. Goofy stands tall enough, and now it's just ZywOo. When I say just, it is the greatest player in the world in the clutch against Goofy and Glaive. And he's got the AK-47. He's got weapon superiority. and all the time and health to play with. Sees the first victim. That's towards construction. ZywOo will not reveal his position just yet. Keep them guessing. He somehow gets past again. There's the first fight. Knows where that second player is. He's going to Molotov Glaive off of construction. The MP9 drops down into the fight, and ZywOo will lose it to Glaive. The MP9 up against the rifle, and it's ENCE to pull off the force buy.
I don't think ZywOo expected Glaive to stay aggressive and stick with those peaks like that, but Glaive just being mobile with the MP9, tapping away. Good shot, but this is Ultia. The poor guy is blind for the full length of the flashbang. Can't get involved in these fights, but it's perfect when his vision comes clear. It's exactly what he would have wanted. And ZywOo simply can't handle Glaive's heat. Nice shot.
I love that Glaive stays active, because he probably realizes if you get that into like straight up duel versus ZywOo, he has the AK, he's the better player. You know, you're going to be in a rough spot, so you have to kind of use an element of surprise and use that MP9 to great effect.
That's a big win for ENCE. They take a timeout right after to talk things over. Again, just get themselves in the right mind frame to challenge up against this. It would be such a hiccup. It would be so painful to lose this round after you just stole away the second.
We always talk about the fact that if the T's lose the pistol but they get a bomb plant, they still get a really good force buy. I think the conversation needs to start around how good the MP9 is, man, because we're seeing so many of these MP9 rounds winning against rifles. It's currently very, very strong in this game, and if you go up for that second CT buy and you get enough MP9s out across the board, there's always a chance.
Yeah, it's pretty strong, and also just the economic viability is crazy. It's a lot of bang for buck.
Oh, Vitality have thrown their bucks together and got themselves Tech 9s and Deagles. They've thrown everything into the mix. A force buy of their own. Let the war begin. Diha sends the grenade down the ramp. Peeks as the smoke is blown open. He's going to sprinkle some damage evenly across the board here, but Glaive needs to be careful. He's running out of ammo, and he's overrun. ZywOo gets his revenge in the follow-up round, this time with a Tech 9.
Glaive really kind of got sold down the river by Dia, just spamming that complete magazine into the smoke. Vitality heard him run out of bullets and was like, now's the time, and it's a perfect one-for-one trade.
Ooh, Spinks with the Tech 9 if piece here. Kylo's going to be in a tough spot, but able to react in time, gets his crosshair down on Spinks. Ooh, Vitality know there's an aggressive B player, and they're going to face him. They're going to fight him. How does Kylo handle this?
It's because if he's aggressive, and if he's aggressive, you imagine the defense has kind of shifted away from this bomb side. Kyler's caught in the worst possible spot. Now they have to hustle to get in. Yeah. It's going to be Goofy on the initial defense.
He missed the initial timing. He would have had all the info early, and that rotation could have been faster, but because that doesn't happen, ZywOo gets deep into the bomb site, but he loses the duel against Goofy, and it's just Mezzy. The bomb goes down. At least that is secured. But a 1v3 ahead of him. Merriman needs a massive clutch. Send the smoke out back of the generator. Ooh, close to taking down the low HP of Goofy, but now that hasn't gone his way. The chances dwindle further and further. Mezzy, oh, big shot on the Deeg, and just one left. Mezzy, this could be magical for Merriman. Deagle looking to bring Goofy down, and what a clutch! That is ridiculous from Mezzy.
And look at what it means to him. It's got Apeks on his feet, hyping the boys up. That's 2 1v3s in this map for Vitality. Surely you don't lose after that. Flames in the first half, and this one's Mezzy. And it's even more difficult running out of bullets in the AK. A brilliant shot with the Deagle, and just finding cover.
He had low HP the whole time, and he just has one pillar of cover. Those 2 boxes are the only thing protecting him from death. And he engineers the perfect round. He has problems on the B bomb side, on the CT side, but they are not here when he's on the attacking affair.
Well, that's what they brought him in for, those kinds of situations, the impact that he's been able to provide to his previous teams, and we've been waiting to see it really manifest itself in Vitality, and there's a good flash of it right there in that round. And that allows Vitality to move forward, win 2 in a row, and win these force buy battles. We'll have an investment from ENCE. But can you really expect to win this kind of a round twice?
We'll have to wait and see. The force buy wars are fully underway. Vitality and ENCE 1-1 of those force buys at the start of the second half. Why not keep it going? Vitality have to stay composed. They know if they win this, it puts them in such a good spot for the rest of this map. It'll be 10 rounds. They don't know they're up against the force buy yet. But they can hazard a guess.
Oh, yeah, they are assuming it's a force buy. You don't know, but you're playing like it is.
Yeah. Apeks through short. Flames is with him. That Molotov is going to try and disrupt some of these CT players, forces them into an aggressive fight. And that initial chaos could have ended up looking quite pretty for ENCE, but instead it is 3 kills for Vitality.
It's not a bad pounce, not a bad timing to spring that trap, just the kills not go in their direction. Good heads-up play, and again, that's Vitality being very focused on the fact that they know it's going to be a force buy, they know there's going to be danger.
A lot of damage done. Apeks and Spinks are on 21 health. If that MP9 can rattle off a couple, maybe it can take those players down. Kylo is pushed all the way down B, so he has a fast rotation. Glaive is getting hungry for information, so he makes a play. He makes an aggressive maneuver towards top ramp. Hasn't rounded the corner yet, and if he does, he's up against ZywOo, a player with health, ready to fight. It's going to be tough to take down the AK here. Glaive is hoping they round the corner, they come to him, and ZywOo edges his way around, spots out enough of Glaive to take him off the server, and Kailash just too far removed to do anything about this, so Vitality will be on 10 rounds, they will break the money events, and now they're in control of Vertigo. Look how paranoid they are about Kylar. Fake planting, trying to pull them out.
Just being safe, right? Especially 2 players with low HP. This would be a critical time to lose a round, so not taking anything for granted. This is a series to progress to the Copenhagen Major. Winner moves on and qualifies. The loser will have another chance tomorrow. And Vitality want to put themselves in the best position by taking away ENCE's map pick to start this series.
So we look at ENCE's money, Jason. It seems like they maybe have one more buy in them, one more full buy round.
This is the pain, right? It's going to be 10-6, and then you have to save. So then you're sitting at, you know, in theory, as long as everything goes according to plan, 11-6. And yeah, that's kind of the last chance. Then ENCE have to just, that defense has to put a stop to it immediately. So in one way, like, it obviously sucks kind of bouncing back and forth, winning the pistol, losing the second round if you're Vitality, but you're also loving the fact that the force buys have extended this far into the second half, and now you've gotten control because you've got such a huge advantage in this map now.
Yeah, you haven't let ENCE have any sort of comfortable gun rounds.
We haven't seen the AWP in the hands of Hades.
Yeah. And we talked about who is the X factor usually when it comes to series that this ENCE side can win against Vitality.
And I mean, if you're ENCE and you end up losing this map, you feel like you didn't even get to play the CT side. You'd never get to play a standard round on the CT side. Hades still stuck on 2 kills, having a very tough time in the opening map of this series.
Yeah, you're not going to win a series versus Vitality if this performance from Hades keeps up. There's no secrets about that. Controlled again from Vitality, waiting for aggression from ENCE. They provided the fights with the swing in the last round. They are likely to do the same again here. Stack gets short is the best chance here for ENCE. 3 players, they go out one by one. A conveyor belt offered on in of ENCE players. USP for Hades does not net a kill, but Glaive certainly will. There is only 1 for ENCE so far, and obviously the USPs will not take down the rest of the rifles from Vitality. Flames cleans up, and 11 rounds as predicted. So this is it for ENCE. This is their gun round. This is their chance to try and build up into the CT half.
It's really their only opportunity. This is the best buy they'll have throughout the entire half. If they lose it, they're back onto a force buy with MP9s and upgraded pistols. So it's not a great place to be in. They responded to every obstacle in the first half. Now we got to see if they can do it on the CT side. But this has slipped out of their control.
Apeks, this time a bit more assertive up ramp instead of waiting. He's taking some control. Molotov at the ready for D-Hub, but look at this. The peek from Apeks, immediately starting the fight, and ZywOo's there with him. It's quick from Vitality. They pounce on Glaive, and now D-Hub has to feel the pressure. He's got to know that they're about to round this corner and come crashing down upon this A-bomb site. Hades yet to do anything in this map. Steps up with an important kill on Apeks, and there's needed more. They need a lot more. And D-Hut attempts to get a double, but just couldn't get out of that spot. Hades swings in and dies to the hand of Spinks. It's crumbled here for ENCE. Vertigo will not be their map. Vitality up to map point, just like that.
That's a lot of respect given over to Vitality that they take advantage of. That opening kill on the Glaive, and they're stepped in front of the counter Molotov as well, and that's a long time in the round. Over a minute on the clock when they're already challenging into the A-bomb site. That's a really tough defense to pull off. That got busted open by Vitality's boldness of walking in quietly.
Yeah, it's a great call from Apeks.
You can't go for this. You actually need this M4 more than anything. You need to have one rifle in the next round. He's got no kit.
Yeah, how is he going to get away? Smoke could provide him some cover. But he's sticking around here. Getting away is going to be very difficult now for Kylar.
If he stays here long enough, I mean, you could see Flames kind of creeping up. He's going to try and hunt down this weapon because he knows how valuable it is. Oh, perfect flashbang. And yeah, Kylar just stayed in the danger point way too much.
So no rifles in the next round. None at all. So that's ENCE looking almost down and out at this point on Vertigo. And it was always a story with this 9 core. Vertigo was the map they could go toe-to-toe with the Titans of Counter-Strike on. They could bring them down on Vertigo, and then it would come to the rest of the series to see whether or not they'd be able to get the job done. Often they wouldn't. Sometimes they would. But now without Vertigo going under the belt of this ENCE squad, moving into the rest of the series, Vitality today just looking far superior. And it isn't one of those huge ZywOo step-ups either, right? You've had a clutch from Mezzi, big pistol round from ZywOo. But this is more of a team effort across the board from Vitality.
Yeah, I think the clutches are really the ones that kind of break it for me. That Mezzi clutch.
And Flames?
Yeah, and Flames in the first half, but especially the Mezzi one, because that was a world in which ENCE, like, you know, that's round 3 of this second half. You know, and that's where they really establish that they have control of the money, that they have the rifles while Vitality drops onto pistols. That one was just backbreaking. It's prevented them from fighting for this entire second half.
Well, this could be the last round of Vertigo between Vitality and ENCE. Vitality will be one map win away from Copenhagen and the Major. ENCE do have a rifle somehow out of all of that, so Diha's the man to pick it up.
Yeah, well, I think Glaive would have liked to have had an extra weapon of some kind passed over by Kylar.
Oh,
I think they spotted him as well, spamming down the position. Maybe just a guess.
Kylar is sticking around inside of the smoke, trying to be a little crazy with it. Oh, will he be able to get out of his... no, he won't. The aggression does not really pay off. He gets 1 kill and traded effectively by Vitality.
And Goofy never expects that fight because he's still got Kylar down there. He expects Kylar to be able to stop that kind of a play. And look at the weakness in the defense this has caused that ZywOo's currently taking advantage of. Everyone shifts over towards middle on the B bomb site. They know they force rotations by getting 2 kills there. And ZywOo's just like, I'm going to trot into the A bomb site.
Oh, big headshot. Hades down and out. Apeks supplies pressure at B simultaneously. Now they've got options and they select A.
Yeah, and ENCE is completely out of position, far away, and once again, no kits. You have a smoke on Glaive. He was going for a flank initially, going to come back and join up with Diha, but this is going to be desperate. This is going to be very difficult. No easy kills to find either. Nade likely to go to sandbags, but nobody's home.
Diha and Glaive send their final attempt to Vertigo into the bomb site. Flash sent up for Diha to be blinded. He's held back at headshot. Tap on the defuse. Instant kill from ZywOo. And Spinks will topple Glaive. Vitality looks strong on map 1 of Vertigo. Big clutches from Mezzi and Flames, and they're now knocking on the door of the Copenhagen Major.
It was ENCE's map pick, but Vitality take it. They dominate that skyscraper and go up 1-0 in this series to secure a spot in Copenhagen and the first Counter-Strike 2 Major. From the top of the scoreboard with ZywOo to the bottom with Mezzi, every single player on Vitality pulled their weight, Pimpomaniac.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Mezzi even had a fantastic 1v3 clutch despite being the bottom guy on the scoreboard, so he came in, found impact. Silver lining for me, much better showing for Vitality. Looked like a team today. Looked like a team with a plan. A strong team as well, where everyone was contributing, where especially the T side right here was looking very solid, coming out of Apeks, coming out of the players. So you can argue the first half was very competitive, very much back and forth. ENCE fought their way back into it, had a couple of cool strings of rounds in that T side. But apart from that second half, as soon as Mezzi won that 1v3, it was more or less game over.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned Mezzi's clutch, because I do think this game is more competitive than the scoreline might suggest. Because Vitality were able to find these clutches early in the halves, they gave themselves a bit more breathing room, and they allowed themselves to not only play against financially how to say, weakened opponent, rather, sorry, but then they also had a bit of momentum in their calling. So I do think 2 clutches very much decided the fate of Vitality, but I agree, from a top-down perspective, a much more comprehensive performance, not only the ZywOo show, even though he had a very good map.
Turning our attention to the ENCE side of the scoreboard, there is quite a large outlier at the bottom. Let's be clear, Hades in the previous two maps, the previous two matchups versus GamerLegion, Guild Eagles, he was killing it, right? But at the start of the tournament versus Spirit, where they went 0 to 13, he was completely missing, just one frag. Here today against Vitality, you can't afford to have Hades just getting 3.
No, we talked about it coming into the match. We knew that Hades was going to have an impact on the server in order for them to potentially win or have a chance of winning against Vitality. Obviously, he's having a rough showing. 3-17 for an AWP player like Hades. That's a very tough game, especially when you consider the counterpart to him is Saivu on the other side, top ranking with 112 ADR. Again, we can all have those games. Hades are having those games once in a while. Didn't really define or doesn't really define him how he's been playing in ENCE so far, but there's no beating around the bush that when you're playing and you're having that kind of performance as an AWP player on Vertigo, you're not giving your team many chances to win.
First of all, with the clutches from Vitality, I don't think he put his hands on an AWP quite a lot on the T side, but it's true that he had a couple of opportunities, and his duel versus Apeks or Flames is usually where it's all decided. And we know Vitality will give you the opportunity. We know they're going to be very fight-oriented, and we saw Apeks find him twice through smokes. We saw him desk slam when he died at that very moment. I mean, it's very telling. It's an image, right? This duel, Hades is supposed to kill Apeks. He's supposed to have the free kill on it, dies in the smoke. Very frustrating for him.
Let's start breaking down some of these rounds, starting with round 8.
Yeah, listen, we're going to have to address Flames' performance on the CT side as well. I think he was an extremely important part, and this is the 1v3 where I would argue ENCE misplayed. I think Goofy gives his life away here. Kylar is a little bit unfortunate that Flames finds him in the fadeaway, and then from this moment on, a whole lot of patience and composure coming out of Flames, who doesn't really know where the last player is. He's going to hear a sound cue, even doubt himself a little bit. I know the map can be quite confusing in terms of audio. Then he figures out the clutch, and from this moment on, it's sort of a nerve battle. It's a mental warfare. He puts down the mollies, forces the Hades to be out of the bomb plant, which then gives him time to change his position. And you have to realize as well, at this point in time, Hades is already having quite of a lukewarm game. He's not exactly in his shoes, and he takes a vast risk by planting far behind, which gives Flames the opportunity. Huge clutch from Flames, and it was foreshadowing Hades' struggle in this game.
There's two things in that round. I'm not satisfied with the first two ENCE players. I think they played a little bit too far-fetched in that regard. They were seeking the duel too much. You say Kyler was a little bit unlucky getting shot through the smoke. You would agree with that. However, he was also taking the shots back at him, right? So instead of gambling on playing a 1v2, he wanted to shoot him through the smoke. That's a massive mistake. For Hades to plant open like that, not sure why, not sure what went through his mind, but if I'm Hades, I'm mad that I even was put in a 1v1 situation here. It should have never been the case for him in that regard. Regardless, well done by Flames.
With regards to Flames, this guy is still just 20 years old. You know, this kid, I think at this point, and tell me if I'm wrong, it's fair to say he is becoming a rock for this team, or he has become a rock for his team. His performances, generally speaking, they're consistent, and he's able to clutch up.
The context for me is that they took a big risk signing Flames, right? In the sense that you had Dupree on your team, you won the major, everything was looking great, yet they still went in and were like, listen, Dupree, we really appreciate you winning the major for us. We appreciate everything you've done for us. You built the dream, you secured it, but now we're going to move into the future. So they took a big risk signing a player that at the time, sure, had showed potential, but you could never really count whether or not he was going to fit within Vitality as Dupree did during the major.
It's such big shoes to fit as well, Dupree's.
It is big shoes, and I like that. I like the proactive move that Vitality took. It paid off, and I think Flames, for the vast majority of the time in Vitality, have lived up to the expectations.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think he's far from being a finished product as a player, of course. I mean, we knew what we could do in OG, but he didn't really get the chance to do it too many times and on big stages. But what is very impressive is that Vitality not only could just spend 6 months molding him, no, they couldn't. They had to make another change right behind Majesk leaves, and then you bring in up Mezzi, and then there's only so much time you can in a day. There's only so much effort you can put in a player. So I think Flamesy sort of went from learning how to be on the bicycle with little side wheels, and then Apeks just said, listen, come on now, it's time for you to go. It's time for you to go. I need to take care of Mezzi right now, so please be solid. And he stepped up in this match.
Maniac, you've mentioned Mezzi. Let's take a look at round 15, where he went absolutely nuclear. Great to see from him.
Changes the whole game. It changes the whole game. Right before that, you have ENCE who actually win the force buy versus Vitality. So the game is wide open at this point in time. We see here it gets a little bit messy, trades in, trades out. Mezzi gets punished by Kylar, but it's still a decent position to be in. Zywoo's got the info and he uses it well. From this point on, it's scaling. It's a matter of who's going to be here first, who's going to have what position. Goofy finds Zywoo being absolutely dinged in the process, 17 HP. And this is where Mezzi, I mean, listen, he doesn't have a million things that he's got to do. What he has to do is find kills as they come to him and dissect angles. And he uses that box to perfection. Just make sure he's covered from one side to the other. He didn't reload, so guess what? You have to go with the deagle, but it's such a great shot on the second one. And all of these 1v1v1 that he's able to once again use the box to play with. This is pure magic. It's beautiful for Mezzi, and again, it changes the whole game. If they lose this round, they get reset, we have a different conversation.
It would have been 8-8. It would have been a game that could have gone both ways. I agree. You look at the scoreline, 13-6. ENCE didn't win. I was a single round after this moment in the game. Could have been much, much closer. It was a beautiful clutch coming out from Messi, and I think it was highly important for him personally as well to find some confidence, you know, feel like you're contributing to the win, because he has been struggling. He was struggling on this map as well, especially that B bomb side defense. He was being targeted time and time again where he couldn't get it done. Luckily for him, T side, he made a cool clutch on the very same bomb side.
Pimp and Maniac, looking ahead, let's start talking about Nuke. There's an argument to be made here that ENCE just need to fully reset and take the rather tough beating that they took on Vertigo and completely reset for Nuke. But I think that's going to be tough. I think going into Vitality's map pick is going to be very tough.
Well, it's very telling, because the map pick of Vitality was also a map that ENCE beat them on last time around. ENCE, I think it was 13-8. It wasn't necessarily that close of a game, so I'm curious to see if Vitality have learned anything from that. If I'm not mistaken, that was the game where Apeks was being caught off guard 24/7. I think it counted 5 rounds in a row where he was getting killed in the back. He was not even looking at his opponents. He was constantly out of position, constantly being caught off guard, completely got out-called by glaive in that instance, and obviously that's a game that Apeks has been looking over. That's something that they learned from. That's something that, you know, he's going to look back and thinking, okay, I'm not going to do that, I'm not going to do that. And I think for my money, ENCE is one-dimensional in the sense that if their plan A is working, sure thing, they can play Counter-Strike at a high level, but they've only been together for a very short time with glaive as well. So if plan A is not working and Apeks has figured that out already, I don't think plan B or plan C is good enough to beat a team like Vitality on Nuke, which is also why I think they picked it.
Oh, definitely. Tall order. And Vitality's T side is one of the ones I rely on. There are maps where I get a little bit worried when the start gets a little bit complicated. That's not really the case on Nuke. I think they have many different ways to win rounds. I think Spinks as well in his lurks on Nuke. It's one of the good maps where he definitely found his groove in there. So I am relatively confident. I think winning map 1 this fashion, that was the hard part of the trick for Vitality.
Can I get some post-map 1 predictions going into map 2? 2-0 or 1-1?
We're looking at a 2-0 for Vitality now.
I will agree.
All right, gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. Everybody at home, a quick shout out as I jump behind the desk to Displate, the highest quality magnet-mounted metal posters on the market. Today, what have we got here?
Would that be a P90?
P90.
That is a P90.
That's the weapon of the highest level pros, right?
It's how you talk to the youth. It's how they connect with you. It's the P90, you know? They relate to it. They don't.
Is the P90 like the symbol of the youth in
like with the Zoomers? Actually, probably more like a boomer gun, I think.
Okay,
Our generation maybe played the P90 more than now.
Pim, you're not a P90 fan?
I got nothing to add. It's the P90. It's the most unacceptable weapon in the game, so you guys continue on. You know?
Okay, well, I think it sounds good and looks good. Regardless, it looks great on our display here. Remember, if you are at home, head on over to displate.com/PGL and find your own display using code PGL at checkout. Nets you 20% off 1 to 2 displays and 33% off 3+ displays. Sorry. You can also see at the front of our desk. Oh, that's cool. That's undeniably cool, right?
I'll get that one. I'll get that one. I'll get that.
We're so happy. That's a chicken.
Yeah, that's our display of the day, and you can vote for the displays of the day via Twitch poll. Big shout out to Display, the highest quality magnet-mounted metal posters on the market. Guys, anything else that you'd like to add going into Nuke? I think you've given me your predictions. Tough to see ENCE in that first map. I feel, yeah, Puzz, it's going to go that way. And we are going to see a 2-0.
I'm curious to see if Saiwu's going to pick up the rifle again and play the same way we saw the first time around this tournament he was playing. He didn't pick up the AWP once. I know he was gifted an AK-47 in round 3 on that CT side. Maybe that played into it as well. And the fact of the matter is he was destroying his opponent. But are we going into a scenario where Saiwu will be forced to play with the AWP, or is he just going to rifle all game long?
Yeah, we're going to have to see. T-side, AK, I'm down with it.
Exciting dynamic to look out for. I think Vitality are going to take it, but it would be awesome to see ENCE bounce back. Everybody at home, do not go anywhere. Vitality technically 1 map away from securing a spot at the PGL CS2 Major in Copenhagen, the first Counter-Strike 2 Major. Do not go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And Simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain. He starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
Welcome back to the PGL EU RMR Group B. We're sending one team to the major, and currently it looks like Vitality will be heading to Copenhagen as they win the first map. It's 13-6. It's Vertigo. It's the classic map for ENCE, and it's gone against them.
Yeah, well, it can all change. They won Nuke last time they clashed on it, just as we said, 17 days ago, and that was a big game from Hades, who's going to need to bounce back from a really rough Vertigo. But also, ENCE have to be very careful because they lost two 3v1s in that map, and you're not going to win many maps if you lose 2 of those.
Yeah, and 2 of the clutches just looked impossible to begin with, and somehow there was a way for Vitality.
Flames and Mezzi, absolute step up in those situations, and I mean it could have gone either way. So I mean, ENCE as a team really has to capitalize on the moments when they create them, because they did actually create plenty of moments in which they could have taken control of this map and just dropped the ball before they could really get going with things. So tough affair here to bounce back on Nuke.
I think you dropped the perfect point that worries me about this comeback for ENCE, and it's the fact that Hades wasn't there on map 1. And every single time the ENCE or the 9 core have even beaten Vitality, historically Hades has had a very good game. And the reason that they were able to get the W 17 days ago was because Hades was stepping up on the CT side with the AWP.
I think he got frustrated a little bit early on. He took a couple really rough deaths, sprayed down through smoke a couple times, and you know, especially because Vitality was shutting down ramp so hard on Vertigo in the early rounds as well. That's kind of where the impact of the AWP on the T side is going to come from, is getting one of those picks as they peak, and he was never able to find those. And obviously in the second half, they only had 1 buy round. They never got into a swing of things. They never built up enough money because they were just in the epic force buy wars throughout that entire half. So yeah, switching over to Nuke, I think he'll have more opportunities. He'll need that kind of mental bounce back, that mental reset, and this is going to come down. This is going to be a good test of, you know, what we kind of touched on during that map was the growth of Hades that we've seen from the first time when he was cut from ENCE, and all the experience and all, you know, everything he learned when he was playing in the 9 core and now being back into ENCE. That growth has really got to show itself here on Nuke with a solid performance if ENCE want to come back in the series.
Vitality are the reigning champions of the major circuit. They won in Paris, obviously. But they had the Danes then. They had Magisk, they had Dupree and Zonic standing behind them. But they've now got a few changes. Flames was their choice to change. It was a risk and it's paid off. Mezzi wasn't so much the choice. You know, Magisk went off to the Falcons project with Zonic. They had to bring exctaz back into the team. And Apeks has spoken so many times about how he wants to win a major with exctaz. That's the goal for him now, is to try and get a major together with that pairing.
Sure, it's kind of like an honorable feeling too, when you like, I got some respect for it for Apeks, because I think he has so much faith in exctaz, where I think there's been a lot of, from the outside, his departure from G2, going out of Vitality, not having success with early Vitality rosters. There's been a little bit of doubt about exctaz's kind of ability and impact as a coach, and Apeks always has that firm belief in that. But I mean, look, that partnership between a coach and an in-game leader is so important. So if Apeks has got that belief, it means very good things. But obviously, wanting to get a major for his coach, wanting to get his major for a friend who he believes has been a little bit slighted from public perception, it's admirable, and he's got a great team with which to accomplish it.
Obviously, we have one of the greatest players of all time in ZywOo standing beside you. He's attended 6 majors, won 1. Obviously, you want to, as an in-game leader, realize while you've got the best player in the world on your team, go and win as many championships as you can. And Vitality have a great option now to go through, a great opportunity to see Copenhagen. CT side start for ENCE.
And Papa ZywOo's leading the way with the P250 Asimov. It looks beautiful. And the shining light of the nuclear silo. Flashes in utility outside, now comes the swing. Gonna bait those Glocks just a little bit to try and get a clean look over towards Glaive. And look at the pressure they're putting outside. A couple cross the secret, but a couple push forward to heaven.
Climbing up is Flames. He's already halfway up there, man. He's ready to go. He's ready to strike.
They forced the rotation down vents. They've thinned out this defense. They know Goofy's tucked into the corner. Ooh! Yeah, Kyler, excuse me. ZywOo can't find the angle through the smoke.
Flames needs to be careful. Goofy goes for a little peek out heaven. Hasn't detected Flames fully. He doesn't want to round that corner yet. Spinks is making his way through ramp room. They're not spotting any ENCE players. They've actually almost traded out map control. And Diha's down on B, just watching, making sure Vitality players can't charge into the lower bomb site. Vitality are wondering, where are ENCE? Where have they gone? And now they've detected Diha.
This round might actually be a little complicated for Vitality because they haven't encountered any resistance, but not any longer. There's the good find, and there's the better spin.
That's sick from Spinks to turn back and get that headshot. You thought the flank would maybe set up ENCE for another kill, but Flames is just shutting them down, keeping them at hell, not letting them go. And Vitality with a flawless pistol round.
What a weird round. I think ENCE never felt like they were in a good position to challenge any of those moves. Like, I think the pressure of crossing over to Secret forced a rotation downstairs. It forced a little bit of a lobby crunch when they lost control of outside, but never once did ENCE say, this is where we make our stand, this is where we make our fight. So Vitality's able to get down Secret, able to push outside towards lockers, able to push in towards ramp room. They're able to gain space everywhere on the map they ventured.
Now it's full eco for ENCE. We spoke about many times about Vertigo, how ENCE like to go for the force buys. I think they realized the constant force buy was probably one of the issues that didn't allow them to get buys out. So they want to get gun rounds as much as possible here on the CT side.
I wonder if, I mean, I doubt he actually did, but it's funny to imagine the idea of Hades going outside after map 1 and being like, hey guys, can I get the op on the CT side,
money,
please? Like, yeah, I'd like to play with an AWP once this series.
Yeah, that'd be real nice. And that does mean that this round should be comfortable for Vitality. A 2-0 lead will be established. And the force buy, I'm kind of happy that we don't have any force buy wars here, Jason. You know, they're fun to a certain extent, but you want to see when it gets to crunch time, you want to see some gun round on gun round action. That's the best face that ENCE can present.
Yeah, and ENCE just going to kind of tuck their tails and try and get some exit kills on the evacuation from the lower bomb sites. ZywOo's hunting it down a little bit, though, seeing nothing. How far does he want to go? Very cautious, which means these unarmored USPs have gotten away to the outer yard.
Oh, good headshot through the vent. Apeks makes it look nice and easy.
Oh, another one.
Holds down the Galil, makes it look real nice. That's all cleaned up. We'll get the gun round out for ENCE. It's not the only matchup currently on right now. We also have OG GamerLegion. That looks like a bit of a barn burner. That's over on the secondary stream.
Oh boy, Snack's trying to get back to the majors.
Yeah, that'd be real nice. Missed out on the Spodek in Katowice, but getting to the major, ooh, that would be really exciting.
Yeah.
GamerLegion, obviously the major finalists last time, played Vitality.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Those were wild days.
It was a crazy time to think back on.
2-0, and no op quite yet for Hades. Not the money, no kills yet on the side of ENCE. And 2 rounds of play.
Hades close right. Oh God, he recovers. I thought that was going to be a disastrous start for Hades. It still could go that way, but he'll at least dish out a bit more damage. Very committed. And Mezzi gets the second kill through the smoke on Kylar. Overextends out of main. And Vitality have the player advantage at the start of this gun round.
And they just disappear. And so once again, there's going to be a decision for ENCE to make. You show presence outside, 3-4 players spotted, and then you just back off. And all throughout that chaos, there is the potential and possibility that they could have crossed a secret and been downstairs. So ENCE have to kind of consider that fact as well. And also they have to contend with the fact that there could be a wrap outside.
Yeah, Glaive isn't comfortable just sitting back on ramp, so he's getting a little bit more aggressive. Pushing out through the vending machine room. And if he's quick about this, he might even be able to deploy a flank to the back of Hut. It's the upper bus coming in for Vitality to try and close out this round. Goofy dies on defense. Diha's just staying at Heaven. Utility comes in and swarms him. Glaive is now just sitting in Hut passively.
Yeah, I think unfortunately both of these players from ENCE, like one has to have success for the other one to activate.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get over Heaven.
2v4 is always going to be impossible, so I think they're just going to call this round off. Glaive might go for some exit kills, going to try and find an escape route, but he's found by Flames. He's putting together a very good series, and D has the last left, and they know exactly where he's at. So 3-0 start for Vitality on the T side of Nuke.
Having a look for Diha now. Flames is, looked away at the wrong time. That kill should confirm that Diha can stay alive. But that's not the start to the gun round they would have hoped for. ENCE sent Hades out aggressive, trying to be disruptive towards the red box. He gets caught with a flashbang. Honestly, it looked like Hades is going to go down without a single kill. I think he recovers quite well to get 1.5. And Diha just about survives on 2 HP. Damn, that's close. You've seen Diha just a few weeks ago, very emotional. Made one of the sort of goals of his Counter-Strike career, getting into the Spodek to play in front of the home crowd.
I imagine it'd have to be one of the goals of any young Polish player, especially, you know, in the early days watching Virtus Pro and the old Polish legends.
He said he was queuing up to get tickets to watch them.
Yeah, he's standing in line in that cold Polish air.
Yeah, and obviously that team winning a major a decade ago is now the new goal, is to try and get to that major. D has been to it a few times.
Good timing as well. Polish team's making a bit of a resurgence.
Definitely is.
Seeing more and more players starting to flex a little bit within the realm of professional Counter-Strike. Wall of smokes outside. Apeks causing a little chaos, having some presence, but not committing to cross towards Secret quite yet. The only M4 available on ENCE is outside, not for long. ZywOo takes that away, just tapping away, and Diha's gone.
Yeah, Kylar is going to be chilling with a boosted spot. That's the best opportunity to get something done with a pistol. But ZywOo is starting to activate. Now, we didn't say that ZywOo had one of the super carry performances. He wasn't the player that won many clutches. In fact, he won the one clutch he was lost the clutch he was involved in against Glaive, if you remember. But he was still the top performer. And those kind of numbers are, you can't mess with ZywOo.
No,
he's just great.
That is just the ZywOo thing. Is like all the other ones are getting like the flashy plays, and he's just getting his like standard double kill here and there, one or two here and
Triple
there.
kill in the pistol
and
makes
you
it
look
look
at the
simple.
scoreboard towards the end of the game, and you're like, oh, he's at the top. Cool.
Yeah, so okay. Didn't see that happening, but I suppose it all adds up. It's quite fantastic to watch ZywOo on the server. Finished map 1, 22-10. Goofy, 5-7. Leashes onto Apeks, but it's traded by Flames, and ZywOo considers Secret. Kylar now left, descended from his boost in the ramp room. No one came to check him, no one came to say hello. So he comes to the party himself, and he is not welcome. Get the money back here for ENCE.
Should have that AWP out now for Hades. You would imagine.
Yeah, you want to see that.
And I think they're going to need it. I mean, it's only been 3 rounds fair play, and obviously a couple of those have been against lower buys and pistol round, but Vitality look very, very calm and very sure of themselves, 4 rounds, in terms of the way that they're taking peaks and taking fights. Like, that was very quickly, like, run outside, act like you run into Secret, boost up, don't be afraid of anything, even with an M4 on the board. So the AWP should be able, if it can have presence, if it can have impact in this round, could start to settle that aspect down.
Yeah, just to put into picture about how important it would be for Hades to start stepping up with this AWP. The last time they played in Kato, where they had that big victory, Hades had the most kills, 22-9. 12 of those kills were with the AWP. So certainly looking to dish out a big performance like that. Glaive straight through the smoke. You can't be bad to that. Apeks taken out through the smoke, but Diha's got to be calling. There's a possibility of that. Pushed through main, but he doesn't. The comms aren't flowing, and ZywOo gets through main into the bomb site. Glaive makes a hasty rotation to heaven, and he needed to get that kill through. 2 players left here for Vitality, looking very good for ENCE. But this could still unravel because the bomb is down and Spinks is given a 1v1 fight. Now considering the rotation up through vent, his teammate MOUZ will deal with the heaven threat. And Spinks stays outside of vent, but the flank is perfect from Goofy. Gets behind him at the right time. And once again, MOUZ is asked to clutch. He did it on Vertigo in style. And now 1v2, they know exactly where he is. Utility keeps him pinned behind the corner for now, and Goofy's going to stick the defuse. MOUZ runs through the fire. Oh, so close. But the defuses pull through. And ENCE, despite being in a 4v2, starting to get a little hairy, they still will win their round.
Not a bad clutch attempt for MOUZ whatsoever. That was really one of the only options he had. And almost makes it work, just a little bit off on the lineup. Great recovery from ENCE in that retake. And that little angle outside for Diha, like you could see the smoke plume covers their turn in towards main just enough to make it really awkward. Because you don't want to tell you, like, it's a very hard call to make. Like, yeah, they can get in if they go through the smoke, but it's so limiting to what the defenders can do upstairs. I like the tactic from Vitality as well. I mean, it continues what they've been doing this whole half, which is being the ones applying all the pressure, making all the plays. And that's going to make the upper defender very nervous moving forward into this half of Nuke.
Oh, Diha's trademark playstyle is getting aggressive around the outside smokes. Ooh, ZywOo runs through Garage. A little taste of Diha and what he can do, but Flames was so close by. Diha quick switched, and that opportunity, that moment when he didn't have his weapon ready, Damn. Vitality just capitalized and they pounce on them.
And look, again, this is kind of like, this is a little bit like Vertigo, and this speaks to it. Like, look at everyone from Vitality testing their various choke points of where they're playing in these defaults. Like, Spinks is just like, I'm going to see if I get any resistance coming out door. And then he's just got that position for so long.
Did Apeks see Hades?
I don't believe so. He might have.
Awkward inside of the vent.
Regardless, there's nothing for ENCE to do. They can't win this round.
No, they cannot. Glaive realizes that and has already taken up the safe spot at CT spawn. We'll go back to where he started the round. Hades will try and join him.
And a lot of the ability for Spinks to get outdoor in that fashion is caused by the fact that Vitality is so aggressively taking outside. You know, they're moving quick. They have the smoke wall up every single round. It's pulling the defense. It's adding a second player outside. It's adding someone to secret. It's adding someone towards main instead of the upper bomb site. So Spinks is able to find that space because his team is being so successful in the yard that ENCE is shuffling their resources to control that. I think the only way at this point is to get aggressive. I think maybe you can put the AWP over in secret and Hades next time he has it, or you get aggressive outside with M4s. We saw Hades do that in the first gun run at Red Box. That's his only kill in the half thus far, is that one in round 3.
And he really shouldn't have got that kill. He probably should have died.
Yeah, blinded and harassed. So timeout from Glaive and ENCE, and Cuban's going to get a chance to be involved in the convo, and they want to talk things over and see how they can change things up, how they can shuffle the players around to handle this attack that Vitality is coming out with.
And we go back to that talking point of Glaive saying in the interview they don't have the Katowice spirit right now. They're not in that mindset. They are not playing at their best level, but their floor has sort of raised to a level where they can get through games where they're not playing so well against the likes of Guild Eagles versus GamerLegion, where they were playing from behind the whole time. But, you know, you play against two of the top sides in the world. They don't win a single round against Spirit in their opening game. And then against Vitality on map 1 of Vertigo, it was another pretty one-sided affair. So it's tough right now to watch ENCE, and I think this was kind of the level we originally thought we would see ENCE at, and maybe those Katowice results have pushed our expectations a little further out.
I'd say that Vertigo map here against Vitality was probably closer than the scoreline suggests, just because of the clutches, but here on Nuke, they're getting absolutely battered thus far. Now this is how Vertigo began as well, with Vitality shutting them down time and time again, and they found the solution. So look again here, 3 players essentially outside.
Hades has a scout, that's the problem. No AWP yet. Blowing open the smoke, attempting to fight. Apeks actually uses that smoke clearance to do some damage. Receives some himself, down to 50. But the rest of his teammates supplying pressure at ramp.
Yeah, and that's the player who was just shuffled over to throw nades outside. That was Glaive coming to help, and now they've got to shuffle to kind of close this gap in ramp room. But Vitality already have control of it, so Glaive has to drop. And Dia has to go back up heaven. They're going to flash to attack into him, and that is filthy.
Yeah, Apeks just crosses outside. Hades crossed out. 55 seconds left in this round. Vitality up a player. It could get even worse because Glaive is going back for information, and Spinks is in such a good angle to spot out his head. He didn't see Goofy cross to the right side, and Goofy doesn't overextend, but they've lost Dia at heaven, and Vitality are just playing with ENCE. Mezzi's got the flank. Kylar with the XM1014 holds it squeaky. Well, where can you go if you're ENCE? There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide.
Vitality is just like 5 steps ahead of everything ENCE want to do. They are finding all the solutions. This is a god-tier T-half in these first 7 rounds of play from Vitality. Bomb being planted, and once again, it's just, I'd like to hold on to this weapon. Hey, Hades got his AWP. There's that.
Just had the scout this round.
Oh, was it a scout this round?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well.
There was nothing positive.
I take it back, there's nothing positive.
I was hit to burst your bubble. Just the scout, and he got wrecked by Apeks.
He did get straight up deleted by Apeks.
Apeks just annihilated him.
That poor guy.
Just like that.
You know, I mean, you could see, that's kind of what I was discussing, is like, they're able to have success on the map because they're drawing so many players outside, and ENCE don't know how to stop it. That round, there was essentially 4 players at various points trying to slow down an outside hit. Smoke wall was up, you had 1 player in main, you had 1 in front of credit, 1 behind credit, and then you had Glaive coming from ramp room to throw utility and assist from deep. And look at what that does to the rest of the map. You have like 1 dedicated upper bomb site defender, and no one in ramp room, and then everyone else is kind of focused on outside. So I mean, just the entire focus and attention of this ENCE defense has been forced to gravitate to the yard, and Vitality has the rest of the map available to him.
Diha hasn't been able to get up to his usual antics, but this is a little different. Apeks thinks he can get across secret safely. He is mistaken. Diha's deagle gets a couple of body shots and bangs his head right off. So a good start for the pistols, but plenty more of those needed, and Diha realizes that, so he's been pulled back to ramp after seeing Glaive be pressured multiple times. Glaive would love some help. But it's just a little poke and prod, show a little presence, and Vitality don't commit through ramp.
Yeah, Vitality have plenty of time to try and force out a mistake, try and force someone into a move. I don't think we'll get it this round. ENCE with just, you know, armor and pistols, they aren't going to be pushing anything. spread around the map as well. 1 secret, 1 ramp room, 2 at the upper bomb site. Diha's kind of shifting wherever he feels the pressure is going to head to. And it looks like Vitality almost want to split towards the upper bomb site in a way. Still want to probe towards ramp room, but 2 players going outside. Utility being spent right now at the moment. 40 seconds on the clock.
ENCE are hoping the time ticks on even further, obviously, because they think in the final few moments you might be able to sort of create chaos. And Kylar coming up secret. It's a good kill on Mezzi. Not only that, but they've softened ZywOo up. ZywOo's 24 HP, and this final attack into the upper bomb site hasn't detected the second player in Rafters, and that's Hades unleashing death from above on the P250. Flames in the clutch again. 12 seconds to win this one, and he runs back into Kylar. A little step back and a check for the headshot. It's 2 for ENCE, and it's done on pistols again.
Fantastic patience from ENCE. They don't push anything for that entire round up until they realize the clock is getting so low. There's that extra piece of utility put outside, and that's when they decide to investigate and find what they can. Beautiful job from Kylar, even getting this last kill on Flames to shut down any kind of clutch attempt.
And we were just saying so many times throughout the playoffs of Kato, now into this event, ENCE win rounds like that on 4 spies, on 5-7s, on half investments, and it allows them to get back into the game.
Well, that's all well and good, but now they got to win a round like this.
Yeah, they do. A gun round. Obviously, with Vitality winning so many rounds, they've got a lot of money built up. They'll be buying for days. So AK's out again. No siding of the ZywOo off. Fine to play with the rifles. Kylar's just waiting for some information to confirm a player is inside of hut, then he'll toss out that utility.
I think Spinks is going to be a bit of a lurk in this position. Find a timing. It looks like they want to put an initial thrust over towards ramp room. And if he starts hearing people drop off silos and rotate all, just one flashbang.
Oh, because he was holding a Molotov, it lets Spinks out for that kill. Shut down by Goofy and Hades back though.
Okay, I had it backwards. Spinks was going to be a 1-person sent on a solo mission with a single flashbang to simulate an upper hit, and they tried to pounce on ramp instead.
55 seconds remaining in the round. ENCE are up a player, but it's more about the damage they've done to the remaining Vitality players that worries me for this T round. You look at Apeks, he's 62 health, but Mezzi's down on 14, and now ZywOo taking some off the top. They better hope that they can be so effective on this final play towards the vent. They try and get down with the bomb. Bomb will fall. ZywOo hits the important trade headshot. He's actually slipped out, so now it's a ZywOo clutch. He sat on and looked as his teammates have picked up clutches on Vertigo.
Oh, this is...
Now it's ZywOo's turn.
This is going to run the time down very, very much. He's got to get up the ladder ASAP. 20 seconds.
This would be an incredible one if he's able to pull it off. He goes up the ladder. Glaive is now blocking him, and oh, he takes the perfect timing to step back, and ZywOo just, god damn it.
I think he realizes it too. He's like, that was almost perfect for him, and then when Glaive takes that one step back, he's like, yep.
Why you gotta do that?
This is impossible now.
Oh, it worked out very well there for Glaive. It's not like he was considering it. They probably would have thought that ZywOo would maybe get down the vent with that smoke up, and they would have had to worry about a B retake.
That was the initial plan, right?
Yeah.
And it gets kind of thrown to hell when Mezzi leading the way with low HP gets picked off on the pathway, and ZywOo tries to make from it what he can. 6-3, ENCE is starting to stabilize a little bit. They're going to get tested again towards ramp room. This time it's Mezzi, but there's 2 players here.
Oh,
2 players gone! 2 players there, 2 of them dead, and Mezzi's opened up the route to the lower bomb site.
That is ridiculous from Mezzi again. So snappy. Beautiful to watch. It's brutal for ENCE to have to stomach. That first shot on Glaive is nice. It's difficult to land at, but the flick back to hell, my God.
And think of the stylistic switch that we've seen out of Vitality in these past few rounds as well, where previously it was the smoke wall with presence and aggressiveness to pull rotation away. Now they've gone into set up Spinks for a flash play into the upper bomb site, basically a ramp rush with Mezzi leading the way, just go look for a fight. They're really kind of catching ENCE off guard in these past few rounds. They're trying to catch them off guard and trying to make them feel uncomfortable. Flame's going to take an extra gun out of the hands of ENCE down the stretch, but now it's the AWP of Hades they have to contend with.
I mean, this is the biggest fight of the round, really. It's whether or not Hades can save his AWP, but it can be picked up by Kylar, but the hunt is on, and Kylar hasn't picked it up yet. Oh, it's so tough. The AWP is gone, and Kylar, he might fall as well right at the end here. Oh, just about gets into the next round, but the AWP is sunk.
And think about all this conversation we've had about Hades and you know, his impact he had in Katowice in this series, especially on Nuke. He's had the AWP, what, twice now, a scout once. and I haven't even seen a chance for him to really have impact with it. It's almost like the Vitality is just have such a good read of the economy. It's like whenever Hades has the AWP, let's go elsewhere. Let's make that alt move. Let's not attack into it.
I can't believe Mezzi hits those shots as a player that walks forward with mouse click 1. Incredible. Zywoo out towards top. Hot. It's one opportunity, but no kill for Zywoo. He's traded by Goofy. Gets a double on that initial ENCE defense. And the bomb hasn't gone down. In fact, they don't have it in their hands. As Spinx is worried about a ramp flank, so he's gone back to watch that and make sure that if Hades keeps pushing, Spinx is composed enough to stop him. But Hades is not going to be walking into the pathway of Spinx in this moment. Mezzi dies to the Molotov, but eventually Hades has to try and join his teammates, and in doing so allows Spinx to draw the numbers even. Molotov towards Heaven. It's going to put pressure on Glaive. Actually, it missed. It completely missed. So Glaive is still allowed to stick around, but only for a second, as Apeks takes him off the top, and then the spam on D-Hot takes him out of this round. He has to run all the way back towards T-Spawn to save this M4, and it's Vitality that are up to 8 rounds as we head into the last round of the half.
Yeah, Vitality's just brute forcing these rounds. This one outsqueaked or even tanking damage from a Molotov and losing an initial engagement.
Oh my god.
And Apeks is so ruthless.
Yeah, nothing saved for D-Hot. The money's in the bin here for ENCE.
This feels like a statement game from Vitality. Like, you might have thought you were on our level, but it ain't true. And we're here to remind you of that fact.
Yeah, getting rid of their bogey team that sticks around, that gives them a difficult matchup every time. Not going to say they fully figured out the equation of Vertigo. Like you said, some clutches definitely decided that, and there was moments of weakness on the CT side, but they got the job done there, 13-6. And now looking to head to the Major with a big statement victory on Nuke. This is a Vitality that looks so disappointing in Katowice, but that result might actually have been the kick out the ass they need.
Well, remember too, all the top teams talk about it, especially going into major cycles. It's all about finding ways to peak at the right time. It's making sure you're playing your best Counter-Strike at the perfect moment. Apeks ain't gonna let anything slip away. Him and Zywoo just clear out Glaive. Nice tricky position. Dia slides into a new one, but they seem very on top of things, and Apeks has another.
I gotta get the workout routine of Apeks. Ever since he started going for runs, man, he's been just fragging out.
Well, I think you have it. Just go for a run,
Go for a run. He does actually publicly post them as well, so.
Lace up the shoes.
Yeah, maybe I'll go do that.
I think he tried to get me to run like a half marathon with him in Malta or something during a pro, and I was like, nah.
Man, you wanted to run the whole island of Malta?
That's like,
pretty sick.
I'm good, baby.
That's, yeah, that'll be one for you. And Goofy coming back in with a couple. Damn, he's actually opened this round up completely for ENCE. A 3v3, now 1v2, as Flames is left in the clutch again. It's Hades and Kyler on the other side of things, and they stay together. Oh, they'll remember the sting of a Flames clutch from Vertigo, but information gathered. Flames will send the molly in. Kyler can't afford for that to spread to him. Oh my goodness, a pixel of Sanctuary. He stays alive somehow, protected, as Flames slips through the squeaky doorway.
Does he want to go downstairs? Nope, he considered it for a moment.
Oh, this is going to be such a tough round for Flames to win now. The Heaven Peak of Hades is the first maneuver, but he backs into lobby. He's got to deal with Kylar. Oh, and the MP9 close quarters. That's exactly where you want that weapon. Damn, that round recovered for ENCE, and an 8-4 half picked up off the back of it.
Yeah, well, if that Molotov spreads an extra half-inch,
yeah,
he set himself up nicely for another 1v3. 8-4 for Vitality. A beautiful, beautiful T-side of Nuke sets him up for a 2-0 win in this series. We'll see what ENCE can bring to the table as they switch to the offensive half.
Yeah, it's that Israeli duo of Spinx and Flames leading the charge for Vitality. It isn't the huge statement performance from Hades you wanted in the CT half. Didn't get his hands on the AWP as much as he would have liked, and when he did have it, he was locked out of the rounds.
Yeah, but Vitality broke them down on a team level that really made it difficult for any individual to have any significant impacts. Goofy ends the half with 10 kills.
8-4? We've seen many comebacks from this exact scoreline on Nuke. We know it can be enough.
It's the nature of the 8-4, I think. Like those 4 were those were so hard for ENCE to get.
One of them was a forced buy or a half buy win, right, with pistols.
Vitality had so many different theories and philosophies and approaches that they busted out on this T side that I can't imagine a world in which they let this CT side slip away.
ENCE will begin their attack with Diha outside. Flash is going to set up. And he
Easy kill surely on Apeks. It should have been easy, but the flash caught everybody. Oh my goodness, everybody's blind. And Apeks gets away with a double kill until he's finally penetrated by Goofy. Kylar stands in the middle of the bomb site. Now it's just Goofy alone. Vitality stomp all over them. And that first awkward engagement for ENCE ruins the pistol.
That's just an unforced error of turning that corner as the flashbang comes out. And that's a flashbang and that's a pistol run that you surely would have theory crafted before the matches began today, where you would have seen where it pops, and they were a little too eager turning this corner. And yeah, even though it blinds one, Deha getting blind as well. I think Glaive turned the corner without even really clearing that angle as well. I just, a couple miscues just building upon each other.
Well, we know ENCE can win 4 spies. They've got another one here. Tech 9s and a Mac 10. It's not the classic 4 spy with a bomb plant. It's the weaker version.
Flames with no utility is going to drop quick on this if he sees anyone.
Yeah, he needs to be very ready. Flames is going to run down. Doesn't want to get caught and overrun by pistols, but they're still going for it. They're going fast. And Flames knows he just needs 1 or 2 kills here, and he doesn't get a single frag. Important that Mezzi stepped up to keep the numbers even here, but a bomb plant for ENCE will surely come in a moment. Smoke out stops Apeks from feeling good about this. Door will open towards him. He slips out with it. He's actually standing inside of that smoke, and the bomb plant has not gone down yet. The attempt isn't there. The rotation's in, but the Tech 9s are stepping up, and Apeks must do the same. How has he got back to that? Apeks on the triple, ripping apart ENCE, and Glaive with a 1v2 ahead of him. He's seen what the in-game leader on the other side of things can do. Now it's his turn.
Not like this.
Apeks slips away.
Apeks just ripped their hearts out.
Like a stealthy panther, disappears, unleashes carnage through the smokes, unravels the entire round for ENCE.
Vitality don't know where he's gone, though. They realize he could have disappeared back up the ramp, and he could be going to the upper bomb site, so they have to consider that eventuality at this point. Sticking together, though, but moving themselves further away from the lower bomb site, so Glaive actually has room to get a plant. There's at least that if you're ENCE.
He has a better weapon, too, available on the ground. He can get an M4 eventually, but it's all about planting the bomb now for Glaive. He'll put it down, and they now realize, okay, it's the B play. Glaive doesn't get that M4, has to stick with the Mac 10. Close quarters fight against Spinks, but it doesn't matter. Glaive can't win it, and Apeks, what the hell was that?
It's really smart. I think he opens it at a perfect timing where the door opening didn't actually get heard by ENCE. They're aware of the possibility, but he waits for that second smoke to plume to make his play. He hears the planter drop a smoke to hide in to plant the bomb, and he realizes that's a second layer of cover that he's got to slide over towards Silo.
Yeah.
Really intelligent, and then obviously a lovely triple kill. A little bit of luck on that last one.
Yeah, he knew where he generally was going to be due to the sound, but just the fact that he gets it so quickly is...
He earned that luck.
He earned it, yeah.
He had to work for it.
He made his own luck.
Yeah.
And that first timeout for Vitality. They want to get the job done now. Copenhagen, it's right there. They can feel it. They can see it. And a few steps away from finding themselves there. The defending major champions from Paris, with a couple of new recruits. Flames will remember his last major. Disappointment with OG. Waited out his contract, realized there would be an option to go to a better team. And when you get the chance to play with the best Counter-Strike player in the world for that year, I mean, you've got to take it.
Yeah, when the best player and the best team come knocking, it's hard to turn that one down.
Oh, it's a dream for Flames. He's attended 2 majors. Heading into this one, this will be his best chance to actually challenge for a title and not just be a team that is there to be beaten.
Two smokes thrown outside for ENCE. Perhaps another mistake.
Goofy's ready to throw his out too. ENCE committing a couple of players past red. They don't have the full wall. There's a huge gap, and Zywoo loves that. He absolutely loves it. Not so much the shot from Deha, but Apeks sprints up secret and gets the trade instantly.
Apeks and Zywoo do such a good job working in tandem.
Oh yeah, they really do.
Nice trade kill from Apeks to secure outside.
They've got a great duo outside, don't they? Playing off each other perfectly for this round. Flames will see them, you'll line them up, and you'll knock him down. It's just Kylar. Oh my, nice shot. Wants another one.
That dink kind of prevents this from going anywhere, though. Could have been interesting, maybe with Flames on low HP. You get one more nice shot with the deagle, and all of a sudden you have a very winnable 1v2. But with only 14 HP,
could catch Mezzi maybe. Nah, Mezzi's got that. Body shots
drop Kylar, and this isn't the ENCE that is going to be able to compete against the likes of Vitality. They're not going to be eliminated, of course. This is the 2-1 record game, and started the competition with a 13-0 loss against the side of Spirit. And they went on to play Guild Eagles. They got a win there. They got a win over GamerLegion. Two teams more around their level, you would say. And now they would have to, again, overperform to take down a team like Vitality. And they just don't have that in them today. So map point surely going to be reached for Vitality. Glaive hops out through Squeaky, gets in behind the vent, but that is communicated, and Mezzy spams him down through it.
Nice and easy. No one else committed either. Wall of smokes just plumes outside. Flames comfortable over in ramp room with an AK-47, wants to get a deep angle. Oh, but nope, Kyler rips his face clean off.
Yeah, he's got a few Ds in him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Diha's turn. Spinks covers that off, and Apeks, he's already rotated down. He's cleaned them up on this lower bomb site multiple times. It's just the one, but a lot of damage on the remaining two players, which should make it easier for Vitality to eventually close this. Dawn will swing open towards double, and it's ZywOo, of course it is, to clean them up. It's map and series point for Vitality, and it's more importantly, qualification point for the Copenhagen Major.
The defending major champions gonna get a chance to defend that trophy in Copenhagen. A little bit of a hiccup yesterday, but they're making up for it today. And again, kind of a statement run through this going 3-1. Certainly a statement here against ENCE after suffering that loss to them just 17 days ago. But the beatdown in this series, 2-0. This is looking a very emphatic one on Nuke. Vertigo had a couple sketchy rounds, but overall, sending a message to ENCE that they aren't ready. And it feels like ENCE will have received that message.
Yeah, message received, understood, and accepted. Kylar dead to the hand of Spinks. Felt like a fair fight until Spinks decides to shoot. ZywOo with one outside, good trade off the top. Remember, Apeks was last spotted towards Secret in the previous round, doing the same move. He's there again. Can't be too comfortable for Apeks.
Apeks is a big fan of the Secret play right out of the gate.
Especially when you got ZywOo outside.
Sure.
Spinks, his turn, Shadow helps him, bomb is dropped, and now 2 kills away from confirming their spot in Copenhagen, but Goofy and Diha don't want to let it go that easily. So Mezzy steps out, just Goofy. He'll collect that bomb. But Mezzy will collect a chance, he's down again. Goofy runs right through, and Flames will confirm it. Celebration for Apeks. The incumbent major champions will return to the major to protect their Paris prize.
And such a strong performance as well. Remember, it's always about peaking at the right time, and Vitality come out with a solid performance here to move into some time off and prepare themselves for the battle in Copenhagen.
You both put it so well, Dinko and Moses. You know, here at the RMR, Vitality did not start off well in the best-of-3 portion. We saw them falter slightly to Cloud9, a team which we thought they should be. And so we had questions, but today, those questions have been answered against ENCE. Vitality absolutely destroying the competition 2-0, booking their spot in Copenhagen for the first Counter-Strike 2 major.
They got the job done, and they got the job done in a very fashionable manner. Without breaking a sweat on Nuke, dominating the opponent from start to finish, it was great to see Vitality play good, proper Counter-Strike again. As you said, Pala, we've been looking at them. We've been thinking, maybe there's a bit of a crisis going on, or a bit of a strugglesome period. Crisis is perhaps too big of a word, but at the very least, they came into this tournament having changed a couple of positions, having changed their approach. I will say the performance today gives me comfort that, yes, obviously qualifying for the major, that's a good thing, but it's still a Vitality that remains competitive to a very, very high level.
Yeah, it's quite a statement victory, right? As you say, clear, never really a question who was going to take this best of 3. What I was really keeping an eye on is the reaction from the loss to Cloud9.
Sure.
Right? Because in Katowice, it felt like you had this sort of mini storm where you lose one series and then you feel like you lose all certainties. You don't really know what Counter-Strike you're supposed to play, and they looked very marked, very stressed. Here, after that loss to Cloud9, you see it's a completely different phase. Again, I'm not going to romanticize what happened. When Vitality win a couple of these key clutches, of course the game becomes much easier. And they had these moments time and time again where on a knife's edge, someone would step up. I think in terms of individual performances, much stronger. The floor was much higher, not only overly reliant on ZywOo. We had moments from Flames. Apeks had great multi-kills on this map as well. Spinks did what he needed to do. That's a Vitality A+ performance.
Maniac and Pimp is a word we can use to describe Vitality today against ENCE. Generally speaking, stabilization. Have they stabilized as a roster coming off that Cloud9 loss?
I'd say so, yeah. I agree with Matthew, his point about, you know, how do they react to a loss like Cloud9? We saw it in Katowice happen, and we saw the reaction being rather poor and rather questionable in many senses. This time around, though, it was looking much more solid, especially the fashion they win in. They go up against ENCE and they completely control the game. They completely beat them 13-4, 13-6, never leaving any doubt whatsoever, never giving us a game. In all honesty, it was a boring game. It was a Vitality just winning without breaking a sweat, and for my money, you know, not the most fun thing to watch, but good for Vitality and good we have them in Copenhagen. We want the best teams.
Yes, definitely. We want them in Copenhagen, reigning major champion, of course. I think it's a matter of knowing how to mentally show up at an event and what kind of mindset you're supposed to have. I think in Katowice they made a mistake. They were obviously too stressed. I don't know if being the favorite, showing up at an elite event kind of done them in, but here at the RMR you could see they were very disciplined, and they had, at least in this very game, a right balance between exulting, elation at the very end. We saw Apeks jumping out of his chair, but as the game is progressing, just being very like calm, you know, there's no need to go crazy. We do what we gotta do. We win the rounds. We get aggressive when we have to be as well, but we can pull back. This was a Vitality that was in tune, if you will.
I love to see Spink bouncing back as well. It's great to see him play on Nuke, right? He's the king, the queen, the prince, the princess of that map, it almost feels like. Every single time he's playing, especially on the CT side, he shows up. Today, didn't get to play that CT side very much. It was the T side where Spinks came in and found a lot of impact, found a lot of control, putting up a massive 2.0 rating on the T side on a map like Nuke is no easy feast for that guy. So good to see him bouncing back, good to see Vitality play great, and honestly, there's not many more takeaways from this game.
No, listen, if we want to be tactical just a little bit, all of the kills that they found outside, which is what you're referring to here, it put the balance of ENCE's defense completely in disarray, right? The fact that you were either losing a man or you're losing information outside forces you to either play in the dark or over-rotate. And I think Vitality realized this Hades guy is not having a good time. They're not really in sync right now. We're going to send a couple bodies, get a kill out there, and then we're going to play the time. How many rounds did we see Vitality slow it down to 45 seconds, to 50 seconds, but not in a 5v5? No. With territory, with number advantage, patient, and then just punishing. It was very obnoxious for ENCE to play this defense. They didn't see the light of day.
Pimp and Maniac, enough from us for now. If you take a look over your shoulder, Maniac, I think you've got something to look forward to. We've got James Banks down on the sidelines with the man himself. It's Apeks of Vitality.
Yes, that's right. I do have Apeks with me here, and he's now secured his 18th major appearance, the first one for CS2 as well in there. Just what does that feel like for you? Because you're now getting towards this point where it's just expected from you.
Well, yeah, but it's always really stressful. I'm really happy that some players are sharing that as well. I saw Rob saying that it's one of the most pressure tournaments because people in the top 5, if they don't make the major, they lose everything. So it's such a hard tournament. It's also a good birthday gift for me. I am 31 tomorrow. I'm getting older and older. It's getting rough to click, as people will say. But I'm happy I made it. 18 major. It's a good statement.
Definitely a good statement, and don't worry, I think your clicking is still fine, no matter what your age might be at that. Looking at this ENCE game, though, right, you even pick into Nuke, which they beat you on last time when you played this best of 3. Was this something where you just felt super confident on? Did you maybe lose some confidence in your Anubis?
Actually, it's also one of the really good maps, even though we beat them last time. They're getting better. We had a rough one yesterday. We wanted to do a bit of surprise, I would say. I don't think they expected it. And yeah, we had a lot of work before the event for Nuke, and yeah, it worked out.
And talk to me about the Cloud9 game, because that one looked like a stinging one, right? Not getting off to good starts, very frustrating for sure. Why did it go so wrong against these guys?
What the problem right now with MO2 is if you lose pistol on first buy round, it's rough. And yeah, yesterday, when I'm looking back at the games, on the 5 sides, we lose 4-0s. So the 2 maps we lost is 8-0, 8-0. Yeah. It's MO12, 1st to 13, so good luck to come back. We lost some crucial round. We were not there individually, I would say. So it's rough, it's rough. We lost those like 1v2. I think they had a lot of clutch moments that we didn't have. Nowadays on the highest level of CS, you need those clutches for sure. We had them today, for example, on Vertigo that helped us to win the game. So yeah, it's I don't think we played that bad, but our beginning starts were really bad, and that's why we tried to focus today. That worked better. Anyway, when you win the pistol, most of the time it worked. And the first Baron, so yeah, I'm just happy that we made it happen.
You certainly made it happen, and those pistol rounds are mightily important when it comes to this, like you mentioned. I also want to look at just the turnaround from what we saw at Katowice, which was almost worrying signs, and then coming into this. What did that team talk look like between the events?
Well, after Katowice, we had a few days off just to rethink about ourselves. We had a lot of talks about everything. I always said that, but when you do a really great year, most likely, I think I've done two in my entire career. We did two great years, 2015 and 2023. And for players to realize that it's going to be, you will need to put even more work to stay there. Yeah. I think it's really tough to understand. I think we didn't understand that well. And that was a big clap in the face to finish last in Katowice. But it's Katowice, it's always the same for Vitality and for myself. Nine appearances, 2 times in quarterfinal and the rest in exit group stage. So it's just a day at the office for me, it didn't change much. But yeah, we tried to put a lot of work in the last week to qualify for the major. And now we will have like a boot camp and 2 weeks preparation for the major, nice. Which is like, for me, the best preparation you can get. We worked on a lot of things already the week before, but we'll have a bit of work for next week to get ready and to have like, to try to get the best preparation possible for the major.
And in terms of being best prepared possible for this major coming up, how does it feel compared to last year where we were all looking at Vitality as a team that can go take it? Where would you put your confidence level at for this Vitality to do it?
Well, of course, when we did such a great year, you want to win the next major again. You want to do a back-to-back. That would be fantastic for the team. We tried to have this expectation for the Paris major. It worked. For us, major are the big thing. We really want to achieve them as much as possible. So yeah, it's going to be a big focus. It's going to be, we want to win it without a doubt. But it's never like, you're never sure. It's on the going group stage will be important. But then like on the playoff games, you never know like who is the best on the day, if everyone is stepping up or not. So, but yeah, I think we are one of the favorites for sure. When you have ZywOo in the team, you are one of the favorites. Let's be honest. But we'll have to work hard the next 2 weeks to fix the mistakes and try to not get like the beginning of the sides we had against Cloud9.
And you mentioned ZywOo, so I need to mention it as well. So you got some extra motivation now. I see some other young players coming up. He did kind of come through like a wrecking ball for these opening games.
I think he got a bit. It didn't. What's crazy with him, he didn't get that impressed because Donk is we never seen such a player. Yeah. He's just taking duels, and ZywOo is I would say he plays a lot different. He's not an entry fragger, so he knows to take duels, but he's a really smart player as well. So for him, it impressed him that he clicked that fast, but he just doesn't think about that. I think inside of him, of course, it gives him extra motivation. And Simple is back as well, so his bigger rival is back as well. So it's going to be like great fights between the 3 for sure in the next few years.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. It's going to be a very exciting time either way. Congratulations on making it to Copenhagen, Dan. Thank you very much. Parla, we'll get back to you in the studio.
Banks, thank you, and great to hear from Apeks. Pimp, I'm going to start with you. Very nice to hear Apeks there reflecting on the loss at Kato, and his analysis is perhaps they were too relaxed there. They were letting go of the reins a bit, and post realizing that, they've tried to switch things up. Do you think that's a fair analysis from Apeks on him and the team?
I would say so, yeah. It did kind of feel like they were coming into at the beginning of the season not really running on all cylinders. We saw it in Copenhagen as well. We saw the early signs of them losing to Astralis, struggling in the second meetup as well. So it didn't come out of nowhere, so to speak. We had kind of seen the early signs of it, but I don't know about you, Mathieu, but I have this like feeling that whenever Vitality want to be good, whenever they actually put in an effort, whenever they make sure to boot camp leading into an event, they will be good. So I'm not really worried coming into Copenhagen. I still have them as one of my absolute main favorites to win this, I think.
Well, I wish I was agreeing with you. I think Katowice, they wanted probably to be good and they messed up. But there was a point that he makes that I think is very key. He talks about how MR12 has put the pressure on these first few rounds. And that's a fact, right? Starting 0-4 is complicated. 0-4 2 times against Cloud9. But the thing is, if you are mentally calm and if you have serenity, you come back into these games. And they didn't have it in Katowice. If they have it at a different time, they can turn things around. This is where they have to focus on.
Mathieu, I would like to finish with you because I think the timeline here helps contextualize how important and big a major is and how far we've come with Counter-Strike, right? So you were teammates with Dan, with Apeks on LDLC and Titan, and that's what, 8 years ago, 6 years ago?
That's literally 10 years ago.
Okay, a decade ago, everybody. You've since transitioned from playing for some time now into this analyst work. You see someone that you used to team with. He's made it to his 18th major, and he is on arguably the best team in the world, the current major champions. What's it like to see all of that?
Well, I would say on a personal level, I'm happy for him. I'm genuinely happy. I don't know a lot of players that have a true and authentic passion for Counter-Strike the way Apeks has. You can like him, you can dislike him, his mannerism, his emotions, his trash talk or whatever, but you cannot possibly disrespect his love of the game and his investment for the game and his commitment to the game. He's been doing this for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. He was a crazy kid playing next to me 10 years ago. He's still a crazy kid playing the game now. He's matured a whole lot, but he stayed true to who he is. And I think that's something that I both respect and command. And honestly, I'm happy for him. I wish
There's
him the
no
best.
denying that Apeks makes Counter-Strike more fun to watch. Whether you are a player, whether you're his teammates, whether you're the opponent, whether you're us, you know, doing it for work, or you guys out there watching it for free all the time, Apeks makes Counter-Strike fun to watch. It makes Counter-Strike, you know, alive. And I agree with you. You can hate him, you can love him, the passion, the emotions, but it's all part of what he is and what he's been for many, many years. I remember playing against him. He used to be the most annoying dude to ever go up against, run around, you know, and it almost felt like he was, I wouldn't call him a brain-dead potato, but that's kind of how it felt playing against him, but I'm sure it wasn't the case. He's matured a lot and he's becoming, as we spoke about, one of the best in-game leaders in the game of Counter-Strike.
Another one of these Danish compliment. You know what we talk about? You know?
Okay. Gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for your thoughts and expertise. And with that being said, everybody, Vitality, yes, they've made it to Copenhagen and they'll be going to the PGL CS2 Major. We're going to go for a short break now and we'll be back with our final best of 3 of the day, and it's Spirit versus Heroic. Do not go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
It's time to guess the CS team by looking at the emojis. Nerds from Heroic is with me here. I still can't get used to it. I still just look at you and think, oh yeah, Heroic, okay. I almost say another team every single time, but you're looking good in the white. Now, do you use emojis much in your day-to-day life?
Not really, to be honest. Maybe with my girlfriend.
Let's test it out. Let's see if you can guess the first one. It's nice and easy, Nerds. We'll ease you into it.
Okay, it's easy, bro. Come on. Bees and baguettes, so Vitality.
Vitality, yes. Next one.
I see Baby.
Greatest player of all time. He played for this organization.
Best player of all time. It's simple. Okay, but he played in Navi, played in Liquid. I will say simple.
No,
sorry. I will say Navi, but wait. Navi, okay, I'm good.
Bro,
I'm safe.
like, it's not a player, it's simple. On to the next one.
No, please. Okay, To The Stars, Mermaid, but why is Mermaid? But why? But what? I would say like Stars, Astralis, but why this? You can say it, you can say it.
You just said it, bro.
To this Astralis.
Yeah.
Astralis. But why Mermaid?
Because in Denmark, they have the statue of the mermaid in Copenhagen.
Oh, okay.
Next team.
Panda and Potato.
Potato's good.
The only team that I'm thinking about is 9 Pandas.
But it's not a panda, it's a bear. Oh, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Pandas have black eyes.
Yeah, you're right about it.
I did the same thing as you. A bear. A white bear.
A white bear. I think I remember one team with white bear. It's a Russian team, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But I don't remember the team. Well, okay, it's fine. VP.
There we go. Okay.
What?
So what do you see first?
I don't know how to say it in English, like croissant.
Croissant.
Oh, croissant. And like this Japan flag and what it is. It's like a mask.
It's a mask, yes, correct.
Okay.
Good. And the Japan flag, the organization is not from Japan. It's like something Japanese themed on their logo.
It's not 3D Max.
Definitely
I will
3D
go with G2.
Right, the next one's going to be fun for you.
You have one eagle. What is the name of the? I know it's in America.
Statue of Liberty.
Okay, exactly.
Think obvious. America and some water.
America and some water. You already gave me the answer, liquid.
See?
Again, this mermaid, please. So, Superman stabbing a mermaid. or the other way.
Stabbing a mermaid. There's a knife there.
Knife.
People stabbed each other in the back.
Okay.
What organization did that recently?
Please, no, I'm not gonna say, I'm not. Okay, so the players did it for the organization.
Yes, but which organization does it represent?
Heroic.
That's all right. Last one. Nice and easy.
Nice and easy. Sun and football, it's like in Brazil, I would say. But the NBA face, why it is. But why is, I need help only about the face.
It's angry. They play aggressive.
Furia, okay, sorry, because he's furious about it, no?
He's furious, there we go. Thank you very much, nerds.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR B. We've seen some more teams qualify today through to Copenhagen. It's time to see who's up next. Is it Spirit or Heroic? My name is Parla. I'm still your desk coach. We've got Blair joining us now. Maniac's off for the day, and we've still got Pimp. Boys, how are you doing? And you excited for this matchup?
Oh yes, 100%. Now we get to see, if Spirit, their woes continue, if Donk can continue to donk, or was it just, it wasn't a fluke, I'm kidding. That's what a lot of people are saying online,
Kid needs to calm down out there, The man has one bad day, one bad map.
Bad day. He's
maybe
a fraud.
2 bad maps. He's a fraud. Jesus Christ. We already did a bet boom, just before the ending of the year, doing a reverse sweep on towards Virtus Pro, doing fantastically well. Then he comes out and does the greatest performance any player has ever done in Counter-Strike at IM Katowice. Allow the man, allow the kid, for that matter, to have 2 bad maps. Calm down. He's going to be just
He's also, by the way, a 1.12 rating overall. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Guys, why don't we stay on board with... Okay, no, we can stay directly on board with Donk as opposed to Spirit overall, and we can compare his day 1 and day 2 stats. Blair, you just mentioned the average somewhere in between 1.2, you said?
Yeah.
Like that. But he started off extremely strong 1.44, and then fell off slightly yesterday against MOUZ.
But instead of being a moany bunch of whiny bitches out there in the chat, we should be happy about it, right? We now get a chance to explore what is he made of. He's having a rough day on the office, he's having a rough couple of maps. Now we come into day number 2, pressure pressure's on him. He knows that everyone is speaking about him still. And guess what? I think he's just going to bounce back. At least we get to test his character a little bit, and that's nice heading into a major.
And I think the context is being lost completely here. The first map was the first map where he struggled was one against Astralis, where they were super prepared for him. Sure. It was a very close affair on Vertigo, where we know that his B position towards the CT side, not ideal. The second day, MOUZ picked it again against him. You don't have enough time in 24 hours to completely fix the mistakes there. He struggles there, and because he wasn't really getting off to a good start, we could see him kind of, mentally getting affected by his performance in Mirage. So there is a reasoning behind why he did struggle. The question is it going to happen here again today?
Yeah, we can't be sure. Let's say in the instance, right, he doesn't have an outstanding The Donk Show performance. I'm not too worried for Spirit. We've seen Chopper chopping it up, as Anders put it, and we've seen Shiro also stepping up.
Well, here's another thing. We haven't even seen the best of Shiro within Spirit just yet. He's being integrated into the lineup. Unfortunately, he was not able to play with them he was able to play with them in Copenhagen, but the rest of the team weren't able to play together. So it's only been Katowice and now a couple of games at this RMR. We're still not seeing the best of Spirit, right? If you believe that they're having their honeymoon period right now, fair enough. That's a valid argument. We've seen that before. But realistically speaking, this is a team that still has certain flaws in their map pool, can still work on certain elements within the game. So we haven't seen the best of them. So I fully buy into what you're saying right here, Pala, that without Donk playing well, Spirit is still a team you can't mess around with.
Guys, we're actually sticking to the time here. We're going to have that map veto play if you want to take it away, and then I guess predictions.
Man, I thought Spirit would ban Vertigo, because that means it should be 100% a Vertigo pick coming in from the side of Heroic, right? This is the one place where they have struggled quite a bit. The Anubis pick coming in from Spirit, they have a number of multiple maps you can pick from. Mirage would be the other option, but Heroic are very comfortable there. I'm actually surprised that they've gone for Nuke. Heroic decided they're not going to try and go for this punish pick. They're going to stick with their guns and what they're more comfortable on. So if you're Spirit, you're kind of breathing a bit of a sigh of relief.
You're very happy about this. No Vertigo as well. Obviously, they are the ones to remove that in the second wave, so we don't get to see Donk struggle on Vertigo. We don't get to see him play as an anchor on that B-bomb side, which has been a question mark a lot of people have raised. Fair enough. Apart from that, I think this map pool is great for both teams. I think Heroic deserves the credit as well. They played some excellent Counter-Strike. They're going into this matchup, obviously not as the favorite, but they can definitely make it competitive.
Yeah, Blair, just quickly before your prediction, who needs to step up on Heroic and who's taking this matchup?
Oh, it has to be Nerds, right? He's been absolutely lights out so far. Yesterday, when they just gave Astralis a beating, he was virtually unplayable. So yeah, Nerds for the side of Heroic.
Same questions to you, Pim. Who needs to step up on Heroic and who's winning overall?
Nico does with the AWP, put up a fight against Shiro, and then we have a game for ourselves. Spirit is going to win this one 2-0 in a close fashion.
We certainly have a game on our hands. Everybody at home, the winner of Spirit and Heroic will be going to Copenhagen. And to carry us through the cast, we've got that Irish-American connection of Dinko and Moses.
Heroic versus Team Spirit, a spot in the major on the line. This is a very exciting matchup for so much firepower across both sides of the server, but everybody is waiting for Donk to make his debut at a major, and maybe he can get there today.
Should be. They are the favorites coming into this one. I mean, I'll just say it right out of the gate. I've been super impressed with this Heroic team has been able to accomplish and some of the wins that they've put on the board. Haven't gone like deep into tournaments quite yet, but they've had some solid upset wins. Zontic's going to get that opening kill traded immediately by Shush. And the A-bomb site is devoid of presence after that.
They stacked over towards the other side of the map and it hasn't paid off for Team Spirit, so Heroic make the perfect call. There's a kit available and plenty of utility on Magix.
It's kind of interesting seeing Zontic get that aggressive in A main as the sole defender, not only at this bomb site, but on this half of the map. So a big recovery mission coming in for Spirit. They do have smoke, flash, and a kit. They've just got to find enough kills to create the space and opportunity for that defuse to come in.
Oh, Donk sees the tip of the barrels here for Shush, goes around that corner, can't get that kill. Shush is confident to swing and fight him. Magic's coming in, remember, he's deployed with a kid on his back that buys extra seconds for Spirit to try and make this retake work. But Tessis topples two, and the smoke is now onto the defuse. Tessis is not letting them get away with this. Time is gone. Spirit lose the pistol, and Tessis went slashing through the smoke. That pistol had it all, but it's Heroic that come out on top.
Just making sure. Nice hold from Tessis as well behind the pillar. Some critical kills in the midst of that retake because of an opening kill from Donk provided, another kill coming down the staircase, and that was potential for that smoke diffuse that we were looking for with plenty of bodies, but Tessis thins him out and then takes it out of reach. 1-0 for Heroic.
Tessis has had some great performances inside of this new Heroic team. Remember back at Katowice, he had some statement performances in the group stage of the event.
Definitely had some moments to get big upsets, and I thought he was the player on the chopping block with that older roster with KD and Stown, etc. It looked like he was going to be the one that goes and KD and stays.
Yeah, a lot of people did, and it obviously doesn't work out that way. And when this roster came together, I didn't think it was anything super impressive.
That was really sad, honestly.
Yeah, I was really worried that we would just see Heroic kind of drop off the map, but they've done such a good job of maintaining position, and it's another one of those teams at Katowice that had, you know, again, didn't make the playoffs, but had some good upset wins, notably over Vitality.
Yeah, and I think that you have to talk about the coaching situation of Saw and an in-game leader.
Sure.
Getting them into shape so quickly is so impressive, and obviously when you have a player like Nerds, you've got a lot of firepower available.
Yeah, that was another one. I thought Nerds was going to like learn a lesson. Like you have different teammates around you. It's going to be hard to perform at the same level, but he keeps matching up. Double nades in towards camera is going to be for an easy mop up, and sidestep the smoke. That ain't going to work. It's all down to Magics, and it's 2-0 for Heroic. An upset here over Spirit, though, would be something real special, especially to qualify for the Major.
I mean, everybody was expecting Spirit to come in and get a 3-0 run into the Major. Obviously having a bad day at the office for Donk. I mean, I think Vertigo kind of has been found out as a weakness for Team Spirit. And a couple of teams abusing that. And MOUZ, wow, what a performance that was yesterday. Really solid stuff. Taking down Team Spirit, handing them out their first LAN loss.
The kind of pushback, or I don't even know if it's like all that entire series. I feel like half the internet is just kind of taking the piss out of the situation of Donk from Katowice to here. But there was always going to be like a step down with how high of a bar he set in Katowice, and it's still an early step up in terms of competing against the best in the world. There's a lot of lessons still. The exciting thing is the potential that's shown. We're going to watch his game over the next few years adapt and change a little bit to this level of play, and then we get to see what kind of a beast he can turn into.
Absolutely.
Like there's still
the
another level
point,
to Donk.
That was the starting point.
Yeah, exactly.
That, you know, he's a lot further on.
He's kind of a victim of his own success at the moment.
Exactly. Suffering from success. Chopper takes the hit to an MP9 because they needed extra utility for the CT side. It's quite sparse when it comes to nades, and that could be a problem. Donk, 52 health, takes the first bit of damage. He'll play behind the hieroglyphics. His teammate Magic's out towards Ivy, and they know Donk's position. He's probably the most studied player over the last month. They're going to try and neutralize him with utility. We've seen he didn't deal so well with that when Astralis are putting a hurt on him. He's cut out right now with smokes. Just held behind the smokes itself. Heroic get into the bomb site, and now they have to start thinking about clearing out the platform. Donk is hard cleared, hard prepared for it, and now the bomb is going to go down on default.
Yeah, again, no room to work with. The rest of his teammates had backed off, so there was nothing to stop that progression. And Team Spirit, with no utility, they've got one smoke. They do have a kit on Chopper, as you said, drop down to that MP9, but still want nothing to do with this. Still don't want to risk anything else. So they'll go into the next round, and this isn't bad at all. They have the op on Shiro. They can replenish utility. Donk will get what he can. And they'll have pretty much another full dangerous buy to contend with.
Chopper taking a few steps back towards camera. Nikados will not let that happen.
Every death is painful when you're trying to save like this. That one really hurts for Chopper to go down. And Nikados, he might still hunt a little bit more. He's got Zontix out in the open for a challenge. Can't win it. Bomb goes off, Kit's there on the ground, AK's there on the ground as well. Zontix will happily grab those.
I mean, there's definitely a conversation to be had about Donk going into Katowice. There was hype around him, but I don't think anybody was expecting him to be as good as he was. And then after Katowice, when he did that performance, and everybody was now looking at him and wondering, how the hell do we stop him? I think Stiko put out a perfect tweet just after Kato, and he said, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this where the entire CS community have to come together to counter one player. And it's true. I mean, you go back and everybody's looking at his demos. There's hundreds of demo review videos out there. People know his spots, how he plays, his tendencies, his moves. And you can see Astralis counted him very well on Vertigo. They look so ready for exactly where he was going to be outside of Dark there. And when you've got so much focus on you, you really need to rely on your teammates elsewhere to step up in your stead.
Yeah, one of the videos I saw was from Elige, made like a review of one of his games from the finals of Katowice as well. And Elige is someone I rate very highly in terms of his knowledge of individual decision making and like kind of decision trees within Counter-Strike. And I mean, even he was just kind of like, you know, there's nothing super special here. He just does the basics, the fundamentals really well. Timings are very good. When he chooses to rotate, kind of finding a way to have impact in chaotic situations is really good.
He's Dark now. Nerds is already through B. Donk calling position for him to be in. Again, hard checked. Shush gets rid of him. Yeah, both sets of crosshairs on that angle, and Donk takes a step back to his death. So bomb is planted, Heroic looking to secure their 4th round in a row. It's one hell of a start here on Anubis. Once again, 1 kill on Donk, save call on the other side of the map for Team Spirit.
Well, also, once again, Donk's really the only player committed inside that bomb site. When utility starts raining in, he's the only one in aggressive stance. Everyone else has fallen back behind the smoke, so there's nobody to slow them down from wrapping around on Donk's position, and can't even pray for a clean look at that point. 4-0.
They're sending the hunt in. The hunting party's out. Kicksan's pushing through A main. If they take even a few more weapons out of this, the next round's going to be brutal. Flash has not really worked out exactly how he would have wanted it. Still a lot of ground to make up, and Kicksan will not get his chance.
It's so hard to work up the courage to go for a hunt. You might swing in very, very late after the bomb explodes, but not even that. I mean, when the save call comes out, you know Spirit just have all the time in the world to set up perfectly to prevent those guns from going down. So yeah, these are nice wins right now, and they're obviously relatively easy rounds to get up on the scoreboard. But as long as Spirit, I mean, is saving 3-4 weapons, like you're not getting that clean win that allows you to really kind of skyrocket up the scoreboard.
Yeah, you know they're going to have money built up.
Like every round is a gun round still for Spirit.
Oh, frustrating for Donk, I'm sure. At the start of this game. Keep eyes on whether or not that will continue. Kicksan heading with Nikodas to try and open up this fight at A. Straight through the AWP run. It's risky and it has not paid off. Zontix and Shiro are primed for an A push, and they stop them at the door.
Okay, a little cheesy to start with from Heroic, being really, really aggressive, really fast to open up this map, and finally it gets shut down. There is a switch into a double op setup. Shiro has that, obviously. He got the 2nd kill over in A main. Magix has the other AWP at the B bomb site, and this round will allow the defense to settle down. This will allow Donk and Magix to have a little bit of patience staring at B main for the moment. All of Heroic is spread across the map.
Because Magix has this B main angle, Donk can just focus on his one task.
Chopper's lined up a flashbang as well for the op shot from Magix. He'll chuck it out as soon as the op fires its bullet.
Not needed. It's just Nerds. Flash goes out anyway. Nerds. He's not the only victim of the round, though, for Heroic. Nikodas and Kicksan dead first. Shiro was close to bringing down a further kill. And Magix, oh, we had all the information, but Tessa still domes the Opper, and a second shot is even better on Chopper. Donk has to step up, and Tessis knows where he is, but this is the most difficult fight he'll have. A 1v1 duel against Donk, just constantly moving, and Donk is given his chance, his first multi-kill of Anubis. Heroic's risky play towards A does not pan out.
A couple nice kills at the end of the day, but Donk does manage to save the secondary AWP. That'll be passed back over to Magix.
Yeah, interesting. We've seen that double op setup run over the last few events now for Spirit. Magix, the secondary sniper.
And I wonder now how things change for Heroic. I don't think we'll see a kind of a fast play like that A main push, maybe towards the B bomb site where you can get the smokes out from T spawn essentially very, very quickly and set up another wall, execute, force those ops into a retake. Force those ops to find impact around utility.
Oh, they're going back to B. The A play didn't work, so utility will trickle into the B bomb site. It's going to be a quick execute here. Magic's blinded still just before. His screen is full of white. He lands one shot. Donk is protected, and Magix is still chiming in. This B attack is absolutely destroyed, left outside.
Where'd the smokes go? Why Magix has free reign to just repeat constantly. There's no smoke blocking his vision. It's just the initial salvo of flashbangs.
You're right.
And now Nikodas is completely stalled out.
Where did it go? Like, where was the execute? There's a whole load of utility being set up. Nikodas, oh my god, Donk.
Peace.
That's just wild. Okay, he's freed up a little bit more now. He's enjoyed that adaptation. It's great to see Spirit adapt pretty quickly to the game plan of abusing Donk and getting Magix on that secondary op, just covering off B main. It's worked out very well. Magix selects 2 different angles to start the round. Last time it was on platform, this time to the right side of the obelisk.
It's a couple things, obviously. I mean, the op is helping out a little bit, but it's more just the fact that the op has to maintain kind of aggression inside the bomb site. Donk's not alone at that B bomb site the way he was the first couple of gun rounds that Heroic ran in that direction.
Tessis wanting to try and challenge through middle. He takes a lot of damage from that initial utility. He's down to 34, and I wonder if it's even worth it, because now he has to give up the position with 25 health. They're going back to B. They want to get bruised again by Magix. Smoke is blowing open. Magix at the back of the platform. Donk, good spray control. That's a second kill in, and Magix was under so much pressure but handled it so well. His teammates have made the rotation on over, and Heroic can't break through this duo right now. Magix is showing why he's the secondary sniper. He's feeling it. He's landing beautiful shots, and Shiro's come over to close it.
That's a brilliant round from Magix. The Donk spray transfer, the second one while blind is special, but Magix is just doing work with the AWP, repositioning, multi-kills, doing a good job of really kind of maintaining pressure on the attack at all times.
Yeah.
And a timeout called from Heroic.
Their initial game plan worked for a few rounds. It did, but it has been kind of thrown out the window now. Great adaptation very quickly from Team Spirit.
Yeah, when you keep it up, you're kind of still trying to deliver those knockout punches, but you have to say, I mean, the calls to save early on from Spirit were probably very painful for them to have to continually give up some of those early rounds, but they've allowed them to stabilize much, much quicker than you'd expect.
Yeah. A lot of analysis about Donk's micro play, and two of the things that people have noticed he's very, very good at is sprays. He does rely a lot on sprays, and also he's just like constantly crouching, you know, like he's crouch spam abuser, some people are calling him these days, and it just makes it very difficult to shoot, and you got a good sort of idea of how his spray transfer can work in that round. AK-47 for the side of Heroic in the hands of Shush. Nertz is on a Galil, the rest on pistols.
Towards mid we go. This time quietly. Tessus was super aggressive here last round. This time kind of creeps up, but there's 3 players at the A-bomb site. Oh, and there's a double look. A deep AWP and Chopper close up in camera. Oh, Shiro just changes his position. Now he's got it back, and they're in for a rude awakening.
Oh, they aren't. They commit, but they haven't gone around that corner. They haven't walked through camera just yet, but eventually they will have to, because it's a two-pronged approach to attack this A-bomb site. And Shiro's given up his spot just at the wrong time.
Oh,
Shiro and Zontic's dead just like that, and Heroic breakthrough on the pistols. That's the bomb down, and that's the round.
That's a nightmare of timing twice for Shiro. Both when he looks away from camera initially just as they step in, and obviously on the reposition as well. Brutal way to lose a round, and that's Heroic with a pistol force up, finding a way to win. They're up to 5.
Yeah, it's a great round for Heroic to grab. Donk is still applying some pressure to the extremities here. He might have a rugs fight going up against Kixen, and that would be one weapon taken out of the hands of Heroic. He looked away, just got back in time. The A-bomb site falls to unfortunate timing, but we were watching the playoff game of Kato, and we watched Zontic. We questioned whether or not he would be able to handle the pressure of a big stage game as an anchor with an important role, where you sometimes maybe make mistakes if you feel the pressure. He didn't really do that. It felt like he was a safe pair of hands on that A-bomb site.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wanted him to collapse a little bit, because just hearing him in interviews being like, it's no big deal.
When he's so
it's
confident in himself,
I was like, come on, man, we've been through this before. We've had Nafany, we've had Chiron, we've seen this before. Like, don't say those things.
He's like,
and then he stepped up and he delivered behind it, so I was like, all right, fair play. Well done.
Loads of respect.
And that's a point that Des brought up as well. Like, Donk is getting a lot of the attention, but Shiro, Zontix, Magix, these are all great pieces to have behind you that are all playing very well for Spirit. They're a complete team.
To me, the story I'm most invested in is Chopper. He's been playing since 2013. So many years of not making it through the minors and the RMR qualifiers, not making it into the majors.
He's got 1 trophy on his belt.
And he's got this team of absolute beasts now with him, this young couple of players that have joined his team, and he has actually got a great shot at a major, and that must feel amazing. He was able to do it with a young team back in Antwerp, right? Made a semi-final, but this team just looks different.
This team looks better.
Shiro's off the fountain. Zontic's in front of him. Will the A-hold be solid this time? The answer is no. Shiro's only got 1 kill. Chopper caught for the flash, rotates in and dies at the camera. Once again, Heroic break through the A-bomb site.
They are getting dismantled, Spirit, and this is simple stuff from Heroic. This is not really kind of moving around the map, forcing rotations, finding gaps to lurk into. This is brute force. Every time they're swinging to take the initial fight, 3 Heroic players that time. Donk's gonna wait in CT spawn. So is Magix.
So B was working early, then it wasn't working. So Heroic decided, all right, let's try A.
There's not much more you could do though if you're Team Spirit. I mean, both sites have been played with Donk and Magix with rifle and an AWP, and then it's Zontix and Shiro with a rifle and an AWP.
You would say the better AWPer as well on that side of the map in the Shiro. So a little strange.
Now the nice thing for Team Spirit is they got plenty of money. They had money built up, and now they have money continuing to grow as the loss bonus grows. So they have cash to buy.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well, this is the T side of Anubis.
But this is their map pick.
That's true. which actually adds to my point even more. So moving into the second half, their T side should be very strong. Timeout taken, second for Team Spirit. Heroic have shown that they're willing to play Anubis. We got to see it many a time in Kato, and they looked comfortable on it. They got some decent wins on it, especially against Vitality. They were the team that knocked them out on Anubis, and we know how good Vitality can be on this map. It was Nerds, though, that was the standout star, winning the most impactful rounds. They've been winning as a team here, Heroic. Another victory in the RMRs against Astralis. I actually love the fact that Heroic is still competitive, because your best players just get absolutely gutted. The whole shebang with Cadian leaving the team as well.
Dude, it wasn't the best player, it was the entire org.
Yeah, the whole org just got ripped apart. Yeah.
You lost what felt like three of the most impactful players on the team, including the in-game leader and Opera.
The spine got ripped out.
Yeah,
and somehow they're able to still stand up.
Yeah, they've somehow come out in a pretty decent place in all of this, despite I didn't expect it. Good damage done by Chopper, brings Tesses down to just 11 HP, and Nikodas can't land the shot in return. He's been able to have a pretty quiet game so far. 1 kill for Nikodas, just because the aggressive riflers are doing most of the work, and the entries into the bomb sites have been so solid.
Wasn't like he was going to get that kill on Chopper. Somehow missed out on it. Now a fight against Donk in the darkness. Kixan's going to play on the other side of the smoke. That'll eventually fade away.
This time Shush is applying a little bit of pressure. He's used his full nade kit already. It's keeping 2 players there, one's in middle. And that's information gathered by Nikodas. So if you're Heroic, you have a 3-on-2 at this bomb site, you're calling out, there's only 2 people here, we can break in.
Tessa says the AWP. Magix needs to be careful he doesn't overexpose to B main. Zontix has made the rotation over, and Donk is being forced back because of utility to the platform. And that play from Shush goes down at the hands of Shiro, and they see no other A players. They see no other presence, and so they ready and steady themselves for a B attack in the final 25 seconds. Zontix spams to the smoke, catches on Nikodas, line up for Donk, sends them packing. That's 4 for Team Spirit and a brutal B hold.
That took way too long to come to fruition for Heroic. Way too long. And poor Shush, he was having to apply pressure at that A site without utility, trying to force the issue, trying to make sure that they stayed parked there. But still there was time for Spirit to get a 3rd player back to the B bomb site. So they pumped the brakes a little too hard. And by the time they pull the trigger on the push, there's no flashbangs, no utility, no Molotovs anywhere. And it's way too easy for Spirit.
Heroic. I've still got a good buy here. Enough money for a purchase in this round, but that will fade away.
Despite the fact that Heroic have 6 rounds, Spirit haven't had to save once in this half. They've done such a good job with their money. Outside of the 2nd round after losing the pistol, they've done such a good job.
Yeah, you haven't had to go down to lower tier buy at all. Donk. Oh, sprays down, and again, a multi-kill. They were finding success in the early goings, but now it's become the dog show in dark. They can't get through this area of the map. And when he eliminates that option, there's no B split potential anymore.
Yeah, he had enough of their shenanigans. Putting a stop to it now as this half goes on deeper. That's a tricky way of trying to clear out the dark players. Just 2 players simultaneously walking through smoke with no indication and no utility. The idea is that you might kill one, but the other guy's going to be in a position to trade you off, and obviously gets completely shut down.
Nice shot. That's a little unfortunate for Shiro, but he's got plenty of teammates now rotated towards this side of the map.
And now you're stuck in the open against one of the best offers in the world.
Oh, missed shot from Shiro again, but he's under a lot of pressure now. His teammate's going to be cleaning up with a rifle. As long as Shiro stays alive there, they're focused, they're drawn towards him, and Zontix is given all the distraction he needs, and Shiro sends that one through the smoke.
Yeah, the Heroic game plan's starting to look a little scuffed down the stretch in the second half. Not haven't adapted very well. This kind of switch into a slower style hasn't been as successful. So the question now kind of becomes, is 6 enough for the second half when they switch sides? Six to 5, last round. Galil on Tess's, Tech 9's, Mac 10's on the board as well. And they're headed towards A. A similar kind of rush earlier failed.
Oh, charging in, Mac 10 is Zontix going to be at the ready. He knows that Shiro had the initial fight, and Shiro this time's cleaning up. It's the same setup that fell apart earlier, but this time it holds strong. Oh, Tech 9 for Nikodas. Now spotted. Donk is fighting him and will win that duel. 6-6 half. And this is Team Spirit's map pit. This is looking very good, especially when you get 6 rounds on the CT side. That gives you so much room to play with.
Yeah, that's a nice recovery for Spirit as well. They had to burn a couple of timeouts, had to save a couple of rounds early on, but they found a way to really come back in that half and keep this close, not let Heroic run away with too much of a lead.
I kind of feel bad for Heroic in this event, though, because you look through their run about the teams they've had to play.
Why do you feel bad, Dinko?
Because look at the teams they've had to play. You got Preasy in the opener. All right, you just like, you know, do Preasy in there, refresh, experienced Danish players. Then the second game, Vitality. And then you get 13-3. And then you got to face Astralis, which on paper looks like a very dangerous team, very scary, but Heroic handed out the business again, 13-7. And your reward for beating Astralis so badly? Spirit. So it's a rough old time here for Heroic in terms of the teams they've got to face.
Don't feel bad. Just appreciate that they're making it work.
Yeah, okay, Jason. All right. You're right. No sympathy whatsoever.
Yeah, get that out of there. Pistol round, second half. Heroic on the CT side. Spirit attacking into them. Nertz is going to challenge over in dark. That's Donk, who's trying to make progress up canals. He's got the cover of a teammate behind him as well, and Shiro.
Donk slips away just at the right or wrong time, whichever way you look at it. Chopper holding mid. What a shot from Kixan. That looked like Chopper had every advantage.
Right. Well, Chopper's having a tough one right now. 1 kill in that first half, and he's going to stick on 1 in this pistol round. 4 on 5. Nikodas still keeping track of any progress in middle, spots 1, but he hasn't seen Magics yet creeping up on the left side of mid.
Nikodas just going to drop further back.
Oh, hello.
Zontix has slipped through the A bomb site. No one's detected this. Zontix climbing up heaven. Is Shush going to be aware of the fact that they have left a huge gap that might have been exploited?
Yeah, but how do they work this? Do they go back to the B bomb site and he pushes through? Okay, just going to catch an easy rotation. Now it's coming back to the A bomb site.
Shush is at heaven. Now the fight's there for Zontix. He'll pick that one up as well. So seizes his chance to go through the gap, and he just keeps going onto the beach until he takes contact, until he finds a fight. And as soon as they get that fight, the round is done, essentially, unless there's some quick kills coming in for Heroic to open up a retake.
What a timing to hit for Zontix to get that deep without being detected. If you're that player that goes down in CT spawn, you're pissed. You're so mad right now. Donk's going to add 1 more, and now he's just unleashed himself.
Yeah, he sees that it's 4v2, but maybe gone a little bit too far. Tessa hits that headshot on the USP, but there's still a trifecta of death lined up in this post plant, but one of those sides has been taken out, and Shiro has to step up, and there's Stead in the P250, swings on out, confirms the pistol for Team Spirit. Crazy pistol, really. Zontix, the fact he's on the beach. Yeah, if you're Kixan, you're just freaking out. Your heart rate rises so quickly. It's not expecting anybody to be there.
Yeah, it's a real Wusa moment. You got to find a way to calm yourself down, because that was unreasonable that someone is that deep without anybody knowing. Rough. 7-6. Team Spirit picking up where they left off in the first half.
Negev. A Negev. We haven't seen that, Jason. Kixan with a Negev.
You can even sell back, so he wants it.
Could be pretty effective. It's pretty cheap. Whole lot of bullets. Can clear out smokes.
The only time I see it is in, like, meme deathmatch.
You don't even see it in matchmaking, which really is saying something. All right, Kixan, maybe we'll see the start of a new meta.
Spirit's like, what the hell?
Start of a new day.
What do we do against this?
What does that sound? Is that a Negev? Has someone bought a Negev? He absolutely has, and you jump right into it. The laser beam ripping apart Team Spirit. And that is why you buy the Negev.
I'm surprised they went at him. I would have been like, no, I don't know what this gun's capable of. I want out of here. I ain't going anywhere close.
I get they were just like, I want to punish him for buying that, and it's gone the other way. Heroic have a headshot in the hands of Shush. Zontix is dead, and Donk and Magics have the whole round ahead of them in a 2 versus 5.
Oh, Kixan just broke the game. Everyone's going to be looking into the Negev now.
Oh, God.
Thanks a lot.
You've ruined Counter-Strike, Kixan. How does it feel?
All right, Donk needs to get both of these kills.
He could save it. Nope. No, he can't. This will go down in history as the round the Negev won in a qualification game for the Major.
Beautiful. All right, Magics, good luck.
Yeah, we'll send him in.
He's got a
1v1 fight.
He's got a chance.
Oh, it's spotted now.
Now they know his position, so everyone's going to start rotating. And yeah, now he gets double peaked, and that's pretty impossible against the 5-7s. They stall him out, and it's 7-7. And yeah, that's a big smile cracking on his face.
The Negev.
I wonder how that conversation goes. Like, as if I'm going to buy the Negev if we lose pistol.
It's like, okay, I guess. Let him have a little bit of fun. And then you get 2 kills from it. You absolutely love the idea. I mean, why not? It's very cheap. You see how quick it killed players with rifles and SMGs, so why not go for it? He's keeping it. Still got it. Same position for Kixan. This can't be how this game goes, though. Like, surely the turning point isn't the Negev.
I'm in for it. I hope it is.
It also can just rip apart smokes as well, so it is quite cool in that respect. Some damage done to Donk early. Nerds from the darkness sends the bullets through, and Donk is down to 31 health.
At the moment, looking like Spirit's going to test the A bomb site. And they've got utility, they've got Deagles, Tech 9s, and armor. And they've got, once again, a very passive defense. It's Shush way back. He's going to get smoked off, trying to peek before it plumes into his death.
Oh my god, Donk. That's got to feel good if you're Donk and Spirit as they get through to this A bomb site off the back of one big Deag. And that's forced them to fall back here. Heroic nowhere near getting through in a retake attempt through camera.
Well, let's see what this Negev can do on a retake if they do eventually go for it. I almost would be shocked if they do commit to this.
They're getting close towards heaven. The Negev is sent in first. Not exactly known as the fastest gun in the game, and it's gone, as you would expect, as Donk and Shiro stepping up with some weaker guns, and Nerds has run out of ammo, so he's taken out by the Tech 9, and a last-ditch swing from Nikodos is removed. Team Spirit have the Deagle on Donk, and the A site falls.
They lose everything, and remember, in the first half in those situations, Spirit just saved on the CT side, down 4v5s, and they lost a player at bomb sites. This one, Heroic go for, and they give all the weapons over to Team Spirit. Now, it was against Pistol, so it makes a little bit more sense if Heroic want to give it a try, but they didn't even get close.
It's almost like you don't want to accept the fact that you have lost a round of pistols. So you're just like sticking around, you're going for the retake.
There is like that collective team frustration that it's happening on a round like this, where no one calls for the save, no one calls for anyone to fall back, and everyone just pushes forward.
You have to throw the pride to the side in those kind of scenarios, which is what Spirit did in the first half, which allowed them to have so many purchases. But the third timeout for Team Spirit, Hallie on the mic. He's going to want to tighten up this T side and make sure Spirit get the job done on Anubis on their map pick. Next up in the series is Nuke. That's going to be Heroic selecting that one. And the third map, if we need it in this series, is Ancient. Winner goes on to the Major. Loser goes 2-2. This round has nothing. Well, I suppose Nerds on an M4 is never nothing, but unlikely it is going to be enough. Team Spirit, a couple of major debuts could come through if they win this series today. Obviously, the most famous one being Donk. But Zontix will follow that. Looking for his debut at a major, get his sticker in the game. One of the biggest goals you will have as a Counter-Strike player. And Magix and Shiro, man, they've only been to 3 majors. You know, Shiro did most of his work while majors weren't happening, you know, online. So it'd be great for Shiro, who has missed out on the Paris major, to come back with Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good way of putting it. Of all the majors they've played in, probably the most memorable thing was them missing out on the Paris major, getting eliminated in the RMRs.
And the LCQ to FaZe Clan. A respectable team to go out to, but didn't want to be in that position to begin with.
A bomb site's been completely cleared out in this round, so the bomb's going to hustle over.
Yeah, Zontix locks that in, no problem, and Team Spirit will be up to 9 rounds. You stack on one side of the map, you hope Spirit attack B. They don't. And now what's the idea? Nerds gets into dark with the rifle. He's protected by a squad of USPs. Because they're saving, that might send the Chopper Mac-10 in to try and figure out what they're saving.
Yeah, chew him up a little bit. If he can find that M4, it'd be awesome.
That's the longest way away, though.
And Nerds doesn't have head armor, so that's winnable, but they're all going to peek him right now.
Ooh.
No kills for Chopper.
Sees nothing. 4 players immediately in front of him. Shush will take a Mac-10. It's free, you know, it's got a little anime picture on it, so we'll take it. It's free.
All right, Heroic running out of opportunities to get this CT side going. Another buy coming in here. They'll have M4s, and now they got to figure out how exactly to put a stop to what Spirit's bringing to the table. Haven't met a whole lot of resistance in middle. They've had a creep through A main a couple of times. And they want to get aggressive, very aggressive.
Well, it's certainly noisy from Nerds. He doesn't care about that. He wants to just get info and get space. That grenade doesn't actually nuke the smoke open the way they probably were expecting. Shush with a great boost himself up on the stack. He actually eradicates Zontix, and that's a big kill to collect for Heroic.
That's a huge pre-fire as well. Just kind of double tap and blow open the smoke, see what you've got, going back into it and pre-fire the very same angle. Nicely done, and all that aggression nets them a 5-on-4. Still have some utility left in the tank to work with for the rest of the round as well.
And after that aggressive play, Nerds has dropped back to safety. And look how much utility and time Team Spirit have to go through just to get water back. They confirmed that now that Heroic have slunk back into the bomb sites themselves, but just under a minute left.
Yeah, well, it's a standard defense for Heroic. 2-1-2.
One smoke left for Spirit.
Yeah, and the attack is going to come at this B bomb site. It looks like they want to split it. That smoke might delay things, but actually noise already being made in dark.
Donk is confident to take a fight against Nerds. He makes it look so easy. But the trade is in from Nikodos, who has to step up as the sole player left to stop Spirit breaking through. He's done very well to slow this round down again. 30 seconds. Team Spirit don't have the utility to re-aggress comfortably.
And that's a Heroic smoke inside of B main, and it does its job. That makes the hit so disjointed. Where it was going to be 2 B main and 2 dark, instead it's just the 2 dark players. So even though the opening kill goes there, it can be easily addressed and then everything shut down after the fact. Those 2 Spirit players, Magix and Shiro, never worked up the courage to come through this smoke. Now they want to take AKs away, but it's costly as Nikodos pushes through. They don't have the money to go for those kinds of plays.
Yeah, so just send the one in, you get punished instantly. And now Shush is in a position hoping they walk back to T-spawn, but Spirit realized they're probably given Sanctuary to save their AKs. And, well, rather AK and M4. And they are, so Nikodos having to step up. It looked like he was going to be under an impossible amount of pressure to handle when his teammate Nerds fell instantly. But while that smoke is up, as you mentioned, the smoke in B main saved the day, really. You need to just charge through that smoke if you've got those kills through dark.
Yeah. 9-8.
This game is very close. Heroic giving a good battle to Team Spirit.
They really are. I mean, no one's really been able to catch momentum in this second half quite yet. Looked like Spirit might have a chance to just kind of run away with it, but Heroic put a nice stop to that with Kixin's Negev in the second round.
Still can't believe that was a thing. Zontix and Donk. Together, they will try to play towards A. Shush close towards A main, and Kixan taking contact from up above. Zontix will go through the motions, clearing out Fountain with the Molotovs. Oh, the Heaven Smoke and Flash is a perfect combination to lock out this setup. Kixan can't do much. The smoke is pretty weak to the right side of it, and Zontix is very, very aware of that. Tessa swings through camera, stops the bomb from making it safely to the site.
I don't think we're going to see any more defensive setups like that. Both of the A players that went down without a kill, both of them had smokes. Both of them could have had a smoke up in A main. They chose to play it a little bit aggressively, guns out. And just by the time they realize the hit's coming in their direction, they don't even have time to put the smokes down. They both get deleted.
I was going to say, if that smoke doesn't look good, you know, there's a gap in it, and Sticko is showing a better version of it that lands and makes it much thicker on both sides. But it actually worked out for Zontix because he was aware of the weakness and then exploited that to his advantage. So very cool detail there for Team Spirit.
And good entrances from Zontix. He gets both of them and all 3 kills in the round so far. Spirit's going to be happy with the win. Don't care so much about the hunt. They're doing it slow-paced and cautiously. Bomb's going to go off and Team Spirit hit double digits.
And this is where that momentum can start to kick in now, because it's not like Heroic have a whole heap of cash to rely upon and fall back on, unlike what the side of Spirit had in their CT side when they were losing rounds. This is the second timeout for Heroic. So Hallie's making quick work of that. He's gone on the mic as fast as he can. And Chopper, he was looking down the line, drilling out some orders. 7 major appearances for Chopper, and a few of them at the major qualifier back in the old system days. Remember those days, Jason?
I do. Yeah. I mean, those were the Vegas Squadron days.
The shark memes. Where you really cut your teeth.
I did enjoy those shark memes. But yeah, I mean, look, he was taking scalps even back then. They're the team that knocked the old legendary NIP roster out of majors and forced them to go back through the whole cycle and all the difficulties that come with that. They had, you know, upset win over FaZe as well in some of those.
Yes.
So that was a dangerous team you didn't want to run into in that stage of the tournament.
They were a big reason as to why the CIS minor became more of a talking point, taken seriously, because at that point you wouldn't really ever see teams make it out of it and do much work. But the QB Fire days and the Vegas Squadron days, that's when things started to really rise up for the region.
Yeah, they've given Kerrigan Mac 10 PTSD as well.
Yeah, they have.
All right, well, round 19, 10-8 in the favor of Team Spirit. First map of the series, aggression from Heroic. They're going to flash themselves out B main. Magix is calling it out. Deep nade, and they're going to push his position.
Yeah, Magic's under a bit of scrutiny now, but he swings out, instant headshot. Very aware of the possibility of Tessa's just being in that exact spot.
And also so calm during all of that, like not budging from a position where they can't actually see him with that sort of aggression. Chopper's going to make the next play walking through middle.
Ooh, here he comes.
Yeah, he wants Temple. He's not going to care whatsoever. He's just happy he wasn't spotted. It's only Nerds here. He's down. That's the round done.
Wow, Magix is just hitting headshots.
Yeah, Heroic has to save this as well. They never budge from this position, this stack towards the A bomb site, and that's a good call. Team Spirit has been able to abuse that A bomb site a couple of times, and now they just work the other side of the map off the aggression.
Must be nice for Magix to actually get involved in a few more rounds. He was kind of popping off at the start of the first half when he got the AWP in his hands and then went silent. Just didn't really see too much action. But Donk, 20 kills, 8 deaths. Kind of performance we've become very used to seeing from Donk. He's returned to normalcy.
It's been a very quiet 20-8.
It feels like a ZywOo 20-8.
Yeah, haven't been too many highlight reels. Just a couple, just stacking double kills. It feels like,
yeah. Obviously that D crown where he sets up Team Spirit for the force buy.
There you go, Chopper.
Yeah,
there you go, baby.
Kill.
Oh, Shiro's coming in hot, and he's got one more right at the end. They would have even had the third with one more second, but that is ruthless from Spirit, grabbing all the extra guns away right at the end.
Yeah, that's left Heroic a little dumbfounded.
Yeah, that one, that's so painful. Spirit's getting so close, and they just ripped all your resources away.
Oh, look at that. USPs, P250, kicks down with the save for Mass. Oh, it's disgusting, really, for Heroic.
That's such a winning mentality for Spirit. Not just content with the round win, but realizing they have an opportunity to set this up so nicely. Red carpet laid out to get to map point.
They're going to storm down that red carpet. Cameras at the ready. Chopper takes a little dive into the darkness and sees absolutely no one, so peels away because his teammates are setting up for this A play. Zontic's already at the front of the attack, spotted towards heaven. Doesn't really matter. That USP can't fight, it can't really stand and show its might, so Donk rips the head off. Magix has the rotation, the flank will not exist. And Heroic have the expected result off the back of this. That one saved rifle from the previous round, it gets the only kill so far, but they know exactly where it is, and Chopper, oh, he's having a great old time. That's another kill. He'll take those easy ones, and Nikodos on the other side of the map.
So 12-8, you got to win 4 in a row if you're Heroic, and you haven't really shown yet that you can get a good read of what's happening on the map. You haven't really been able to stop the A-hits from Team Spirit, and when you shift over to try and put a stop to them, Spirit's elsewhere on the map with good calling. A very difficult task ahead of Heroic.
And it'll be Team Spirit taking one step closer to major qualification. They would have loved to have done it 3-0, but MOUZ took that opportunity away from them. So much expectations on Spirit, but every team will tell you they just want to get through the RMR. Like, no one's coming in with, let's get it 3-0. If we don't do that, it's a failure. They know that the RMR can be brutal, and you just want to make it in. Once you're at the major, it's a different ball game, but just getting through that RMR is so important for your year.
Absolutely.
And Shiro will know all about the heartbreak.
Yes, he will know probably better than many.
From playoffs at one major to not qualifying for the next. That's how cruel the system can be.
Yeah, but one sense I get from talking to the Spirit players at various events is just that they're not really quite at the point where they're like looking at, you know, the long-term goal. They're very much focused event by event. They're not really thinking about how winning an event like Katowice can thrust them into conversation to be contenders for the major.
I think it's because it all happened so quickly that you really didn't have the roadmap planned out or any sort of ideas there. Nert's aggressive through water. We've seen him make this move before in the half. Worked out decently. He's sticking around though, he's very committed to this. Shush found success prior when they did this, but he hasn't found that kill up towards Zontix. And Zontix has learned his lesson. He knows that this move likely has aggression coming out of A main, but Donk commits solo, confident he could win the fight versus Nerds, but doesn't. And now Kixan goes for a mid-peak. 2 players up for Heroic and information being gathered with every single move.
Oh, nice move from Nerds as well. If he keeps pushing though, Magix is gonna have him. Yeah, I like to slide out through the smoke, but I don't think it was time to push quite yet. So Nerds trying to get a jump on a flank.
That could come back to bite them here. It's weakened the B bomb site defense. Nikodol's just shown though, when he's on his own, he can still be mighty enough to hold, but not against the AWP of Shiro. Not against the sniper when it sets its sights upon you. And Team Spirit have pulled this one all the way back from a 5 versus 3 deficit to now being 3-2 up on players. And Shiro now has eyes in water, and that's exactly where the last 2 players are coming from. They'll know they were the A players. They're very aware of that fact. And Shiro hits the easy ones, and he might just close it out. He was a little too far in the open. Mashush is now known. And that's the problem. He's got to walk out into a crossfire that is designed to stop him getting one step closer.
This is
unbreakable. This is Spirit's map. This is Spirit's first step to the major qualification. Zontix will confirm that. Anubis goes their way. And Team Spirit looking hot.
Impressive win from Spirit as well. I remember this started out 4-0 emphatically in the favor of Heroic in that first half. And I think Spirit did such a good job with their economy. They set themselves up in that first half to come back and close it out with ease in the second.
Heroic did look pretty good at times, but Spirit just looked better. They come out on top 13-8 on their map pick of Anubis. Blair and Pimp, what are your thoughts? That controlling of the economy, as Jason mentioned, by Team Spirit in the first half.
I mean, Spirit were in complete control here. I mean, apart from the first 4 rounds where Heroic were able to win, you know, with the pistols, the conversions and whatnot. After that, you know, Spirit, they bounced back on their buy rounds, able to shut it down. You know, they had that the double hold from Magix and Donk towards B, where it became impenetrable. A couple of rounds where Heroic were able to steal over towards the A bomb site, catching Shiro and Zontix off guard. That's about the only success they had, right? But you look at that point, you're like, okay, you've managed to get about, you know, 6 rounds there on a T side. Let's see what you have on CT side. They didn't have much. That Kixan negative round comes to mind, and immediately after that they got reset. And then the 1 round that they did was the water aggression from Nerds, and the second time around it didn't work out. It was a 3v5. They could have made it a little bit longer there, Jacob, but then Shiro woke up and said, nah, we're done.
I think if you're an Heroic fan, you're very happy and you're very glad that they got off to a good start. Without that great start, as Jason said, probably wouldn't have been as close as we feel like it was during this game. Also, I gotta say, all eyes on Donk. He started off the game coming into, we spoke about it, 3 maps in a row with a negative rating. First time that's gonna happen for him in forever, I assume. He started off the game going 1-4 as well. You're thinking to yourself, okay, is there some confidence issues? Is he not feeling it anymore? Did the pressure get to him? Kid finished 23-9. He absolutely destroyed Heroic from that moment and onwards. So all those out there, you know, who are looking towards Donk, who are watching his every move, who are criticizing, who are saying that, he's overrated, he's just a kid. Well, he said, shut up and watch me. So well done by Donk.
Yeah, it seems like today Donk has moved away from what was happening with MOUZ yesterday, where he was getting shut down a bit, he was having some issues. Today, at least in map number 1, Heroic just didn't have an answer for how Donk wants to conduct himself on Anubis.
Especially on a B bomb side, he's way more comfortable playing there, right? He's so brazen in the way he plays towards Dog or Connect or whatever you want to call it, or playing towards a platform, towards Glizzy or the side, and always committing to these fights where he's always seemingly running away with a double kill every time he takes a duel, right? Ending with 7 multi-kills as well, 4 and 2 in opening duels. But I have to say, there was a great support system around him. Magix with the secondary op towards the B bomb side, and Zontix and Shiro as well.
Take a look at that scoreboard. How on earth does Heroic get 8 rounds when your top fragger, your highest ADR player, has 58 ADR and 8 kills? No one above 10 kills in that game. They still managed somehow, some way to find 8 rounds in this game.
Is there anything crazy that you can pick out specifically about how they did it, Pimp? Because I completely agree. Look at the kill spread. Top fraggers on 10, then lowest on 6. And I have the same memories as you. Like, to me, there were some close rounds, and it wasn't just an absolute stomp by Spirit, but how did they pull it off?
I mean, I'm just looking at it right now. Of all the 6 rounds that Spirit won on the CD side, I think Heroic got 4 kills in total in the 6 rounds they won. So there we go.
There we go. That's part of it. Obviously, also when Heroic were winning rounds, there's a couple of rounds where Spirit was saving their guns and making sure they could bring it into the next round. However, when your top ADR player is Nerds with 58, absolutely no way you're going to win a game of Counter-Strike. That's just a symbol of Counter-Strike.
We did point out Nerds as well initially, right? We need to see him play at the level he showed against Astralis. And in that game, Heroic, every single individual, they seemed fired up. They seemed motivated. Here, though, it was a bit of a, a solid start initially, but after that, they kind of petered out. And the donk, at least on this map, seems to be back again.
Do you think we ever get tired of saying the donk?
It's just fun, right? It just rolls off so nice. It's like
donk show.
The donk show.
Now, I definitely won't be tired of seeing performances like that. Why don't we zone in on a specific round? Jacob, you wanted to look at round... Oh, wait. No, which round is it that you wanted to look from the...
Well, it was round 14,
It was round 14, but that was if Heroic had won, so...
We could still play it.
But we don't have any other rounds,
it's gross.
right?
It's
so let's play that one.
It's disgusting. It's gross. And I hope no one replicates this. I mean, by the way, the pistol kills were great. They completely disrupted the play from Spirit, but my God, a negative Kixon.
But look at the game. Look at the game at this point, right? It's 7-6. Heroic is winning a force buy right here. Again, the negative. Hopefully, we don't get to see much more of that in competitive Counter-Strike. Otherwise, I'll close my left eye for sure. However, it's a very close game. 7-7. They're winning this round. We have a game on our hand. We feel it could be going both ways. Obviously, we know T-side Anubis is very strong. We do know the qualities of Team Spirit coming into the map as well. But it was a game that was very much back and forth. It was a game that was alive at this point. Unfortunately for Heroic, after winning this round, after Kixon doing the unforgivable and unforgettable, they lost the following round, and that was a game over.
Why your left eye specifically?
Because that's the only one working. So
that's a good question. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Well, there you go.
There we go. Cool.
Yeah, Desk now bonding, learning more about each other. I want to learn more from my analyst, though. What's going to happen on Nuke? This is Heroic's pick.
Yes.
Do you think that they have more in the bank to potentially take this one as opposed to Anubis?
I'm going to go back a little bit, touch upon the map veto very, very quickly, right? Because we expected, I mean, I thought that Spirit was probably going to be banning on Vertigo because Inferno is a permaban for both these two teams. Yeah. And once Vertigo was offered up, we assumed Heroic was just snatching it up. But I think the Heroic are like, surely, they're going to ban Vertigo. So I think Heroic just prepped Nuke and they're like, all right, we're not going to take a risk on Vertigo here, even though it's a weakness of Spirit, and we should be ready for it. But all I remember of Spirit on this map is Donk just donking on FaZe on the outside yard. So that is a bit worrying for me, and I hope they have the answers to Heroic.
I have a very disturbing stat line for you right here.
Okay.
You said donk. You said donk.
Pimp and donkey. Disturbing. Name a more iconic duo.
Goes fine together. Donk's rating on Nuke specifically, average rating 1.71. The next one on his team, that in itself is absolutely crazy. The next one on his team is Chopper with a 102 rating. The rest is below. So we're looking at a game, we're looking at a map, we're looking at a player that if you avoid Donk somehow, if you make sure that he's not having the most, let's say, easy work conditions on the server, they don't really offer that much else on the map. Sure, is struggling from Spirit on Nuke, and the rest of the players are not really coming into it. So if you can somehow, some way find a way to avoid Donk having a 1.01 rating, then maybe you can win.
Yeah, we're going to have to move on quickly, guys. So I'm going to ask one simple question with regards to Nuke. Pimp, if Spirit and Heroic play this map 10 times, who's winning what?
Spirit will be winning 8 out of those 10 times.
Okay, and Blair, same question to you.
Yeah, 8.
All right, so both of you, in that sense, going with a 2-0.
Yeah, 100%.
You're smart. You're smart.
Okay, with that being said, everybody, just a little reminder, this segment was brought to you by Displate, the highest quality magnet-mounted metal posters on the market. They've got more than 1 million licensed artworks from shows, movies, games, and more. Of course, including Counter-Strike, or Counter-Strike 2, whatever you want to call it. We've got the P90 on here. And anything you would like, head on over to displate.com and you can find out for yourself.
I messed it up, haven't I?
Yeah, let me use the old magnet system there and then put it back on for you. Blair, stop ruining everything. Displate.com/PGL and find your display. Using code PGL at checkout nets you 20% off on 1 to 2 displays, 33% off on 3+ displays. Display, the highest quality magnet-mounted metal posters on the market. All right, everybody. If you're chilling at home, we've got at least another map of Counter-Strike here on day 3 of the EU RMRB. Spirit and Heroic are going into Nuke. It's Heroic's pick. Spirit technically one map away from claiming their spot in Copenhagen for the PGL CS2 Major. Can they do it, or will Heroic bounce back? Do not go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
One of the favourites here at the RMR, and ones that are just coming off the back of an IEM Katowice win, is Team Spirit. I've got Zontix with me here, and you were just telling me how it doesn't feel much difference for you after the Katowice win.
Yeah, it felt the same, you know. Maybe I was a little bit happier after we won the Bad Boom Dachi in Dubai. Maybe it's because it was pretty much easy game against FaZe on third map at least, because it was like 5-0, then 7-1, 9-1, so I knew we were gonna win, so it just didn't, you know, make me any like happy. And it was my first like big championship, so no, it wasn't like I was playing for 10 years and now I can finally win something. So maybe that's why I don't feel like I accomplished something.
Well, you definitely accomplished something. It's something huge in the Counter-Strike world, Zontix, and you've got a smile on your face right now, which it's nice to see you smiling. I want to look at one thing for you guys. We are seeing the success of Spirit right now, yeah? You guys, it's not just Donk. Donk does great numbers for sure, but we're seeing the teamwork. If anyone looks at the game, they understand it. But if we go all the way back to the closed qualifier, you drop a game to Koi, you had a close game against Entropic and Preasy, for example. Obviously, it's online games. You are a team, from what I've seen, on the stage, you were not pressured, you didn't feel it. But in these games, when it's a closed qualifier game and it's for the RMR, was there pressure there, or was it just these games were harder? Can you talk me through the difference?
No, I think we had some problems because it was online, and I don't know, the game felt bad, you know? For me.
Really?
Yeah, I was playing and I was dying in some situations and I was like tilted. But after we almost lost the second game against Entropic and it was almost 0-2 for us, I'm like, yeah, okay, we should start like play. But anyways, if you look at the amount of teams that are going through closed qualifier to the RMR itself, you can see that there is almost no possibility that team like us are just not going through because there is too much slots.
So obviously you and Donk played on the same team when it was the academy team together, right? Now we see Shiro come in as well. do you feel like it was just the time because you've got the right pieces for the team to work together, and that's why it's all come together, and Chopper just leading in his style?
Yeah, I think this team is just very like stacked. I don't know exactly the word.
That's a correct word. That's definitely it's stacked.
Yeah, so we have everything we need to become the best team in the world. So I don't know. We just, you know, puzzle is built, I would say.
Yeah, all the right pieces, yeah?
Yeah, all the right pieces is just, you know, we have everything to become the best.
Do you realize how lucky you guys are to have this work like this? I know you worked hard for it. I'm not taking that away, but it just, for me, I'm sat here thinking, this is crazy. This is almost perfect.
I don't think it's about luck. It's about our management, you know, because the knowledge that they have at building teams, because they built team spirit in Dota before,
which had huge success as well.
Yes, yes. So I think they just know what they're doing. So now we have this team here.
Your confidence must be so high right now, but do you still feel that you may not go 3-0? Do you feel that there could be teams that can challenge you here at the RMR?
Yeah, easily. I can see that we are going like 3-1 or 3-2 because, you know, it's the best of one and we haven't played against ENCE, for example, so I can't say. But yeah, I don't expect anything, to be honest. I just know that we're in very good shape. We are one of the best teams in the world right now, so I think we'll just go through, no matter it's going to be 3-0 or 3-1. So I just know we can have some problems, but we're going to make it.
I love that. We're going to make it. That ending part is key. Good luck, Zontic. Thank you so much for all the insight. And yeah, just keep doing what is 100% working for you guys right now.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the PGL RMR Europe Group B. We've got ourselves an insane matchup here between Heroic and Spirit. The first half was competitive. The second half was not so much, and Spirit are now one map away from qualifying for the Major.
Yeah, Spirit ran away with that second half easily. Like, they grabbed control and they just steamrolled Heroic from there. So it was a cool game plan to start from Heroic, and it looked like they might surprisingly rattle off some rounds and kind of start pressuring Spirit. But boy, did that get shut down quick. So yeah, Heroic have to recover. They are going to their map pick. Anubis was the pick of Team Spirit, so all's going according to plan at the moment. It's just Heroic have to, we're going to have to see them put a full game together. Maybe a few more negevs could come out. That'd be sweet.
A few more negevs. That really was the highlight round, wasn't it, for Heroic throughout that first map. The desk definitely showed us a beautiful moment there that hopefully we will not have to relive. But Team Spirit, CT side, Heroic T side. Smoke available for Kixam, Flash, or Nikodos. Triple setup inside a ramp for the CT side of Spirit. Now this could be very deadly. Ramp is a common position to start for the Ts.
Well, the question is how long does this stack last? How long do they keep it there? Utility being spent outside, smoke towards Mini to prevent any peeks. Flashbang out to force anyone back, peering outside, and here comes that ramp hit, but Spirit's ready.
No,
they back off.
Yeah, they see him kind of move downwards and they just go back to the lobby instead. So that's information for Spirit that they have not committed into ramp room. Get ready for the A play, and Donk is always jumping. He's just seen a bit surely of Kixani. Oh my god, what a shot! Donk goes aggressive, Donk lands the headshot, and now the attack for Heroic is completely stopped before it really even got going.
I can't believe Donk actually commits to that fight. Like,
I can.
So emphatically. Good shot from Nikodos. It's too little, too late. 4 more to find, and they're all encroaching. They're all coming for this. They're not giving him any room to work with that P250, creeping in. And you know what? I was about to say, that's actually a pretty cool way on the pistol round to apply some pressure to ramp room, have your ramp player call for support, pull someone away from looking outside, and gain space there. And Donk jumps up on a railing and shuts it all down.
He jumps up on the railing, insta headshot, through the wall, bang, bang. There we go. It's like, I don't even know what you can say about that if you're on the other side of things. You're expecting a respectful fall back into heaven. You're going to have a 50-50 duel when you go around the corner against Donk, and he's just flying out. Unfavorable fight, awkward angle to get your crosshair right, and he just hits the headshot. So that's Donk in a nutshell, isn't it?
Why not? No plant, Glocks, and no armor. No investment of anything whatsoever. P250 on Nikodos is about it. No utility, so this round will probably be a little slow-paced as Heroic's not going to test anything early. They're hoping to, I don't know, probably having a conversation.
Yeah, just like recovering from the shell shock, the whiplash.
Force some nades out, or allow some nades to expire before inevitably running into your death.
Or maybe a bomb plant.
They aren't even going to get close to a bomb plant, Dinko.
Yeah, you're right. I was just opening up the optimism.
Yeah. No, we're not optimistic on rounds like this.
I'm always optimistic. You just gotta believe in the power of good. Now the ramp play coming in. Kicksand slipping through. Zontix sees the shadow. Oh, goes into the open and doesn't get overrun or overwhelmed. Eventually, the pistols come in, but Zontix, it wasn't the cleanest, but it was effective in kind of holding them there, stopping them, and allowing the rotation to come in and clean up.
Yeah, bonus money as well. That MP9 almost breaks even. The kit is picked up by Shiro as well, so no big deal.
Heroic had a good game plan early on Anubis. It worked out to keep the first half competitive, but then Spirit took over. Now, this is going to be a Heroic's map pick. You have to see what they look like when they get the guns out on the T side. Kicksam will have his job to call.
Starting now. AK-47s across the board for Heroic. Donk gonna dive down vents. Nertz not taking an aggressive peek as the door was blown open, or else he might have spotted that. Silent drop down the vents though. And Shiro's just gonna try and delay, but they're gonna turn in towards Mini.
Tessas rounds that corner, gets into main. He's going to be searching out for Magics. Oh my goodness, the MP9 still wins out the fight against the rifle.
No way.
Off the top, second kill for Chopper. Kicksat coming in, trying to deal with it. He does have a cleanup job ahead of him, and he does very well. 5-star rating on that one, and Donk from Vent releases himself for the double. Oh, it's chaos, and Magic's just wondering, hey guys, somehow I want to fight with the MP9.
Look at that smile and stare. He's just like, yeah, I just wrecked that guy. I don't know how the MP9 won that fight. I
don't think Donk did either.
I feel like that.
Or rather, Magic's.
I think that AK-47 wins that fight like 9 out of 10 times. That's not a bad call either. That's just an incredible. I mean, that's the thing. That's the beauty of Counter-Strike in a way, unless you're Heroic, where it feels like you made a call. You made a call that put yourself in an advantage, and just an incredible shot from Magic's. Tears it apart.
I think he's just laughing at the fact that I wonder, how did I not die to that? Tech9 going out through the squeaky door. Molotov deployed, but Nerd still gets down the vent. What does he do with this position now? Could go secret, try and get it behind Donk, maybe try and split him or just hold down in case he drops down the steps. Nertz doesn't want to force the issue too early in this round because it's very fresh information that he dropped down vent or could have.
And Nertz was hearing all those footsteps. Donk was stomping around like an elephant in that big garage outside. So Nertz is kind of relaying his position. No one's home outside though.
I think in the time the opening of the door was something upper. Not quite sure, but he did open the door anyway. The reaction for the vent drop has come in, so they're going to go down through the ramp. Zontix is having a bit of a look. Hasn't spotted Nertz just yet, but they know that decon door's open and he can't have gone far, so Zontix is methodical. Eventually spots out his opponent. Donk dealing with the ramp. He's dealing with it very well until the spray betrays him. And the Tessa's D comes out to play, but so many Spirit players ready to go.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, I think Donk even saw the vent drop and just ignored it. He was immediately turned and looked outside to see where the attempt to join up with that vent player was going to come from. Is it going to come from outside? Am I going to have 2 or 3 players with Tech9s rushing towards red box? Are they going to be dropping on the mini roof? And obviously, when he doesn't see anything and staying aggressive outside in the big garage, the responsibility falls over to Shiro at ramp room. Zontix at ramp room, coming back up after clearing out Nertz. Well done from Spirit reading the situation, and the first time out is called from Heroic.
I think I'll be going through the motions here. Heroic trying to stay competitive in this game, and it doesn't really look like the early signs are pointing that direction. This is a winner's game. The winner progresses to the major. The other is not eliminated, just goes 2-2. On the other stream, though, on the secondary stream, it's Guild Eagles versus Preasy in a 1-2 elimination match. And Guild Eagles, this is their first time out in the major circuit, having an organization supporting them. They're the Bad News Eagles every other time. And this might actually be the first time they go to an RMR and receive some bad news. That one's heading to map 3.
Well, they had to force map 3, so at least they got there.
That could be Dupree also losing out on that streak.
Yeah, that would be weird. That would be very weird. Nerds spots Magic's come out up towards heaven, but wants nothing to do with the fight, just a little bit of information gathering. Shiro's going to start down in secret, and it's good news for Spirit that he is, because there's some presence outside. Last time they went outside, however, they did wrap in towards main.
And then got wrecked by an MP9.
They did.
Fortunately for them, no MP9s on the other side of things, just standard rifles. Close smokes deployed to allow the cross of Tesses.
That's Chopper's M4 spamming away from stairs and locker. Shiro's got the angle.
Oh, Shiro's got a kill, surely. Tesses goes to try and peek him, goes into the op. It's a rude awakening, and not the surprise he was hoping for.
That feels like such a tough fight to just slide into, especially when the op is there.
I feel you gotta jiggle it.
Well, yeah, but, you know.
It's always gonna be tough in Nerds, so this is a good angle. This is a good position, and Donk just steps right back into it.
He loves that angle. I feel like I've been watching him play that angle for so long.
Problem is, Zontex is behind him, and Nerds only gets away with one.
And now it's all down to this play. Towards the upper bomb site, Magix once again is going to be caught out in the open. He's going to try and hustle back, and due to utility, he's going to have time to get into the safety of heaven. Molotov comes in to slow things down. Kixin wants to pounce.
Yeah, he does. He's waiting on the timing. Chopper on the ladder gets executed by Kixan. Now this round needs to kick into gear for Heroic as they get into the bomb site. Magix does well to get one. Shiro is last detected towards the lower bomb site, so Nikodos is considering the vent, but realizes with the bomb in his back, he has to sprint to the site, and that grenade, that is going to eliminate Kixan, no problem. And now it's all on Nikodos inside of the site, nearly turns up for Zontix. Confident fights from Team Spirit, just taking one after the other, and they come through on the retake in a 1v1.
Thank God for that nade. If Shiro doesn't chuck that out, then Kixan gets the kill. He is already starting to do damage as Zontix was climbing the ladder, and that could have been the round right there. But it's still undefeated in this opening half for Team Spirit. 5-0 to start out Nuke. CT side looking strong, proactive plays.
Yeah, I think it's the proactive plays that are catching Heroic off guard here. And Zontix getting that trade on Nerds. There was no idea that there was a ramp player capable of pushing or willing to push him behind Nerds. So AKs it is for 5 players on Heroic. Maximum loss bonus is now kicked in. Testes attempting to apply pressure to Zontix at ramp. Zontix goes through the motions with the utility belt, smoke deployed.
They've kind of beat the vision. Oh, he's stuck. He's in a really bad place. One kill would be kind of amazing at this point, but Shiro's here for backup.
Shiro, the hero, has arrived through hell. And Testis is gone, and Zontix is just buying so much time. They know that they have to use utility to get him out of there, and Zontix is willing to just stand and burn until the last second, and he hits the headshot. Team Spirit are just BS sometimes. Magic spins back through main. It is a kill on Shush. Nikodos falls at the hand of Chopper, and you think Heroic have a fight. You think they have some standing. But Team Spirit, 6 in a row.
Zontix, bro, he had one bullet to fire. That was it. That's all he had time for. And it drills Nerds between the eyes.
Dude, Zontix is like a cyborg. He's just emotionless in those moments, has a job, has a task, and fulfills it. Stays so cool under pressure.
I'll say there's a certain, I don't know if weakness is the right word, but we've seen twice now Heroic kind of slide through his smoke along the wall undetected. We saw it with Shiro earlier with an AWP, now Zontix with the M4. They got to be really, really careful about that timing because that could have punished them twice.
Zontix stayed composed though. You notice how he just goes behind the box, stays there alive, doesn't get any sort of jiggle peeks going, waits for Shiro to come in, and then still just stands there realizing that all eyes are drawn upon him. They can't move away because they're focused on that position.
And really messes with Nertz's timing. That Molotov comes in and Nertz is expecting a peak like within 2 seconds, right? And 2 seconds pass and Zontic's still just burning and gives himself the best chance possible.
A little sip of that.
Yeah.
You earned it. Timeout taken here for Heroic, second of the half. Lots to figure out. Remember back to the Team Spirit win over Astralis. Didn't look like that was going to go their way. And then we've seen some crazy clutch out of Shiro, a donk moment where he took a risk in a low buy round. There are just individual moments that can happen for Team Spirit, even if the game is to get close. And they don't have to rely on any of that at the moment at all.
Well, good stat on that graphic that had just popped up. Opening duels for Heroic. They haven't won a single one yet. They haven't got a single first kill, and that's going to continue here.
Yeah, it continues. Magic's Rouge Shush. Now just Deagles and a Tech 9. This is Heroic's map pick. They wanted to fight the Spirit here. Donk, yeah, I'm glad he was punished for that.
Yeah, he was real thirsty for that kill on Nerds. He's passed over an AK-47 and secret access is available to Heroic. No one's dropped down quite yet. Zontix is getting aggressive towards lobby, so that ramp player isn't there to fall down. It's Chopper instead, and he's got to take a risk inside the vents.
I just love that Donk went for that. Like, I don't like it in terms of good Counter-Strike, but at least it was fun.
He thought the smoke was going to be up a little bit longer.
Yeah, it faded away just the wrong time. It looked a little silly. Yeah.
Yep.
Chopper jump spotting. I don't know if you've seen the deke around the corner there. Maybe just seen enough of it. The tip of the gun. Chopper decides to jump back. He's going to play towards decon and draw these players close to the rifle. At the sink should absolutely smash them. Chopper removes Nikodos and then closes the decon door. Gets back into the bomb site, knowing if they open it, Zontix had eyes on the prize. And Chopper ready to flick down to the double door, but he had to be very fast if he wanted to get away with that. Kixan tries to get the second up towards Rafters, couldn't do it, and Nert's now left on the other side of the map with no time.
That's unfortunate. They'd already crossed into secret by the time Nert's recovered the AK-47. You would have liked to have had that on the thrust to try and get into the bomb site. But Nertz just had to turn into a lurker, hoping his teammates could create something that caused movements towards vents that he could exploit. And it never happened in Team Spirit. On map 2, showing no weakness. 7-0.
Nothing to really be stressed about. Nothing's getting out of hand or even close to being so.
No, there's been like some sketchy situations in rounds, but not anything that would like turn the tides of the round. Or maybe like 1-2-on-2 they got into.
Look at the money supply they've just been building on Shiro. He's the immortal at the moment, apart from that one kill. And he's got himself the AWP for days. Cross for Tesses, his job is to get behind those secret steps. And the grenade lands at his feet again.
Shiro's got an angle with the AWP, a different angle this time. So even if Tesses in this attempt tries to jiggle that initial angle at the stairs, Shiro's going to be one deeper. More utility coming out. Doesn't look like Heroic want to challenge Secret, like they actually want to walk down. Once again, it might be a turn in towards Mini. There's the first opening kill for Heroic. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Donk, nice shot. Nertz is removed from the doorway, so the opening kill is short-lived. Back to even odds, just like that. Shush is the bomb carrier, and Donk is looking for him, but Donk has been spotted, and Shush nails the headshot when given the chance. 44 seconds left in this round. Kixan starting to make his way through ramp room, clearing that out, not seeing too much. And Magic's about to come back and meet him. This is going to be a head-on fight. Now are they going to be looking at each other? Just about. Kixan knocks him on his ass. And Zontix and Shiro left in a 2v4. 30 seconds remain. This is the best chance yet for Heroic to win the round.
And I think they're going to win it because I mean, Shiro's been in secret this whole time. Oh, spots the head.
Oh, doesn't take the kill.
Can't get the right fight. Zontix, this has been an awkward engagement. Nikodos is just stalling you out, and there's a nice shot with the AWP.
That was a very awkward fight for Zontix to engage in.
Despite all the engagement, Spirit could never see what Heroic was cooking into. They could never find out exactly what the end game was for this offense and could never shift into the right positions.
Shiro is being pushed. Shiro is being hunted. And he'll lose his AWP. He is the bankroller, though, for Team Spirit at the moment. He's got $11,500, and it's a good thing he has that, because a couple of the players on his team are pretty brittle with their money, so he can drop out a few weapons. He can even get that AWP back out for himself. And for the first time, Team Spirit are forced to take a timeout.
Yeah, it's a luxury. They haven't had to have one just yet, so you call a timeout as soon as Heroic win a round, and you can just talk things over, what went wrong. You don't even really have to change anything at this point. But this is really a timeout to just say, let's not give anything up. Let's keep our foot on the pedal. Let's keep moving forward. Don't give them any space to work with in the second half. Keep up this dominance. It's 7-1. 10 kills on Zontix from Ramp Room. He's been very impactful in this half of Counter-Strike.
Despite being tested multiple times. but under a little bit of pressure here and that.
And Heroics are really at this point kind of leaning outside on that smoke wall and just different looks. We've seen them try and go towards Secret. We've seen them turn in towards main. Now we've seen them also attack towards Heaven a couple of times. They're trying to give a bunch of different looks based off similar outside utility.
Grenade's been bombed. The opening of the door. Chopper blinded. Awkward fight here for Nerds. He is going to go down. Chopper unblinded for just a moment. Goes back and gets that kill. And Donkey's on the chase. He's on the prowl down through the vents. They might not expect him to have gone here so quickly. Kixan is dealing with Zontix on ramp. And in the meantime, it's Donk with the quiet assassination. 3 players left for Heroic. Just like that at the start of the round. Really quick decision-making from Donk, and he stayed silent going down that ladder.
I wonder how Nurse got blinded, if that was a team flash, if that was a spirit flash, because it felt like he had Donk's number. It felt like he was going to connect with that until he got blind, and then he was fighting inside the flames. Really awkward turn of events.
Yeah, a minute left in this round. 2 players up for Team Spirit. Heroic, they would have had a playmaker down lower, but that's been removed. So now it's linear. They have to go through the upper bomb site. And it's really hard to see the world in which they're going to be able to pull this off now. And that's a big mistake for Magix.
Chopper who slid in to Donk's position in main. Magix on top of the hut.
He slipped under his crosshair, but he goes for the peek, and he gets the information. Chopper clears out closed door, and it's just Nikodas left inside of hut. It's a rough old time for Heroic. They win their first round, they get their first opening, and then instantly there's a timeout, and you lose without getting a single kill. That's 8-1 now for Team Spirit. This half's dominance will continue, and they're on the hunt trying to get rid of this off. They know where Nikodas is. They're up the ladder already. Missed shot on the no-scope. Eventually, he will perish, and that bomb will be ripped out of his hands. Heroic do not have that option unless Nikodas purchases it yet again. A couple of players low on money for Heroic, and this half is now becoming a nightmare.
Yes, this is a disaster on your map pick as well. And Spirit's just playing this so good. The little teamwork between Chopper inside of that smoke right here. This right here. He backs away. It's Chopper's turn to peek out. Shush is looking for the top hut player, and he never sees what's coming. Just beautiful little pieces of micro teamwork.
So AK-47s and Galil, well, I say Galils and a MAC-10. It's not too pretty here for Heroic.
No, and the hard thing is, I mean, this is almost like, you know, it would be interesting to see. Heroic's just struggling to find opening kills and any initial success, which is really painful. They've only got 1 opening kill, and that led to a round win, but they haven't even really been, they haven't obviously been able to get a second one. We don't even know, like, if that's like if they can continue winning off those opening kills, or if Spirit could still put a stop to them. They're just so dominant in the early going. Kixan just burns alive. They're trying to hit an upper execute, and they can't even get that off clean.
Flash is coming up, Tessa's coming out with the bomb on his back. Magix is blinded for what feels like an eternity. But remember, Chopper's still on top hut. Chopper is still on top hut, and the first kill is good. Second, even better. Uncle Chop steps up.
No way he gets that 3rd kill. Yeah, Magix is just putting his hand up. And Chopper is calm as a cucumber. Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, cool and calm, you know? If the cucumber was
way,
alive. Yeah, he's just a cucumber, isn't he? That's what I think of when I look at Chopper, but I can't believe that Heroic fight their way through, and there's still just 1 more player to deal with.
I mean, that's a pretty good considering you lost Kixan so early. Yeah, like I think Chopper only had like 2 or 3 bullets left.
I've never seen him do that. I've never seen him do that.
Old man's got some moves.
He's impressed.
3rd time out for Heroic. They're just stumped.
Yeah, Chopper's just looking down the line. Should have seen me in my Vegas Squadron days.
Just throwing it back.
You guys are going to find out when they go to the Major. No, with the Dragon. Once just the Shark.
4 short rounds away.
Yeah, the opening kill thing is just messed up, isn't it? You have 1 single opening kill. And it's not even like that opening kill was the reason why they won the round, because it got insta-traded. So it was down to a 4v4 immediately after Nerds' opening. So yeah, even if they were starting to get a few openers, we don't really know if that's going to be the path to consistent success. And we probably won't find that out now, because the half is basically over. 2 rounds to be played. They lose this one, they don't have any money. And the last round of the half will just be a couple of pistols here and there. So Donk looks to disrupt the red play. Sends the Molotov in. Tessus has had a tough time trying to get across Secret without taking damage from utility. Shush decides just to go. Just run. Take the risk, and he does, and as soon as the bomb tries to cross out, Donk is ready to stop them and pin them behind red, but Tesses decides he's had enough.
Yeah, that's a really, really good slide. As Donk is reloading, and he didn't expect a player to be creeping around the edge of the smoke, but the smokes have subsided. Donk's, even without a kill, even in his death, Donk prevented them from utilizing the smoke wall. So they've got to readdress the situation. Look at the utility. They've got a flashbang and an HE grenade. How are you going to meet up with Shush, who's crossed the secret? And at this point, is it even worth bothering it? Do you just kind of see what happens from here? Crab walking their way towards ramp room.
Now looking to unleash the pinchers.
And delay utility put out at the upper bomb site to make this push effective. Chopper's going to take attention away, trying to set up the swing. And it never comes. And actually now, I think Heroic have the escape route.
Yeah, they've actually found the way. They threaded the needle. Nikodos will fall, and they'll know that Chopper was just in behind them.
Yeah, but you don't want to drop Vent in this situation either. Shiro's got to provide you something.
He has to get this headshot. Oh my goodness, he slinks on out. He does get that kill, and Zontix successful again on fragging out on Kickstand. But Shushu got into the vent earlier, has done his work. It's now over. Once again, Chopper is the impactful player. It's down to Nerds to get a second round here for Heroic. They're coming out the double doors, and it's a double for Nerds.
That was risky, just due to the way that flank didn't pan out with the right timing. They had to risk going down vents. They only lost one player doing it, which is not bad as far as that rotation goes when the T's have taken over Secret. Even still, Spirit had a chance to win out and outlast that round. 2 opening kills, 2 round wins for Heroic.
So immediately after Heroic went around again, Spirit straight into the timeout. And we know how that went last time. Spirit won the follow-up round without losing a single player. So they were hoping for a similar result. 9-3, it's still a very difficult half to come back from, but it's a lot better, miles better than being down 10-2.
And I mean, just throw your mind back to the grand finals at Katowice with Donk on the T side of Nuke outside. Like, he was so confident taking entry fights, just battling everyone, destroying FaZe in the yard.
Obliterating them.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it's not like this T side is, or when they switch sides, it's not like the CT side is going to be stress-free from Heroic. You're definitely going to hand over some opening kills to Donk on that. You're going to have to recover some 4v5s. Here we go, upper rush down the vents.
Oh, 3 players down vents this time.
And it's an aggressive outside defense, which means no one's really there to hold on. Zontix can't make it in time. Heroic was so fast and aggressive, and now they've got the advantage.
Yeah, Nerds up on top of Silo. You know, if he just stays there, the eyes are focused upon him. Really, they need to get down to B. They need to get down to business. Last round of this half, they're still trying to deal with Nerds.
Yeah, they're wasting time doing this.
Yeah, there's no point. It's all about getting in for this retake attempt. And Chopper, who's down there waiting on his teammates to come on down and attempt this retake, well, he's dead now, and not a lot of time for Spirit to make it happen. And Shiro's still worried about Nerds. He's still up here. They've conceded this one. It's going to be 9-3 at the turn of the first half. A couple of rounds found right at the end for Heroic. They struggled to string rounds together, but on their last attempt, they do so.
Yeah, but I mean, look, every time they found a first kill in a round, they won the round. It's just they didn't get many of them at all throughout that half. Spirit was just so suffocating. So I think they're going to be happy with that CT side for sure. And this puts a lot of pressure on the pistol round for Heroic in terms of how many opportunities they're going to have. If they lose it, you really only have one chance to get this comeback started, and you might feel pressured into a second round force buy with a diminished buy to make it happen. This can be a very awkward half, so all focus for Heroic moves to the pistols.
Yes, you haven't really given yourself enough room to survive a pistol loss, is what we're saying. So Chopper just going to be talking to his teammates. Let's get the job done, guys. Let's get to that major in Copenhagen. And if they do it, if they get through, sights will be set on Spirit to potentially be a favorite to hoist the trophy.
Absolutely.
In the Royal Arena.
They'll be in that conversation. Spirit, FaZe, and Vitality likely moving into the major as heavy favorites to take the trophy.
And this pistol can take them so much closer to Counter-Strike's most coveted championship. Shiro crosses over red. fights with hell. Secret play coming up, though, for the side of Nerds, and Donk just stops him getting away.
It's so clean. It's so clean as he swings that corner. And look at this lurk from Zontix. This is, I mean, Spirit can just pause this. Zontix is such an X factor in this position, and they're going to go right to the upper bomb site. They know they've forced at least a rotation. Yeah, there's one coming back to heaven, and another on top. Beautiful. Beautiful from Zontix and Spirit.
So sick from Zontix. Bomb plants coming in. Shush is the only player that can deny it. And that's exactly what he does. He'll go back into the hut. Still a long way off winning this round, but it's the first step in the right direction. And now he's got 1v1 fights until Donk comes in to swing and support. It's just Nikodas. He's got to worry about so many different angles. He won't check Shiro. Shiro knocks him out. 10 rounds. Pistol picked up for Team Spirit. And for all the reasons you just mentioned, Jason, this now looks surely like it's Team Spirit making it through.
Yeah, this is weird, and all of a sudden it's like an awkward situation if you're Heroic. Like, do you force up here? Do you save one and go for the buy round, let them kind of get to 11? Beautiful job from Zontix, a well put together pistol round. Even the hiccup of not covering the planter from Hut didn't really matter at the end of the day. And we will see a save out of Heroic. They want the guns as fast as possible. That's their only avenue back into this map.
Give it one good chance, one good opportunity. The guns come back out, but this is now 11. Unless the USPs can stack up against the rifles.
Nah.
Not gonna happen. Magic's cleaning through. Oh, multiple kills for Magic. Zontix stepping up to clean out the rest. 11-3 for Team Spirit as expected. So here is that last Heroic stand.
We'll see what they've got. We'll see what Spirit's going to bring out, because they got to be full of confidence. I think first step is, I mean, prevent anything ultra aggressive. Shut down Donk outside if that's where he's headed. I'm surprised to see Spirit take a timeout here, but having a conversation, their final one very early on in the second half. So if there is a comeback of sorts, if they do hit an issue, I'm just saying if, you know? Don't look at me like that.
I was giving you the look.
I'm just setting it up. If Heroic somehow
now who's the optimistic one?
have a strong defense and Spirit struggle to close this out, they don't really have a way to pause things and have a conversation about it. It'll be on the fly. That's a big if.
Yeah, definitely massive. Probably the biggest if in the history of
put
ifs.
In, yeah, an asterisk next to that one. You have to imagine this first round, especially with the Mac 10 and Galil's, not like a throwaway or a bonus round, but
a weaker round.
You can flex a little bit if you're Spirit.
Let's see. We'll see how they do it. 3 Galil's, 1 AK, Mac 10. To take Team Spirit to qualification point. Shush dives through that smoke closed door. Takes up position beside the vent. Zontix is going to be aware of a maneuver like this. Just can't confidently spam it or walk through it just yet, and eventually Shush realizes his cover will start to fade away. So he drops back into the rest of the bomb site. Tess is clearing towards Secret. He's got all the info. No one's crossing with those smokes.
Yeah, that's really good information to gather outside. Nobody's home. Spirit almost look like they want to just try and go for an upper bus at a mid-round, although also creeping towards ramp room. All 5 players huddled up together. 4 players, excuse me, one's on the roof. So showing the upper bust and headed towards ramp room through a smoke. Good trade from Donk.
Yeah, great trade from Donk, and he'll continue. Here's the rotation for Heroic. Couple players diving down that vent. Chopper making it uncomfortable to stand in the vent itself with that Molotov following in. And Team Spirit have 43 seconds left. They don't actually have to commit B, but it looks like they will still stay on this pathway. Kixan and Tesses have rotated down early doors. And Tesses has to step up from the back of the site with a premium rifle in hand. Kixan's there with the MP9, and Spirit not getting through just yet. Not breaking through to map and series point. Heroic will step up.
Heroic over-rotated very quickly, and Spirit did not expect to contend with 3 people downstairs whatsoever. That was going to be a tough take, and they didn't realize it until the last second. So good on Heroic. They win the first gun round. They're up to 4. And every long journey starts with the first step.
Yeah, the first step is often the most difficult one, and also the most important. You can also fall on your face with the second step. That might be what happens here. AK-47's available for Team Spirit. 1 Galil. Toss out that smoke towards vent again. That lurk smoke to allow access out through the door. No one using it. This time Team Spirit are committing a few players outside.
Using spam and utility to stall out the effectiveness of this wall. Donk is exposed to a little bit of danger, and he's going to take the Molotov damage just to make sure he can get into secret. Magis, oh, he gets caught. Smokes fade. Well done from Heroic.
Not only does it do damage, but it also hits him directly, so he slows down and just gets stuck in the open, so he couldn't even leap towards secret to join Donk.
And the bomb can't cross on Shiro unless he just takes this risk and just kind of slowly peeks out.
Damn, he is just going to do it.
Yeah, and takes any fights he finds. Ultra confident. But there's no more smokes.
Saltix needed to win that fight in the hot push, and it goes against him. Great work from Heroic. Now 5v3. Money drains for Spirit if they lose this round. And Nerds is coming to hell. It's a good position to be in because it's exactly where the next fight's coming. Chopper about to walk into it. Oh, Nerds, usually so clinical. Loses that duel versus Chopper, and Heroic have rotated a few players down B. This could be a bit of a disaster if they were to commit into the A bomb site and Shush was to fall alone.
Yeah, I don't think Spirit has any great idea of where to go, though.
Yeah, the bomb's lost.
There's not a whole lot of good ideas to begin with. Good trade from Donk. Bomb is picked up. Chopper's going to start probing into the upper bomb site.
17 seconds. Limited time. Shush is in the power position at the moment. Donk is still on the rafters, realizes now the time is so limited, he cannot win the round unless he was to get a flurry of headshots somehow, but that isn't going to happen. And Heroic at 5. Spirit didn't get a bomb plant, so their buy looks impossible. Oh, Donk goes to the fight at the end. So you don't have any money left over, so it's not like we're going to see a good buy here from Spirit. And this is the first line being drawn in the if.
Yeah, and that they should just kind of probably save around this AK-47, see if Donk can get you something. But you know, again, you have so many rounds to play with. Don't risk your economy. Don't make that kind of the win condition for Heroic is you force buying here and giving them an extra round for free. Have as many dangerous rounds as you possibly can. Heroic still need 6 to tie it up, need 8 to win. Third map, if we get there, would be Ancient to decide this series on. Still very far away.
Definitely very far away. Kadoz and Nerds chiming in outside. Donk obviously getting his one, but he's traded before too much can be made of that. The third and final map between Guild Eagles and Preasy for elimination here at the RMR is raging on. And is Overpass, the deciding map. So if you're interested in that, that's over on the secondary stream with Henry G and Anders. And we continue here on this stream to send someone to the major.
This is not close yet, but all of a sudden you're feeling within striking distance if you're Heroic. You're not afraid to hit tab anymore. 6 to 11.
That's true. Hit tab and look up and feel a little better now at this point. All out for Nikodos on the CT side, and again, they're gonna have to play with Galil's here with Team Spirit. And the Tech 9.
Yeah, the Tech 9, I mean, that's Chopper giving the AK-47 over to Donk. That's from the saved AK of Donk after time. Didn't get bonus money, couldn't afford an AK. So Chopper takes the hit as the endgame leader and gives his star a powerful weapon to work with.
And will it pay off? Team Spirit still searching for series point. Outside executor smokes are deployed. Shiro has the top hat molly ready. Different variation in smokes this time, but it will pull out that utility from Heroic to try and delay any cross down towards secret, and they sent Donk outside.
I think this is Spirit saying last time we threw this smoke wall, they naded, they spammed with 2 people, they were harassing it so much. Let's see if we can take advantage and hit the upper bomb site, and Donk's gone down first.
Yeah, he takes the risk to go through. Kicksam, what a round! So far, he could do even more with the AK-47 pulled. He does damage on the Chopper. Nerds cleans up the rest, but Kicksand steps up. He stops Donk getting through with the element of surprise. And that could be the kind of round that falls away, but Heroic stand up to it.
Yeah, you could see the idea from Spirit, and it just does not work out whatsoever. Kicks in with a beautiful round. Triple kill to shut the upper hit down. And Heroic now just 4 rounds back, and another low buy from Team Spirit. Tech 9 in armor, and they have yet to get close to really winning a round once the guns have come out as well.
I'm starting to believe in the if. And Tessus is holding down the ramp attack. They go straight through his Molotov. They blast his head open. And now what's the reaction here from Team Spirit? Because they've got to realize Nertz has got down here at this point. He's making steps towards Secret. He's still got eyes on the ramp. They look towards him. They try to eradicate him, but it isn't going to work out just yet.
Good utility and making this really difficult for Heroic. That's a big kill from Zontix.
Yeah.
Man advantage.
Door blown open. Shush tries to spot Chopper. Does see him go towards the Cubby. But Kicksan's the player that wanted to get out Decon earlier, but doesn't manage it. And now Magix, he's on the lurk upper. Nikodos is here, hasn't budged, hasn't moved. He's kept his op up top. He's hoping that the rifles can do the work. If not, he will try and save. He's got that kill on Magix. That's information gathered that the numbers are thin on the lower bomb site, but they walk into a trap. Shush is dead. Nikodos has to save the sniper, and Team Spirit gets series point, qualification point, off the back of a Tech 9 ramp rush to the B bomb site.
Time and time again, it's these drop down to the pistols, catch someone off guard. This is just the oldest strat in the book. Rush, ramp. 5 chances, Team Spirit, to qualify for Copenhagen. 5 chances to close out this series.
Tessa's got his 1 kill, Jason. He got his 1 kill. He just didn't have enough time to fall off. He didn't actually have enough time to drop back down the ramp after the first engagement.
Yeah, he's in a pretty committed position for what buy they were going up against as well, and no support nearby either. That's harsh, and just enough smokes for Team Spirit. Good job investing in the utility. Just enough smokes to hold off Heroic from challenging as they come down the ramp into the lower bomb site. A really painful loss because Heroic was starting to creep back into this game. And now they have no more mistakes left.
No more mistakes left. Otherwise, it's a 4th major for Shiro Magix, an 8th major appearance for Chopper.
And most importantly, yeah,
Donk's 1st major, alongside Zontix. What a shot. Donk takes the first step. Nertz committed towards red. Kicksan's there to try and support and pull attention away. But they bring that bomb back to lobby.
Kicksan now in a really tough position.
He's been good from here, though.
A diminished defense outside, although Nertz is still there. You'll have a warning system, but if he falls, you're in a lot of trouble. Doors blown open, good kill from Nertz. That's Donk to go down deep.
Kicksan swings with a good flash. They line up for Kicksan. And Heroic, you're not out of this just yet. A 4v2 now. They've taken Donk down outside. They've stopped that A attack.
Beautiful.
Team Spirit not through yet.
Wonderful flashbang from the upper bomb site to activate. Kicksan on that peak from Mini. That's perfect. Zontic's so blind, he jumps back into the vision of Shiro, and they both fall. So 25 seconds. Chopper's gonna see what he can find. Kills matter at this point as well. Take some of the money out of the hands of Heroic, make it costly. And I think Chopper says, someone's coming for this AWP, someone's coming for it, and I'm gonna take it away again.
Time obviously stops any chance of doing anything in the round. Some damage inflicted right at the end for Chopper is nice, but Heroic, it's Kicksan you've got to thank for keeping you in this game at this moment.
They can buy again, Spirit. Zontix can buy. They can even drop the AK again, Chopper, if you'd like to, over to Donk. Have 4 AKs and a pistol. Good utility in the 2 players that saved their rifles as well. Remember, back to the early stages of this half, there's no timeouts left. Spirit took their 3rd timeout, like round 2, round 3 of the second half.
The last time Team Spirit played at a major was in Rio, where they were knocked out by Heroic 2-0. They missed out on Paris. Had to sit back and watch. Made some big roster moves.
Yeah, they did a good job in the long time between majors to really gear up for Copenhagen. They're coming into this one looking sharp. Not there yet, though. They have this last pesky round to win. And this T-side has not been pretty.
No, it hasn't been the Donk show outside, the dominance you're used to seeing. Utilities coming in. But the Spirit players aren't.
Yeah, they've been stalled out. Once that Molotov goes down and hot in the smoke after the fact, they have to readjust. New point of attack. Kicksan is ready and waiting.
Yeah, traded this time by Zontix. No multi-kill for Kicksan, but they're still paused out, Team Spirit. There's still Froze outside of the site. Zontix gets down the vent. Oh, he's in an awkward fight, and one more bullet would have done it. Frustration for Zontix. Jubilation for Tessus to stay up. And Magic still fighting. This one's still going. And Team Spirit are into the upper bomb site.
And Tessus has no HP. He's got to back out. Team Spirit on the second thrust might have just found the winning recipe.
Nikodas at heaven. Tessus took damage thanks to Zontix's earlier fight. Nikodas is the player that must step up and do the heavy lifting. Choppers down first. Magix and Shiro looking to close, and 1 kill away. Nikodas is not making it easy on them, but Shiro slips on by, gets past the crosshair, and Nikodas jumps down safely. He keeps heroic going.
That's wild. Shiro didn't need to take that peek. I think he thought he had Nikodas so beat with the reposition that he just went for the fight, missed his shot.
I thought so too. I thought that was it.
He could have just stayed parked at front silos and waited for the defuse. And that's a gift over to Heroic. So is this. Zontix missing the last 10 bullets of the mag. And oh baby, Heroic are starting to feel like they've got a real chance.
It was so impressive that Team Spirit even stayed in that round, to be honest. It looked like they'd be paused out. All the utility was gone. They lost the fight in the vent, and they still found their way into a favorable post plant. Nikodas stepping up in the moment though. 12-9. This game is absolutely back on. Aggression from Tessus through that ramp smoke.
Oh, hot push. Hot push is... Oh, and the lobby crunch altogether.
Tessus doesn't move because utility's coming in for Zontix. He just paused. He held 1 second longer. And because of that, his reward is a free kill on Zontix, and he can keep his life.
What a sexy time for that play, for the lobby crunch, because Spirit is really flustered. This is pressure now. You just lose a 3-on-2 post plant, and you're really starting to feel the heat of failing to qualify or failing to win this map and go 2-0. And that lobby crunch puts so much more pressure, so much more stress into the Spirit environment.
And now Tessus' position just seems so brutal for Shiro to have to deal with. He comes out looking the wrong way. Tessus couldn't double up, but his work is still done. And if they commit into the lower bomb site, Nertz is waiting on them. And as he doesn't see anybody coming down B, he can gather that information and send it upwards. So his teammates can stay bolstered on the A defense.
The Heroics are really hitting a stride right now. For the first time in this series, or first time since the first 4 or 5 rounds on Anubis, it feels like they're hitting a momentous streak.
Don't count Donk out of this, though.
Yeah, it's a 2-on-3, there's 30 seconds, there's time.
And Nertz is the player that could end that chance for Team Spirit, but if he falls, this round is completely open once again. It is just Donk with 23 seconds, the rotation's coming in, but he's got that headshot. And what a way it would be to send themselves to the Major. Donk tapping down, checking towards the double doors. They push into him, and Nikodas once again with the round-winning headshot.
Oh, his clutch, man. It's setting this up beautifully. 10-12. They're 2 rounds away from taking this to overtime. Spirit desperately trying to make it to the Major in 2 maps. They have 5 chances, only 2 remain. And look at the timeline.
Oh, okay. I thought they were going to fully invest. That would have been mental.
Nah, just a half buy. 7-1 run for Heroic to bring this all the way back. And remember, the only round that Team Spirit have won on this T side since the guns came out was a round like this with Tech 9s. It was fast-paced.
And they're sprinting. Zontix stop instantly. Kickstand's run out of ammo, but fortunately for Kickstand, he's got trusty teammates, and he's going with that USP. This quick call for Team Spirit doesn't work out this time. Shiro's Deagle strikes for 1, but that is all she wrote. I started this half laughing at the reality that you set up, Jason, of the comeback. Well, it's here now. Last round of regulation. We could be going to overtime.
No, I felt like, I mean, when I saw him take that 3rd time out so early, Spirit, I was like, oh boy, that's a big risk. That's an important thing to burn early on. I think Heroic might have 1 left, but there's been nothing throughout this half to slow this down for Spirit.
For Negev?
No way.
Okay, thank God, Kickstand.
Yeah, gee, what are you looking at? Why are you scaring me like that?
He dropped it. He was the one that bought it.
Okay, so he's trolling us.
Yes, he is absolutely trolling us.
Having a little bit of fun as he tries to bring this to OT. Nertz is going to be pushed up outside. Spirit still without the answer.
This is the round that has the most tension, and Dawn clears out. Nertz wasn't accurate on the first shot, but recovered to drop Nertz outside. Heroic must play the remainder of this last round of regulation without their guy.
At least he's done damage. Donk is a little bit neutered. I think it'd be falling back regardless after getting that kill. Not really pressing the issue, but with 37 HP, it changes the way he can play in the mid-round as well. He's found the opening. It's time for his teammates to exploit it. He can be put into action later on.
We spoke about the fact that Heroic suffered when losing opening fights in that first half. Were unable to turn the tides. They have to now if they want overtime, and once again, from the shadows, it is Nikodos, but he stays committed, he fights Donk, and that might just be the move that will end this for Heroic and send Team Spirit to Copenhagen. Kixan once more tries to stop them through the doorway, and his lit-held smoke goes out and covers them off.
Over to ramp room we go. What's up, Tesses? You're really committed here. Donk's gonna go down first. Now he jumps away. Good job. Calls for rotation from the teammates, but Zontix hears the drop from Shush.
Yeah, Shush is watching towards heaven. What a shot from Magix. Information was collected, and Magix was ready for that fight. Kixan comes back up the vent. 2v2 to try to get into overtime, and now it's down to 1. Magix up against Tesses. He'll climb his way up hut, the vantage point. But he's having to think about the different position that Tesses will come through. But that flash will telegraph exactly where Tesses is coming from. And Magix just waits for his moment. Magix brings them to Copenhagen. Team Spirit qualify. Donk will have his first major. Zontix has his first major. And Magix remembers missing out on Paris. He remembers the heartbreak that he felt in that moment. But Magix is going to Copenhagen.
Team Spirit, the Katowice champions, showing us it wasn't a one-off. It wasn't an anomaly that they deserved to be in Copenhagen. It was Donk on the first map, Anubis, but not just him on Nuke. Zontix rose, as did the Chopper Gunner. We've always known they have spirit, but now we know they're more a team than ever going into the PGL CS2 Major. Blair and Pimp.
They get it done right after the shocker for loss they had yesterday. They get it done pretty convincingly in map 1. Map 2, Nuke was, it got interesting.
It got interesting, but it did not start that way. It was such a storm.
It was such a storm, but I feel like it was a tale of like two kind of rough T sides in all honesty from both the teams, but I don't want to dwell on the negatives here. They've got the win, they got the job done, 2-0. Valiant attempt from Heroic to bring this one back, but in the end, a Donk and a Chopper show could be stopped.
I think reality, all of us watching right now are the winners of this game. Of course, we feel for Heroic. They lose the game. They still have another chance tomorrow. As you said, a valiant effort coming in here, Nuke, creating a regular comeback, not a cosmetic comeback, but a proper comeback that really could have forced it into overtime. But the fact of the matter is that we get currently the most hot team right now we have to offer on the circuit heading into Copenhagen, heading into the Major. I'm going to say it out loud here. Donk being 17 years of age, having the performance that we saw at Katowice, a Major with no Donk in the form that he's in right now just doesn't feel right. So I'm personally happy that we see Team Spirit heading into Copenhagen. I'm also happy that Heroic were able to push them all the way here on Nuke. It could have easily gone into overtime, a 1v1 between Magix and I believe it was Nikodos or whoever was left in that one. It was so close at the later stages. So good game, fun game to watch, but also the proper outcome. Spirit were the better team over the course of the 2 maps, and we get the Donk show in Copenhagen.
Yeah, and even for Heroic, right, heading into tomorrow where they're going to be going up against whoever they are in this 2-2 matchup, they should at least be feeling confident. They're like, listen, we pushed them all the way over there on a map where we're trailing massively behind. So Heroic, valiant attempt, but congratulations to Team Spirit.
Listen, any team with respect for themselves right now going into the 2-2 game do not want to face Heroic in a best of 3. I think they've shown time and time again they are a proper Counter-Strike team. The way they beat Astralis as well, doing the RMR as well, that's interesting. Obviously, that means they can't face each other tomorrow. That's a fun little nugget for you. But if I'm Heroic right now, I agree with you. I would feel comfortable. I would feel, I'll feel okay. I'll feel confident coming into the 2-2 day tomorrow.
Scoreboard up on screen now. There were 2 massive standouts for Heroic. We'll talk more, especially about Nikodos after this. But let's take a look at Team Spirit. Just 3 kills separating bottom from top, and like a relatively similar ADR between at least 3 players. This is truly a Team Spirit performance, not just the Donk show, even though the Donk show was extremely impressive.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. But apart from him, you can just watch the way he was playing. He just has absolutely no fear whatsoever.
Last round,
At times I'm like, this guy is stupid, but if you've got an aim like that, just go for it, right?
At times it's to his detriment. He gets caught out.
100%.
But I do think that if anyone playing this game at that level has someone like that on their team. It's an emblem. It's a mascot, and you know it's the mascot that's got a big gun trying to hit heads.
It's a fear factor, right, for Spirit and for their opposition as well. The good thing for Donk is that even though sometimes he might get caught off guard, or rather, you know, he catches someone off guard and gets punished for it, the rest of his team, they stand up, and especially this guy we have coming up right now, he was spectacular. Zontix was special throughout his entire series.
Zontix was absolutely spectacular, and we have him down on the floor with James Banks.
Zontix right now, first RMR, first time making the major, 18 years old. And the question I have for you, though, is after Katowice, after you lift one of the big trophies in the game, did you feel like, okay, we will for sure qualify? Was there any worries?
Of course, there was some worries because of best of one. You know, everything. This system is terrible, I have to admit. But yeah, I had expectations that we will go through. Maybe not 3-0, but I had expectations that we will just go through. So yeah, but this game was tough.
Yeah. Why was this heroic game tough, though? Right? Because, okay, on Anubis, things looked very good, looked like you pretty much had control of it. But then coming on to this nuke, there was certainly some back and forth. You started off so well, but they clawed their way back in. What was missing for you?
I don't know. It's just the problem that, you know, we need this amount of rounds to go through. Yeah, and we just can't, like, finish the game. That's the problem. So, yeah, we started losing rounds. And yeah, the game is tough because we're not in our best shape, you know. We're not playing best CS, and I feel sick. Like I don't understand a lot, and yeah, and they played good, to be honest.
Normally, you tell me I'm not happy with my performance, but I was going to say your individual performance does look good. You just told me you're sick, so that's a positive.
I don't know.
You don't know at this point. Now, you're just telling me, though, that, okay, the team right now is not playing to its best level. Why do you think that is right now? Because if we look at the MOUZ game, they were very much saying it was like their preparation, they were ready for you, they knew how to shut down Donk, for example, your Vertigo as well. But what does Team Spirit see as the reason?
You know, we are just not that good, maybe because we have problems at our practice that we cannot just play pracs because we have loss. We have 20% loss in our practice room, so it's just impossible to train. Like it's the most basic thing you have to do when you come to a championship, to a tournament, and you just can't play because of loss. So I think the lack of practice caused the problems, you know, against MOUZ, against Heroic. So yeah, that's why I think we are not in our best shape because we just don't have practice that much that we need.
And you guys always telling me, right, you want to have these practice, you want to have a good amount. You guys put a lot of time and effort in, but overall, making it to Copenhagen, making it to your first major, you satisfied with it?
Yeah. I know. Are we going Legends?
We don't know yet. We'll have to wait for the seeding, but maybe you will.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll wait and see. He's very sick right now, but they still got the job done, and Spirit are through to Copenhagen. Parla, back to the studio.
Thank you, Banks, and great to hear from Zontix. Obviously, tough to process things for Zontix and the team right now, but they've made it to Copenhagen. Nonetheless, let's bounce off some of the things that he mentioned. He did say that their only expectation was to go through. I don't think they were thinking much beyond that. That was a fair expectation to have for Spirit coming in.
In all honesty, most teams are coming into this tournament with those expectations because they don't really care whether or not you're going 3-0 or 3-1. Sure, there's something in regards to the seeding, making Legends. It's a luxury to be able not to have to play the first stage of the major. We have heard teams say, you know, sometimes it's nice to be part of the challenger stage as well. You get to warm up, you get to feed into it. But at the end of the day, nothing matters whether or not you make it at the major if you're not aiming towards the playoff. And that is what Spirit is here for. So if they go 3-0, 3-1, who cares as long as they're in Copenhagen?
I know Zonix isn't really feeling well right now, and I do hope he feels better. But man, just like, you know, lighten up a little bit, smile a bit. You just made your first content major. You should be pretty happy about that. But all in all, yeah, you know, fair enough. It seemed like he seems like a very calm head on his shoulders overall, which is surprising for
very analytical
for an 18-year-old. Yeah. Quite impressive.
Another thing that he mentioned was, I think he was referencing lack of practice from Katowice coming into the RMRs because, of course, it was pretty much back-to-back. He's not going to have that problem, him and Spirit are not going to have that problem going into Copenhagen. They've got 2/3 weeks now.
Yeah, there's no doubt that with the way it looks right now, there's no tournament between the major coming in from this tournament as well. Spirit will be one of the main favorites to go all the way. They are a playoff contender. They are a contender 100%. To win the entire thing. We even saw here Donk didn't have the best of the best showing on Nuke. Nuke. Shiro, a player that we haven't really spoken too much about. He was once upon a time a top 3, top 4, top 5 player in the world, at least statistically speaking.
Multiple times.
He hasn't, multiple times, yeah. He hasn't really shown up full force in Team Spirit as well. So as I said a couple of days ago, it does feel like to me that there's still more potential within the Spirit lineup. And if that's the case, then best of luck to anyone who wants to win the Copenhagen.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely got tested here at the RMR as opposed to what it was in Katowice. Now, you know, and it's a good thing to be tested now. You made your way through,
Sure.
you know, you stumble a little bit here and there, but now is an opportunity for 3 weeks to, you know, to maybe try and fix your map pool. That Vertigo comes to mind, figure out, you know, where other teams might be prepping for you and maybe come up with some new things, get into the kitchen, cook up some new stuff, maybe a new map pool, who knows, right? 3 weeks is quite a lot of time to work with.
One thing to notice, get Dunk away from the B anchor role on Vertical.
Just get him out
heading
of
into
there.
the major, that'd be a nice change.
That's a free tip right there for Chopper.
Yeah.
Free tip. Nonetheless,
Don't charge it. Yeah.
Spirit make it to Copenhagen. Heroic down, but not out. With that said, let's take a look at our results from today across both the secondary stream and our main stream. Starting with the secondary stream, we saw Astralis knock out Monte and keep themselves alive. Then we saw the same with GamerLegion over OG. Very tough loss for OG. And currently, 1-1, Guild Eagles versus Preasy are in their third map. And that is an elimination game. Open that in a second window.
And I do believe it's 12-7 to Guild Eagles right now.
Oh my God, is that
one
actually...
round away for Guild Eagles to make it to the final day.
That also means that we're one round away from not having Dupree at the major.
If we could bring that up over our shoulder or something, that could...
The streak of Dupree of having played every CSGO major since its inception, since 2013, could be coming to an end in the next couple of minutes, Paula.
He's a reigning major champion as well. He was playing with Vitality, who won the major in Paris. I said it before, this is my speculation as well. The reason why Dupree joined Preasy in the first place, he wanted to qualify for the major in Copenhagen. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't find a better suitable team in order for that task to happen. I am worried that it could be the last time we're seeing Dupree at this very, very high level.
Yes, so guys, we've got it up here.
Let's
Preasy
hope
have
that,
got that 8th round now, but yeah, they are, as I've said, for other teams during these RMRs, they're on death's door.
Oh, CT side, however.
Still kicking, yeah.
CT side,
and listen, we have seen Guild Eagles throw bigger leads before.
And I want to point out as well, you know, Dupree, even if this is his last, last showing here at the major, or I mean, last showing in the attempt to get to the major, he's not going down with the kicking and screaming. 18 and 13, he's trying his very best here.
So far in CS2, he's been great. He's been playing exceptionally well. When he was standing in for Heroic, a very tough task as well. He showed up
and standing
calling in at certain times. He played well. Now he's getting another kill to his name. Beautiful. They stay alive. It's a good game to watch. Better than watching us.
Maybe can we just see this round out before we take it off? Because this could be a 2v2.
This could be
approaching
it.
the A site.
This could be it.
It is a close one, isn't it?
Are we having like a watch party? Is this what it's called?
It's the last round. I don't see why not.
This is what it feels like being on Pixel. Yeah, it's pretty good, huh?
It's so easy to do watch parties. You do it too.
All you got to do is talk shit and watch the game.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Who have we got? We've got Synopsy and Juan Flatro. Altex Roy.
The experience in Roy and this.
Yeah, probably.
That's a good position
control of the bomb side right here.
Juan Flatro there.
Yeah.
He could get caught off guard. One flop is ready. Oh, this could be it.
Oh.
I like the music in the background.
This is tense, isn't it? One Flatto in a 1v2. Getting a good position right here. Being proactive with it. Getting behind enemy lines now. I don't think they're expecting this one. Altex could be in for a bit of a surprise. And then it's
bit of a rude awakening here on the stairs.
Yeah. And it's playing it for him now. Roy, you got a nade, that's it, bro. You got a nade, that's it. Got to do something about it.
This could be it.
And the time as well, guys.
That is it. There's no way he's losing this one. Can't.
Oh, Roy, but you have enough time, mate. I think he's just going to squeak it out. All right, everybody, with that being said, make sure you open that on your secondary stream whilst we
look at the rest doing. That was impossible. You just got to shoulder peek once and that's it.
From the main stream.
Okay, I lost brain cells watching that round. Head over to the B stream and check
live and react to it on the desk. Yeah, let's bring up our results from the main stream that we've been watching here and enjoying. There's been some fantastic hard-fought Counter-Strike action. Of course, these were all winners matches, so Apeks beating out excl meant that excl moved to tomorrow. They'll be 2-2, and Apeks made it to Copenhagen.
Jacob and Sticko. One more major, once more, yeah.
Yep, and then our second match of the day, Vitality 2-0 over ENCE. Vitality looked fantastic. And of course, just now, we saw Team Spirit take out Heroic 2-0, but it was a hard-fought matchup.
Listen, it makes an awful lot of sense. When you look at these results, it's exactly what you'd expect. A very close game back and forth between Apeks and excl, and a clear-cut victory for both Vitality and Team Spirit, making it into Copenhagen. It's good that we have a lot of the favorites already guaranteed. G2, FaZe, Navi, you name it. All the big dogs, you know, are showing up in Copenhagen. I like that. I like that.
I just want to also point out that ENCE and Heroic are going to be playing tomorrow. So some of those teams are going to be... Imagine if
Astralis is playing, ECSTATIC is playing tomorrow.
Like, there's so much more...
I think there's a Dane on pretty much every single team, yeah.
Obviously, we can't see Heroic and Astralis play each other because they've already played earlier on. But still, like, if you're one of these teams like excl or maybe Guild Eagles or Preasy, whoever's going to qualify for this matchup, you go into the final day and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, the fight tomorrow is going to be hyper competitive. But even the teams that lose tomorrow, they will still be going through to the last chance qualifier. And the last chance qualifier, the only word that I can think to describe it is just brutal. 6 teams, only one spot. You do not want to be in that last chance qualifier.
You do not want to be there.
We also have our tournament leaders up over Pimp's shoulder.
Of course, you do not want to be in the last chance qualifier. I will, however, say with the utmost respect to the Group A teams, I think whoever is coming in from Group B are more likely to make it through. I think the only team from Group A that is in the last chance qualifier that I could see potentially fight their way through would be BetBoom in that regard. Perhaps, so I think if you're Astralis right now, if you're Heroic for that matter, going 2-2 as well, ENCE, you still have a decent shot at making it. But last chance qualifier is no fun for anyone, for sure.
I do feel a little bad for the top 5 rated players. You can see Samdai Young there. He came in a day late. He was feeling sick. They got knocked out as well. Yet he gave everything he could, closing out a tournament at 1.25 rating. Even though, yes, small sample size, but he did try his best.
One name there that I didn't expect coming into EU RMRB is Jacob. Of course, we know that he has a solid, consistent level, but to come out swinging the way that he did and help guarantee a spot in Copenhagen for Apeks, it's very impressive of a man of his generation of Counter-Strike.
His consistency has been severely underrated. You know, his longevity as well, for that matter.
Longevity especially.
He's been around for a long, long time. I remember when I started out playing professional Counter-Strike Global Offensive, he was also getting up into the scene and making a name for himself with these Norwegian squads, playing together with Rain to begin with as well. So yeah, Jacob has been around for a long time. Cluj-Napoca, you know, played very well for FaZe Clan back in the days.
Played with the Renegades as well.
Played with the Renegades.
Everyone.
He's been everywhere and he's still kicking very hard.
I know the stats page just went past, but what impresses me a lot was he has an over 100 ADR across the 4 games he played. And considering his role and the aggression he showcases and the sort of fights he's willing to take, maintaining 100 ADR over the entire tournament, that's massive.
The Norwegian dunk.
The Norwegian dog of a different generation. All right, Blair and Pimp, we are ready to wrap this one up. Is there anything else that you'd like to say before we do?
No, I'm just waiting for the final day. Tomorrow is going to be, well, we have the LCQ coming up as well, but it's going to be some banger games taking place tomorrow. Paula, Astralis, Heroic, and still in contention. Ooh, boy.
Yeah, and of course, right now, we don't have our matchups for tomorrow, so make sure you open that secondary stream, not just to see what happens between the Guild Eagles and Preasy, but also
it's over. Guild Eagles won. 13-9.
Yeah, okay, this just in.
It's over. I see
the Guild Eagles stay alive.
Yeah.
Dupree and Preasy
Goodbye.
will not be going.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That's a rough run to end the show on, Pala, so best of luck with that.
How do you feel about that being a fellow Dane?
It sucks.
Cool. Next.
Very, very tough for Dupree and Preasy, but congratulations to the Guild Eagles. And yeah, if you want to know the matchups for tomorrow, either keep an eye on that secondary stream or keep an eye on PGL social media. With that being said, everybody, thank you so much for joining us across EU RMRB. And guess what? We've got one more day to come, and it could very well be the most hard-fought day yet. We'll see you here tomorrow at the same time.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
It has revived. It flourishes.